各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是 BLG 的上单选手冰，欢迎冰来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 上单冰。
今天也要迎来季后赛的第一场比赛了。冰，你会希望季后赛的 BLG 是一支怎样的 BLG 呢？
希望季后赛的 BLG 是一支比常规赛更强、更稳定的 BLG。觉得在季后赛里面，我们会就是发挥出我们常规赛没有打出的一些东西吧。
那季后赛也是来到了这个 BO5的赛制。冰，你会觉得在 BO5这样的一个赛制之下，对于 BLG 来说的优势和挑战分别是什么？
我觉得 BO5比 BO3相比最大的不同就是 BO5整体的一个容错率会比较高。我们在常规赛 BO3有很多局都是被翻盘，就是稳定性比较差，但是在 BO5里面，这种容错率会提升，然后我们的稳定性会提高，这是比较关键的一个点。
也期待今天 BLG 的精彩表现。各位好，欢迎来到赛前采访，我是刘航。我们邀请到的是北京 JDG 的上单选手小徐，欢迎小徐来先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 JDG 的上单小徐。
那今天要在季后赛的第一场对上 BLG 啊，会怎么看今天在上午跟冰之间的一个较量？
就希望两个人能打得比较精彩一点嘛。
那小徐会希望在季后赛的第一场比赛展现一个怎样的自己呢？
就希望状态好一点，然后发挥得完美一点嘛。
我们一起来期待北京 JDG 今天的精彩表现吧。
Okay, who's ready for some LPL playoffs? Welcome in, everyone, and welcome into our first day of, technically, first day of LPL playoffs proper. It's bright and early here in Berlin. I'm casting LEC later. So, and there are two best of fives today, folks. So we have, is it bright? Yeah, it is actually. I just don't have the window open the curtain open that much. It is bright and early. But what was I saying? But yeah. So we have two. Awesome. Oh, sorry, my brain is not working today. Two best of fives today, and then I am delighted to go to cast G2 versus KC later in the LEC. So I'm not going to be here for all of today on my own channel. Sam will be covering the games which I can't do. Yeah. So we'll get through them as best we can, and we'll enjoy this as well. So we've had the All-Pro come through from LPL as well. We've had All-Pro teams and MVP. Is Sam solo casting later? Yes, a little bit. Yeah, for sure, Monsters. I'm going to be doing at least, I'm going to do at least the first 3 or 4 games. We'll see. If it goes to 5 games in the first one, we'll see. But I need to make sure that I'm topped up on energy for LEC. Just gonna have to go get myself my coffee real quick. I missed LPL. I missed LPL. I missed all of you, and I also missed LPL as well.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟斗魂觉醒系列现已上市。 上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1。开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高进游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛季后赛，这里是深圳 NIP 主场，让我们有请哔哩哔哩 Gaming、北京 JDG Esports。上单斌、小徐，打野 Shadow 勋，中单 Night Scout。
Welcome the teams out onto stage, folks.
下路 Elk Pete。
Both these teams having a moment to breathe before reaching the playoffs.
辅助昂卓。2025 LPL 季后赛第1日第1场比赛 ，BLG 对阵北京 JDG 即将开始 ，LPL 5位进巅峰。
Okay, we get ourselves closer now to our first draft of LPL playoffs proper. We've had our first best of 5s from the play-in stage, the Knights Rivals, so it's called. Sam will be joining us for our first series here, and hopefully more than that too. We'll have the hard task of covering me when I go off to do other things, such as LEC. We'll get to that. We'll get to that when we get to it. I want everyone to know on record, I gave Sam the option to not do this, and instead come in for the second series if you so wish, because there are 2 best of 5s today.
Yeah, it wasn't taken very well after the Berlin evening experience.
Oh yeah, there was some last night. I'll say about
Got hell bombed by Techno.
about 3 hours ago at about 5 a.m. here. Some people came out of the clubs and kept clubbing.
But they were so loud the windows were rattling,
Yeah.
and the street woke up and started yelling at them.
Yeah.
There was like literally 20 people just screaming from their windows.
Yeah.
These guys to shut up. It was remarkable.
Like I'll accept someone like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m. in the morning. Oh, no, you're having a laugh. You're having a laugh.
That's not boombox. Someone came out and was window rattling loud.
Yeah.
Like I have genuinely been hell bombed by Techno.
Well, our all-pro teams seem mostly reasonable. Let's have a look-see. Maybe Monkey overway or something, but I mean, I think the big one is Xiaoshu not in top 3 for top lane for me, actually. I think Xiaoshu deserved that. we'll get ourselves into the draft. Let's get it started, folks. Thank you so much for joining us for LPL Playoffs and our first game of it here. BLG JDG, a matchup which has delivered an awful lot this year, actually, in favour, weirdly, of JDG. Now, I was quite surprised that BLG chose JDG as their first round opponents. Of course, BLG were seed number 3 coming into this playoffs. And they could have chosen Weibo, I believe, at that point, or JDG. And I do wonder whether they should have thought about doing so. I just heard some crackliness over on the main feed there. We did see the camera go a little bit grey for a second there. Alright, into our first draft. No Azir, no Poppy. Now, I think a lot of teams were banning Azir against BLG recently, which I found quite interesting. JDG, what's that last ban going to be? Is something like the Trundle still powerful enough? The Ambassador banned away from Bin. Trundle is up. You could go towards Trundle plus a tank, but Trundle's been nerfed quite heavily with his W now. You have Varus and you have Rumble. They've made it through as well, despite the nerfs to Rumble and his poke variant. It still feels like that champion is still very, very strong, especially in that playstyle. And Rumble's not changed as a champion. Rumble is still very, very strong. They lock in that part of it. The Wukong for Shadow obviously pairs up very well with almost everything across the board. And of course, Shun versus BLG. Shun. That guy was in that World Finals Game 5 with BLG. He had that Jarvan, didn't he? Locks it in alongside the Rumble, so they have themselves the hot pot. They have themselves the hot pot. Dunk him with the Cataclysm. Throw in that flamey ultimate from the Rumble. Make yourself a good meal. With no Trundle, you can lock in the tank very easily. The Ornn does fine into the Rumble. And I have to say, Ornn has been fantastic for Bin on an individual level. This split at least. The Annie gets locked in for Knights. You have the Annie Wukong. You have great engage now from BLG. With the Annie and the Ornn and the Wukong then following up. JDG need to choose that. That would be different. Oh, that would be different. It's hovering it. Doesn't flick over to anything else right now. Okay, it's the Galio. A little bit more similar then. Galio can come in on top of that Jarvan as well. So now you have Jarvan Galio and Jarvan Rumble. Both these teams looking quite good in both their combos right now. The Wukong combos are very well with the solo lanes, as does that Jarvan. Very, very heavy engage coming through from both sides. Now, stuff like Xayah comes at a premium now. Stuff like Sivir would have done with the spell shield as well. You need something on the side of BLG that can survive the Cataclysm from Shun. And on the other side, yeah, you ban away that Rakan because perhaps you're afraid of the Xayah Rakan getting slammed on 4-5. JDG might be in a bit of trouble here because you want to have a bot lane which survives these big engage combos, and this applies to both teams right now. But you don't want to get counterpicked in bot lane either. JDG, if they lock in AD carry on 4th pick here, there's a chance that they end up getting a little bit rattled by the double bot lane as locked in by BLG on 4-5. You can only lock in one half of your bot lane with one pick. The Braum's banned away. Sivir. Xayah is very, very valuable, but can you blind pick the Xayah? I don't know if you can. Go towards the Alistar instead. No chance of Illusion Braum. You need some kind of mobility. Now the thing is, if you lock in something like Corki Rel, something like that Xayah does start to struggle quite a lot actually. The early game of the Corki is very, very strong. Of course, if the Corki ever gets caught out, it's game over. Hey Castlegood, how's it going? Now is it time for the Rel as well, an extra engage threat. Goes okay into the Alistar, very good with the Corki, both of them end up shredding targets with Corki's E, and then the Rel passive. No, they go towards the Bard. Alright, on Bard comes through. A little bit different. And it's the Kai'Sa for pays. Not the Xayah. Wants to go for that Kai'Sa. Has the shield of the ultimate and the reposition. Works out quite well there. I really like what JDG have put onto the table. It's very synergistic. You have a lot of dive, a lot of ability to follow up when someone goes in for a play. BLG also have aggressive options, but I do wonder whether Corki will very much struggle this game. And BLG, if the Corki goes down, run out of damage quite quickly. I do quite wonder whether BLG have the staying power in fights. If you don't have that immediate knockout blow, things go poorly for them. And speaking of that in terms of knockout blows, you know, BLG have struggled to land those in a lot of the split. Yes, they finished third in the regular season, but we expect BLG to be blasting this league. You know, from the records that they've had recently, they've broken regular season records here in the LPL in recent times. Coaches will fist bump. And we'll get ourselves... Oh, that's some new music, isn't it? We'll get ourselves on to the Rift for our first game of playoffs. BLG JDG, a matchup largely favoring JDG, agnostic of form this year. This split, BLG 2-1 them both times, but still, there are worries there. This is not a safe matchup, and to start off playoffs, it is filled with drama. Let's hear those gyros. So loud. Alistair has a big bassy voice, folks. Just halfway through the gyros, you just hear this very deep, obviously... I thought it was naught this for a second.
Yeah, milk those. Shadow will step on forward with a Nimbus strike and bonk Shun on the head briefly. BLG with the mid-game spike, and I think that makes some sense. You're running an Annie, you're running a Corki, you've got yourself big-ticket ultimates in the forms of Cyclone, Tempered Fate, Call Forward, got all these things which suggest a good mid-game spike. On the other side, look, you've got yourself Jarvan and Galio. We know how those combos work with the Rumble and the Kai'Sa. It's not like JDG are in a bad spot there either. Perhaps the advantage of a Kai'Sa scaling can get problematic as the game goes on. Sometimes been that X factor required, and Paze has been putting in some very exceptional Kai'Sa performances of late, even if Paze in general maybe hasn't been as consistent a carry, or at least been able to consistently win games in the way he was in winter and spring. Still a very formidable AD carry. On the bar, don't keep our eyes on. Again, on with agency, on with ability to get lane pride and move around the map is a very different beast to an on that is feeling desperate and needing to make plays to come back into a game, or it all kind of falls away a bit. Heal burn there.
Yeah, you can see that 2v2 going quite well for the Corki Bard. No surprise, their level 1 is very strong. It's not the Electrocute Bard, which is even stronger at the level 1. It's going to be Spellbook, which has been more common in general for most supports. This gives them a leg up over them in the early game just by being Bard, though. JDG will have to soak that wave of talent. Let's have a look at these junglers. They are doing opposing paths. Bot to top from Shun, top to bot from Shadow. Shadow will be spotted on his Raptors, as will Shun. So both teams, full information where the junglers have been and where they will be.
The one, Scout will try and adjust his punch back forwards. They're going to hold his way for the passage and should be able to do so with little trouble. Too much craziness here in the early game. Well, no, on the whole, it's BLG with good early lane. Prio and Scout now in a bit of danger. He's going to have to adjust his punch away. Knight not with enough cooldowns. We'll use the Molten Shield to tank up some of that turret aggro as he was trying to be very aggressive. Setting on vision there was Elk, but not threatened. So does get that reset off.
Yeah, he'll get himself a tier on that first back, get himself cleanly back into whatever lane he wants, because we're getting to the point where, of course, the lane swap detection has fallen off. BLG going to quickly switch across the map.
Lane swap detected, shutting down servers.
Yeah, not to bring up the horse game too early, but you know there's that one, like, trainer detected.
What do you mean not too
lane
early?
swap detected, later lane swap detected. Anyway, whatever, there's a gold ship meme for that. There's a gold ship meme for many things. I'm going to walk in towards Shun, who's spotted on the top side scuttle. Shadow coming up to fight this.
Shun, I think, he's going to get that one up, and will do so. That means that Shadow is going to be able to pick up possibly both Scott Crabs here, and Xiaoshu's going to be in a lot of danger. Shove to get this wave in. On's going to heal, try and force that Cosmic Binding. Flash as a response is good there, but means Xiaoshu down that summon.
JDG just about 2 waves late, actually, to this lane swap. About, well, 1 and a bit, perhaps. Xiaoshu caught trying to set up the wave correctly here in this top side for his bot lane, whereas BLG very quickly got themselves into this scenario. Now, it's not the lane swaps that we were seeing earlier this year, but still, very important to make sure you're on the right timing. Lane swaps are all about that, really. And BLG get the better of that in the early game here.
Worth noting that Pace does get a half a wave advantage from it. Does get to go back and pick up a cull as well, on which the Corki hasn't. Went for that tier early on, which is fair enough. We know how the Corki like to build with that more than a second. There is that kind of theoretical give up a wave and a flash now for significant advantage to say 10 minutes time.
Yeah, but for me, he gives up that flash not because it's a decision; it's an oh crap, we were late.
Yeah, I need to get this. I need to get this wave shoved. I am in so much trouble.
That's a problem because you have to set up that wave. It kind of just sucks a little bit for them. So we have Australia lanes now, and they're switched around the map. And BLG, reminder, have had one of the best early games here in the LPL. JDG, you could argue, have had slightly better late game at points than BLG, but of course they have a bit of a terror split themselves. BLG, late game has not been their ally in split 3 of 2025. Early game, though, expect them to make explosive moves. But the questions where we have of them, though, is can they actually take those early leads and finish off a game?
It feels they get to these 3-4k leads very consistently. It's very dangerous. On force the flash there, Jorgo's got pulverizing forward with Shun around. Could have been a dead bard, but the flash swift enough there from the support to get out of trouble. The issue is the trouble starts maybe 10 minutes from now, often for BLG. They kind of, the moment plates begin to fall, there's a kind of window of time where the expected BLG Giga throw is almost a guarantee, it feels like, at this point.
Just as soon as Atakan spawns, something goes wrong with the brain chemistry of BLG. Something just switches in their heads and they think, right, let's change the script a little. Hayes has got himself a cult, so he'll be scaling up to try and get himself relevant into the game as well. And Hayes, I think earlier into the year, Hayes was on my shortlist for MVP. He was so important for the way that JDG were playing. I don't think he's matched that in this split. Now, he has had a couple of great games recently, though. You think about the play-in series which they had to get here. Really did dominate LGD. Hayes was a big part of that. Shin going to the spot side, been taking a lot of damage here, but still has flash and all.
Shadow behind him, Jorg coming up. There's the equalizer around. Shadow no level 6. Flash from Finn. Has a call of the forward, so I don't know how much time it will buy. Decent body blocking from Shadow, actually. Means no Electro Harpoon's got to come on through.
I wonder if there'd be a flash follow, but no. That's 2 of them available there from Jorg. Shouldn't. Neither of them pulling the trigger. Finn had that ultimate to turn around if things got a little bit too spicy. Shadow on the verge of level 6. I suppose could have pulled a Cyclone to disengage should there have been a mistake from JDG. So BLG will quickly walk away from that play. Been down a summoner. That's the extent of it.
All is pretty much dead even right now. Early dragon to BLG, worth noting. Shadow did manage to pick that one up when Shun turned up topside, but that's the only discrepancy right now. The splashes have been blown here or there, but no one's died.
Something with these wave states has been a big part of this early game. Well, it's not led to a CS lead for Elk, and that's a little worrying, because the Corki's only get hit for that. To then scale up into your 2-item spike and be ahead of the enemy AD carry. If Pace comes into this mid-game even, I get worried for BLG, you know? I do get worried for them. Both teams have heavy engage. I would argue JDG's engage is a little better into the team comp of BLG than BLG's is into JDG, because Pace, of course, can disengage with his ultimate, with that cleanse as well.
Yeah.
Elk can't cleanse away the Jarvan, and you can't exactly cleanse away a lot of the other engaged too, like the Alistair. And there's a lot of damage to follow up. So, what that means is that if Hayes is getting ahead, or even into the mid-game, and he has a better time against the enemy team comp, BLG are going to have to be heads up about that.
Cold cashing in about 50 CS as well, which gets a bit interesting to track. One thing started by JDG, but it's leaving Xiaoshu out potentially to dry as the Infernal Rupture comes on forwards, and Xiaoshu will go on down. Infernal, by the matter of the fact that Xiaoshu is going straight to hell there, volcanic names will have to be left for when I'm a bit more awake.
Yeah, Xiaoshu had no flash, goes down easily. 3 grubs to the side of JDG, which means that they will have had a better cross-map potential later on now. BLG, do they get any time to sit around bot lane? No, not really. So they don't get any plates off it. So it's just a kill for 3 grubs. And I think JDG aren't unhappy with that.
I think so. BLG obviously not really feeling like they were in position there to fight that one with some very scary ultimate Ramble. So they would get some gold where they can find it. This comp, not the best abusers of grubs ever. You can rumble, shove, all these things. You're not running into a Yorick or a Yone or something like that who are real grub abusers.
Yeah, typically when I think of grubs and the best users of it, I think of things like Nah, Yone, LeBlanc used to be up there too, but of course we haven't seen LeBlanc in a long time now. And that's in terms of an individual level. JDG still, however, have Galio and they have Kai'Sa flying into a side lane. So now if you cross-map and you dive under a turret, you kill someone, hang on a second, let's take charge in towards mid lane, we'll get out without having to use his ult, just unlock that. But yeah, when it comes to those globals, that's where I think JDG will get good use out of their grubs.
It'll be eyes have to track. Are the globals being used to pressure side lanes? Do they lead to turret plates or just turrets in general? All these things and more decided. I needed a TV news station and I didn't have one to hand. So I can only apologise for that one, guys. Fill in your own of choice.
Dude, I don't watch TV anymore.
No,
I don't either. You know, as soon as I, moved abroad and stuff, I thought, well, I'll just watch stuff online instead. Makes it much easier. On popping that Ghost from the spell, did see a good trade from Elk earlier. It wasn't as good as it could have been, so some fancy steps away from ult shots from Elk, and there's another one there actually. By Pays, Elk not getting the best accuracy on them. And JDG, falling a little bit behind in terms of immediate gold value, but I don't think they're unhappy with the way this game is going. There's a slight lead towards the Annie and a slight lead towards the Bin, of course. The Bin. That's what happens when you get like the Vegeta Goku fusion of the Shy and Bin. The Bin. That's just the Shy with anyone actually. Makes it very, very easy for the whole fusion dance. But yeah, the Bin. There you go. It's slightly further ahead because of that kill. Who do you think would be the most dangerous Dragon Ball Z fusion out of LPL players?
It's
gonna be obviously. I think it'd be Rookie and the Shy.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah,
they were destined for this already, Sam.
Yeah, the Rookie. Shy Rookie.
Yeah, he actually just becomes an ODST from Halo 3 ODST, the Rookie. Yeah, you just become the main character of that. Everyone else is playing a MOBA, you're playing an FPS.
Why is Asphalt and Absolution playing in the background? Where have these smooth jazz vibes come from?
No, not the saxophone! Oh, gosh. Dragon has spawned. Perhaps our first big fight of the game. Of course, the grubs were not actually fought over. See that, BLG? Did you have any off vision? Or moving down in towards mid lane to push out the next wave and then potentially ult through that bot river. Xiaoshu recalling to get himself close towards that first item and then teleport down. Both teams look like they really want this. Both teams will have full awareness that both teams are coming in strength to this dragon.
Being in, dragging down. 25% of HP, watch his scout. Flag, what juggling in on a double pulverize with the flash. Decent turnaround. The Temper Fate buys time. Over the wall goes Knight and turns around on the scout. Just cataclysm from Shun. They've lost jungler in the form of Shadow, who's already dead. Backside though goes Finn, is on, tries to find the time, but the magical journey will not find anyway. As Pays survives the attempt on his life, and Finn now caught up in the middle of nowhere. Knight caught by the flag and the drag goes back through the magical journey, but to what end? Gets a combo off, but it's a triple kill to Xiaoshu's Rumble.
Draw and Scout start the fight so incredibly well for JDG, and this was our worry. Elk even getting mashed in the mid lane.
Man.
Xiaoshu takes his 4th kill of the fight, a delayed quadra kill for the Rumble. JDG, awesome start, and that will net them 4 kills for how many kills on the other side? Just the 1 or 2 at best.
Just the 1.
JDG will take the dragon off of this too. And BLG, we said they had the better early games. Perhaps not even that's the case here. JDG, I was worried that BLG chose this team. They have had a good matchup into BLG this whole year. And here we'll see a replay of the fight. Flash double knockup from Draw, a player who's had a difficult year. Been bounced around a couple of rosters, and Pays follows up. The follow-up from JDG in position so much earlier than BLG. Both teams have ample engage. JDG just end up pulling the trigger first. And when you're playing around a low-health Kai'Sa here, at least you have a bit more of that turnaround with the E. And Elk, it just felt as soon as he was engaged on, so you had nothing else to say. Sadly, then Knight overstays trying to save Bin, gives up his life as well.
Good flash from Shun to extend the flag and drag. Xiaoshu's able to finish that one up. How is Elta? He's just trying to get this wave shot, but Xiaoshu goes, yeah, you can't do that.
Doesn't realize that Xiaoshu has flash potentially. Leandris comes through. Easy burn kill. So 5 kills now to 2 in the favor of JDG. They have the gold advantage. Now BLG have to play from a losing early game. That's not what we expected coming into this series. But JDG, despite themselves having a poor split, you cannot argue that they didn't have a poor split. In with a really good sucker punch here in the early game.
Who didn't have a poor split though. Xiaoshu was by far the rock that this team needed. And 4-1 now on a rumble. Yeah, that one gets scary.
I am so surprised that Xiaoshu didn't get an all-pro of at least 3rd. I do think that Shy369 could have got something more than Shun. Oh, hang on, he's got a little bit far. He doesn't have flash.
Attention from Shun, who knows the flag and drag out, does a decent job on, has to back away as the equalizer burns the bar down about 10% HP. Pays now around, Shadow going on forward, trying to nap away that red buff. Fails to do so as it resets. Bin now in danger with the headbutt and the pulverize. Getting burned down, called before got summons. BLG back away, no one dies, but that's a lot of flashes and health bars down.
That was very worrying there from Shadow, and then later Bin. They missed that knock up on the wall, actually. I did wonder whether JDG had a good turnaround. Once again, though, Xiaoshu. Monster equalizer in the fight. 1,000 gold lead already so early into the game. And JDG, you can see that they're dealing very well now with BLG and their aggressive engages. I'm getting quite worried now for BLG. Last couple of fights, we've seen JDG pull the trigger first, and then when BLG pull the trigger, they don't exactly have a follow-up to actually win the fight. What happens now if the Corki and the Annie are not in prime follow-up position? Quite large problems following up in the distances they need to onto something like an Ornult as well. BLG need to start tightening things up, or this is going to get from bad to worse very quickly.
Cold cashed in now from Paige as well, so that gold lead has just expanded there to about 600, 1,000 gold lead towards Xiaoshu's Rumble. Shun as well, very well involved. In fact, he and the Rumble are both 100% KP, feeling very happy with this game.
Reminder, JDG, they have the objective advantage too. It's a dragon apiece, but the 3 grubs will really help JDG have points. Now, the next time that BLG look to cross map, JDG will have an extra sting in that tower taking potential too. What do we have coming up next? We have, a second, might have a play on the spot side. So just off a vision.
Yeah, I think he's just about to get interrupted. The killer instinct is just shy because the W missed. He's still going to die. I think he probably is. Just not going to go towards the Kaiser head, but pulverize, and the flag brings down eventually on Shadow. Now potentially in danger himself. They're going to Hero's entrance for that.
Stop ulti spot by JDG. Now that might be a little bit too far, but a quick kill onto On, who thought perhaps he was safe because he has flash, he has the magical journey, sees just the lone Alistair and thinks that's fine, does not see the Jarvan behind him. Good trade in the mid lane here, but it does have a bit of turnaround.
Then flashing for some damage there. Stunned from Knight, courtesy of the TP behind the Xiaoshu is humbled by a solid TP in from BLG.
Okay, public enemy number 1 taken down by BLG. They'll take down that Jarvan. Shun almost threatening Elk there, but he'll back off a little further. He'll now go back into his own jungle. This is, no, weirdly, you know, the teleport into the other solo laner's lane. This is what Scout did. Actually, he innovated this in the LPL, but you take one solo lane, teleport, put it into the other solo laner's lane, use it to get a kill, push that tower. Scout was doing this in 2023 against JDG in summer. That was his macro innovation. Knight uses it against his team now. Sky, of course, he has that 3 grubs. First turret, I believe, went to the site. Didn't go to JDG.
It went to BLG, but it didn't matter because JDG with the Herald have already managed to pick up some Versace's and wearing some lovely heels right now.
I did wonder. I thought, hang on a second, I thought BLG got that one, but the 3 goes from JDG will allow them to equalize that tower trade nice and easily for them.
Dragon spawning shortly for the second dragon for either team. Still a decent gold lead here to JDG, but it is nice to see the BLG still got a bit of fire to them. Then managing to shorten the distance between him and the Rumble with that kill that he picked up there alongside that turret.
I do wonder whether that kill should have gone to the Annie though, because I look at BLG's team composition and I just think that they might run out of damage if the Corki gets blown up, and there is definitely a world in which the Corki gets blown up. Having the Annie the bit more golden pocket could have really helped. It is in the hands of the Ornn though, it will be better at frontlining for now. W poking through from Pace, but it's not the upgraded W. Dragon started, and JDG, they're looking to cross map. They have the 3 grubs, they won't take this Dragon fight, instead giving more gold over towards that Rumble in the top lane.
And again, that mid lane turret is nearly dead, courtesy of Paige shoving as well, so I think they'd rather get this wave shoved in. Help that turret go down top side, just play this a little slower. It's not like BLG are in the best spot right now. Can they interrupt it? No, they can't. Joe tries to look for the flag in the drive, but the TP out now means actually Shadow's in danger on his own Raptors. Redemption comes on down. Flash out from Shadow, stays alive. Tibbers is there whacking people in the backside, and everyone does stay alive. Teleport interrupt not successful. That means the top lane turret stand.
JDG, they see the teleport animation coming up on top lane and they think, okay, we can look for a fight. They didn't exactly know where Bin was, but they knew enough to start things off. And while they don't get kills, they will get themselves access to that mid lane turret. So that's 2 of the outer ring now down. And the top lane, it didn't fall in that play, but it did get very, very low. So Xiaoshu, no immediate gold value for him. BLG, I think, somewhat escaping that play. I thought that should have gone a lot worse for them. Managed to escape without losing too much comparatively. EDG, what do we talk about next from them? Well, I suppose the fact that Shun was the one calling that charge against them. Always an emotive moment, I suppose, for BLG to play against their old jungler. And of course, Shadow coming in, not just directly replacing Shun, but replacing the replacement of the replacement, because Shun was replaced by Wei, was replaced by Beitron, and then Shadow. BLG have had a revolving door of junglers. And I think that on an individual level, Shadow started out this split very, very strong for BLG. Now, I think that his individual level has suffered as the split has gone on. Do I think he is the primary problem with BLG? Well, there's a lot of primary problems with BLG. I don't necessarily think it's right to completely criticize him, but more just the nature of changing a jungler in a pro team comes with risks. BLG have now done that a lot of times this year. The synergy as a squad that BLG used to be so prized for across the world isn't really there in the same level that it was before. While I think that BLG could potentially work their way up to that level again, they need some extra time to do so. After spawn, BLG not in position to contest.
Got a 2-item Kaiser who is shredding through this real fast. I'm not seeing Smites around quite yet. On is here, has got Spellbook, no spite on it. George trying to body block. Tempered Fate is not going to be quite enough. I think Smite secures it. Call for's gone to George, who's probably going to die as a result of the body blocking. But who else is going to die? It's Elcon for Corky. Why are you there?
That is the question everyone has to ask. Shun will jump forwards. Bin has flash, might be able to escape with it.
Gonna try and find the angle for the flash head, but pulverized. Bin gets through the magical journey, but the rest of his team not in a great spot. Does escape. Bad from BLG in terms of the retreat. The problem is they've still lost a member, they've still lost Anagon, they'll still lose their rep buff, and they're still looking at a 3.5k disadvantage.
Reminder, JDG has a good matchup versus BLG, and BLG chose JDG. They could have chosen Weibo instead. Perhaps they will be thinking about that again as we go into this replay. BLG, I mean, Elk, my dude, there's a teleport coming next to you, trying to steal the Atakan. And we did say BLG, if they lose the Corki, they're in just such big trouble. Elk gives himself up in a silver platter. That is nigh unacceptable. The Corki out in no man's land, no support nearby. You must be playing behind your front line. That is anything but that.
I get looking for the steal, but what are the chances of that versus you dying? And he's free kill. Who does the kill go to? I didn't quite see. I think it was Shun in the end. So exactly like this is going to be an easy game state anymore from BLG. But it was before, bluntly. But hey, such is life. 3 minutes till Baron, so that might be our next moment to try and play. And he clearing out that way. Bot side. And I'm left with a moment or two to stall.
Just as we were talking about it before then, the question about BLG, yes, you can talk about individual members. I think individual form for everyone, even Knight, despite him being the best player on the team. Well, Knight was all pro first mid. Yeah. He was the guy who was least criticizable. That's a word, I suppose.
Yeah, it is.
Least easy to criticize is Knight on this roster, but still, BLG as individuals, they have suffered. But realistically, the question is about actually, you've changed out a core piece of your roster. The whole team synergy has struggled, and their macro has with it. Now, JDG, I think you could argue, there were points about this split as well. But BLG, really the question is, can they find themselves that magical bond between the members they can with a new member coming into the roster? It's not necessarily a fault of Shadow, it's just the fault of changing a jungler. The hardest role to change in competitive play multiple times throughout a split. BLG, they don't have much time to sort this kind of stuff out. They were out macro there around the Atakan. JDG now significantly further ahead, but the team comp, I would argue, does better into the late game as well with the nature of the Kaiser versus the Corki.
2 seconds on Dragon Spawn. If you're on the flank angle, will be spotted up by that ward going on down. Got both Clone and Real Wukong. BLG having to force their way into the river here. Scout on the flank angle is going to be spotted out.
Yeah, they'll see him nice and cleanly there. JDG do have a fairly tanky Galio to play around. It's quite hard to shut him down on the flank at this point. JDG holding the objective right now. Redemption used to spot out the people in the brush.
So they'll be forced back off. That BLG have managed to get into the river at least. Shun looking for a potential angle over the wall. Call of the Forge God forces a slight retreat. Jaw low. Oh! Blasted before he could press ultimate. He was caught in the middle of the air. 3,000 HP on the dragon. Shun at the back of the pit. Definitely going out. And BLG will earn himself a soul point.
The arm wrestle goes the way of BLG this time. Is Pace going to be able to escape? Yes. Yes, he is. BLG managed to find themselves a good fight despite the fact that multiple flanks were opened up by JDG. They didn't have the vision control to really capitalize them on the way that you would like to. BLG, they can walk in towards that mid lane. There is still an equalizer to wave clear if worst comes to worst with Xiaoshu teleporting in. That would have been a possibility. So BLG will just get the kill on the dragon and out. It could have been worse, but for JDG, I suppose, with that in mind. But it is still soul point to the side of BLG. And a reminder that despite our worries about BLG, they still did finish third in our league. And the difference between top 4 and the rest of the league was pretty significant, really, across the LPL. BLG, we can criticize them an awful lot, but that was a much better fight for them. And JDG are still coming in as the lower seed here.
Raw goes over the wall, headbutt pulverized. Oh, just about magical journey away. Good possibly finding out from his knight is in so much danger. Has to flash away. Survive. Equalizer. Redemption is not enough. Scout surviving on the front as the shielded round comes down. And Shadow also falls. Jungle mid down. Baron is up, and JDG will surely be looking at it.
And they have to, right? There's a teleport in from Scout to make sure that mid lane is pushed. Do they go towards the Baron afterwards? Surely you have to. With 30 seconds on the death times, you have a 2.5 item Kai'Sa gunning it down, and Liamfrey's on a Blood Lattice as well. That will be an uncontested Baron. JDG lose the dragon fight quite handily, but BLG mess up in the macro afterwards, and JDG punish heavily. What happens here? So On is on one side of the map with Knight. Knight trying to defend this top lane turret, and Xiaoshu is so strong, it doesn't matter. Xiaoshu really been the hero of the game for JDG yet again. Very good accuracy at the first part of that play with the harpoons. And Shadow goes in, trying to bail out a play which is already lost. Now, I think it's bad enough losing your mid lane. Losing the jungle afterwards loses you the Baron. That is the killer moment.
Khan and Baron now down to significant petal advantage. George does go forwards here. He's in a 1v3 and seems not to care. Of course, doesn't have a Kai'Sa in the back pocket. Smite burn. Scout now going beyond the turret to threaten and gets a taunt onto On. That'll be a dead bard. Nowhere to go. No magical journey allowed to be put down.
The switch switched to off. JDG, good picks in the side lane. BLG, they have been really struggling to make things work through side lanes. The entire split. Knight dying there was so important for JDG, and they're starting to roll across. Flag drag, dunk under the turret.
Cataclysm down, gonna buy a lot of damages. The spicy hot pot is spicy indeed. Killer instinct. And the Acathian Rain secures another 3, and I think BLG might just have lost the game.
Where has JDG been this entire split? This has been clean engages, great follow-up, and JDG have roared to life here in the first game of playoffs.
Exceptional stuff. It's been clean, it's been calculated. Bit of the cost of Soul Point, but not Soul. Elk is once again looking like game for the menu for the Hunters of Jing Dong Gaming, who strike first in this series of Billy Gaming. They chose this team and might be regretting it by the time the series is out.
BLG, so often the better team in the early game, so often the team which we thought, well, at least they're still top 4. There's such a difference between them and the rest of the table. JDG saying not so in game 1. BLG perhaps just hoping that this is just a game 1 blip, but a great start here from JDG.
It wasn't as convincing an early game as we've normally gotten used to from BLG. BLG from behind, not looking that pretty. 1 or 2 moments in the mid game. Was that play topside from Knight with a TP behind you? That was quite nice. There was the force for the soul point. You're going, okay, that's not bad. But those are individual moments. It was on the whole pretty JDG favored game.
Hugely so. And now we walk away from this game. Xiaoshu had a monster performance on the Rumble. I think Scout was more than fine on the Galio, a player which we didn't... Look, you can't talk about everything in a game. But I think really when it comes to Scout, he was following it perfectly fine. I think Pays was following it perfectly fine as well. And just on the whole, JDG were choosing the right fights with the waves in the right place on the map. That is not something that BLG were doing the same. It felt like around the Atakan, around the play which led into the Baron, they were just behind on a couple of waves into that mid game. And that felt like it was really the thorn in their side where, you know, when they made a mistake after that point, all the dominors fell down because the setup wasn't there either. BLG were just hoping that they could outfight and make their way through it. That was obviously not the case here.
It's the one, and at this point, we probably want to do the spiel as I punch the microphone. I haven't done that in a little while. There we go. Actually, because I'm so excited, guys, to tell you about how you can support us here on the channel.
Yay!
That was explained. Come on, clap some more. Woo! Yeah! Thank you. That's much better, much better, much better. Thank you very much, guys. Hello. Thank you for coming and supporting us here on Nymaera's Twitch channel, YouTube channel, of course, over on Anivia's YouTube channel as well. Thank you so much for coming to watch us cast some of this LPL for you. For those of you who would like to ensure that this continues, the way you can do that most effectively is by subscribing on Twitch, liking, following, commenting on YouTube, and if you've got that Twitch Prime ankle, you get a free sub every month anyway, so spend it here. Get great value, support two awesome people in the form of myself and Alex, and of course ensure that we are in fact paid for doing this, because otherwise we're not. We rely on all of you back home to make that happen.
The rumble damage.
That is some scary rumble damage, like the damage being done to our bank accounts if you don't. That's a bad segue even for me. Second way you can help come and support us, of course, guys, is Ko-fi. That's channel agnostic. We have got a Ko-fi link. If you want to support us, donate to that. It's a great way of doing it. Please do consider doing it. And finally, and certainly not least, you can learn to be a caster courtesy of our training that is up on the YouTube, not on the YouTube channel, on League Mastery, which is a new website being set up by Hedon. Alex already got some really cool videos up there. I'm getting my own done over the next few days myself. And that'll be a great way if you do want to learn a bit more about how the hell to do what we're doing in terms of broadcasting, both in terms of these kind of co-stream vibes and onto stages like the LEC where you're on studio and all the rest of it. Would be a really, really cool way to do it.
Yeah, I've uploaded 5 videos to the course already. Oh god, was that Elk? That's just not it. I mean, you can't look as another champ, as the Annie. Maybe you could afford to do that. Trade your life for a burst and maybe a chance of that. As the Corki, just don't think you can. But yeah, I've updated my course. I've got 5 videos up there, including an overview on what are the pillars of casting. You know, the 5 metrics of which casters are loosely evaluated on by Riot. And of course, this is all industry relevant advice. And then there's stuff on how to do a telestrator. There's stuff about, there's a lot of theory in there right now in terms of energy versus intensity and how to control your voice in regards to that. Yeah, and deciding where to take your energy. What else did I end up doing? Yeah, repetition, the power of repetition and how you set yourself up for success. So for instance, you know, in this game we were talking about, well, you know, BLG chose JDG despite the matchup being quite good for JDG outside of what we'd expect. And we kept returning to that, ended up being more powerful because we mentioned it multiple times through that game. BLG chose JDG despite the fact that JDG have had a good matchup into them. That's something which you can learn a little bit more about on that course as well. If that's something you're interested in, obviously go check that out as well. So we're going to go into a quick break. Sam, do you mind if I can grab another coffee?
Do you want to make you one? I can do that for you. That's absolutely fine. And of course, for the first time in playoffs, it's time. Oh my.
Amazing. Amazing. It is time for Horse Game. Let me get that up. Folks, I hate to say it, we have to do more gold ship runs. What? I actually have a pretty decent team for Gemini Cup coming up, but we need to do more gold ship runs just in case. Can you yell at Sam to check his stream's activity feed? Wait, so what's up with Sam's activity feed? What's up with that? Oh, I've also been playing a ton of Helldivers recently, by the way.
I can go check the activity. Do you need to do that now?
I don't know, Blade. Do you want him to do that now? Yeah, there is every chance that this is just the game 1 curse of BLG, which it was more of a thing in the past. Now I just think that they're a team which is struggling, right? Oh, I need to Okay, let's get some adverts on. It's not that big a deal. I'm just worried about the macro. They were really not on the same page that game. Because if JDG are actually looking good, I think that's a worry. I think that's a worry. So I just gotta make sure this is a little small. What the hell is happening there? What the hell? That is a very stretched thing. What is that? Okay, I'm gonna have to like close and reopen this. Okay, we're just gonna close and reopen that. God, what was that, man? Here's our MVP. He's our first MVP of playoffs. There's Xiaoxi. No surprises there. What a great Rumble game. Oh, what is it? Hang on. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this MVP music? This is new MVP music. What is this?
Yeah. Welcome to the LPL, home of metal. Shout you, birth of all lives, this is right to hell.
Also, while we've got this wonderful metal music going on in the background to show how awesome Xiaoxi was, you know who else is awesome, Alex?
I don't know, Sam.
Grumpy Zeref, because he just gifted 2 people a sub on my channel.
Yay.
So, thank you to Zeref.
Okay, could I have the...
You can.
Could I have the headphones? That is some MVP music, man. Fun fact for Zeref. The musical group which made the opening theme for the anime Dead Man Wonderland is called the Dead Man Wonder Band. That's your fun fact. I need to turn off the voices. Okay, let's start ourselves a... we do need to start ourselves a career run. Let's do a quick race, though. Yeah, the Dead Man Wonder Band did Dead Man Wonderland's opening theme, which is very, very good, by the way. It's very, very good. Okay. Now it's up a little bit. I'm just going to quickly auto-resolve this just so we can get into national campaign. I always buy the star pieces. I think it's just... I don't know. I don't know whether it's actually good to do this, but I do. So rare to see Jamada stream at this time. I thought it was a Twitch bug. Oh, is he streaming? Didn't realize. Okay, and here are the legacies which I'm using. So I have just an absurdly good... This is an absurdly good legacy. So I have 8 stamina, 7 long. And I have straightaway spell on this as well. Do that, and then I do... This is... Which one's the one I use? Not this one. I use this one. No, this one. What does this one have? Late Surger, long. No, I want a lot of stuff though. Does one of these have straightaway spurt? No straightaway spurt. I have been using that TM Opera O because it's got turf on there as well for the chance of... Oh, this one's... Maybe I do this then. Turf, only 1 star on that though. This is way less stats as well. Oh, screw it, we'll go with this one. I think it's just way easier to just bank on straightaway spurt from this. Nice, haven't yet got a single Uma with 3 blue and 3 red. Yeah, so the this is my rental basically, and they've been borrowed by like hundreds of people already. It's kind of insane. I now have like 300 followers on Uma because of that Majora McQueen.
新会员可以免费享受肉食按摩呢，我怎么会忘呢？结束之后，我亲情推荐你到莲华温泉。
Okay, so, by the way, if you have a skill hint on someone, it also gives your friendship up as well. Gives you an extra 5 friendship with them when you train with them, which is kind of big. We go with this, yeah. So our goal is over 1,000 speed and stamina, and we want the straightaway spurt skill. We don't have enough energy to use the full breadth of that skill. Let's, yeah, we'll do this. And then we also want an aptitude of S in long. So that's the checklist. This is guts. We also need guts of a decent amount. We need like 420 guts, I think it is. We're actually gonna recreation, hopefully karaoke. There we go. Means our stats are now up for the next bit. This is power or stamina. We'll go for power.
因为是全女比拼嘛
Power early is really
前
important.
2场阵容都会相对比较好，所以前2场可能能赢下来的话比较重要嘛。
Very good. These are our 2 best cards.
应用池的话就是能多玩现在多玩嘛，因为这个版本就是偏发育，然后去打团嘛，就是可能中后期资源团，然后提前落位什么的，可能要做得更好一点。其实一开始的话就是有会被 BLG 选嘛。 然后打 BLG 的话，我们中后期团战打得好一点，就是他们技术性好就比较好赢嘛。上路位置想交手的应该是选手，因为他这个赛季状态是就是比较好的嘛。然后我打这些之前也是比较喜欢他的，就是想在 BO5 里面然后正面击败他。就是虽然常规赛我们发挥没那么好，但是季后赛我们会就满血复活的，就是等着跟我们打吧。
I can't believe that goal she gave us like actually good training for once. We will go for power. Now normally I do go for guts, it's just that I'm kind of worried about our current stats. We never fail these. And we are not starting now. I did fail a 1% the other day, that felt pretty bad. But yeah, or yes, Pace Chaser is the, yeah, you only get a Gourmand for Pace Chaser, which is, it's very, very good when you have a Pace Chaser, but for medium and long, it just, for long rather, you just don't have enough stamina in general. How are you, Sam?
Fine.
Okay, fine. We'll just leave this until.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sat down.
I'm not used to you coming in this time.
She wears the most ridiculous hat.
Yeah.
What is the hat? Is there
Hi,
lore
Sam.
behind the hat?
I'm not. I'm actually gonna get some extra wood. We don't get that much wood.
A very smug horse.
Yeah. And we don't need to get anything for now. Oh, we also want 3 gold recovery skills if we can have it. So, like, the checklist is for really, really good is over 1,000 in speed and stamina, aptitude of S in long, straightaway spurt is a skill, and 3 gold recoveries. Now, if we can get over 1,000 speed at that point, it makes... Oh, yeah, and you also need 420 guts, and probably over 350 wits if you can help it.
420, Alex?
Yeah, it's 420 guts.
Oh, that's what they're calling it these days.
Is this best of 5? Yes, it is best of 5. I missed that earlier, by the way, Kim.
Is it Coach Kim? In chat.
Oh.
Well, that ruined my joke out.
Oh dear.
What am I going to do now?
Our best, Sam.
No.
Okay, we really need to go around the outside of the final corner, otherwise we're a little bit screwed. Why are we going? Oh, okay, no, it's okay. We're fine. We're good. We should be fine. Yeah. My worry was that we're just gonna get stuck in that clump of late surges and just die a horrible death. We should.
Did you get to late surge?
Well, we're in closer.
I like how they animate the legs basically not at all. It's like 2
No,
frames.
that's not true. It's just that we're on 2 times speed. They actually have 3 distinct running animations, depending on style of runner and how much stamina they have at the end. There's like one which is like a long open stride, and there's like a more neutral stride, and then there's like a short stride. Particularly for when things are going slightly uphill and stuff, use that. Or when you're out of energy. More like a trot than a gallop.
I'm assuming you read all the defenses.
Yes. Oh shit, we got the poop. That's the bad gold skill. That is a shame. We're just friendship maxing for now.
The angriest eyebrows in all the world. A very intense eyebrow.
Wait, whose?
Not hers, president.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, principal. They put horseshoes on the drop kick?
Yeah, so the shoes actually have horseshoes on the bottom of them, yeah. Okay. What do you mean, good grief? I think it's actually good attention to detail. We're not taking these risks.
I'm assuming they have normal feet.
Yes.
Okay. That's a dangerous question to ask.
Yeah. Yeah. Should be into draft soon, folks. Good. Whoa! Batron's got... Oh my god! Now, this is huge. Folks, Shadow has been benched. Batron is back.
Oh,
Batron,
boy. Hang on.
What? Batron... What? I can't believe it. This is absolute scenes. Batron is back. Shadow's gone. He's benched now. Perhaps he'll come back later in the series, but that does not scream. I don't know. That does not scream confidence. He's been subbed out. I looked away from the screen, saw the pop and thought, damn, now that is sure something. Well, ain't that some drama for you, folks? Ain't that some drama? Let's get ourselves into this game. Game 2. And that's the wrong one. Oops, I've just clicked the wrong thing. There we go.
LA.
Draft for game 2. I have been sideswiped by that. Did not expect that at all.
So, Batron, normally a little bit more focused on the lanes and individual leads. Both quite focused on making early plays, but Shadow's often a bit more about being a carry with that, a bit more of a leader with that, with Batron sometimes a bit more about ensuring the rest of the team gets to a decent position with it. And a little less volatile, perhaps, even with slightly lower highs.
And I really want to focus in on this. Now, I do think that Shadow had a poor first game, but I think that a lot of people had a poor first game. I don't necessarily think Batron will be better individually than Shadow. This is also a lot of the worries about previous jungle swaps coming through. The question will be about the synergy in the team, the plan which they have in the team. BLG clearly in that first game did not have the best team fights. They clearly did not have the best macro. I don't know what they've been doing in terms of scrims with Batron. I don't know how he's been practicing. I don't know whether this is like a blank Bengi situation from 2016 SKT. Very rarely do things work out like that. But BLG are hoping and praying that the roll of the dice keeps working. I don't know, folks. This does not scream confidence for me.
It doesn't again. Congrats to Batron for making it back, and was in the hospital recently as well. So there was maybe some worlds where Batron would have been spending more time with Shadow if he hadn't been unavailable for health reasons. But as it stands, we've not seen Batron since Shadow joined the roster, realistically. And now JDG, game in hand. Batron gets the Trundle first, and of course Shadow was a big Trundle enjoyer, but Batron over many years of play has also been a huge Trundle enjoyer. Takes away from Shun as well, who might well have enjoyed that. They're going to pick up the Aurora and the Sivir, so some big team fighting options. The Sivir, bit weird into Trundle. You can't spell shield the pillar. and you are relatively short range, so it can be a bit tricky, but Trundle can also end up being a bit of a victim to ricochet damage, especially if you do get caught in no man's land. Rapid lock-in of the Misfortune to try and fight early on and set yourself up for some big AoE team fights when you've already got the Trundle and potentially a Rise here as well. You've got damage elsewhere, and one of my prerequisites in general when I'm looking at Misfortune drafters is the Misfortune required to get an good ultimate for you to win the team fight or win a game? If yes, this game is going to suck because it becomes very easy to stop that from happening. She's an eminently interruptible AD carry.
Now, the thing for JDG is you don't have something like the Ornn, and even if you did, how do you deal with that Trundle? Now, Alistar is out as well. Now, I like to think of drafts with Trundle in it kind of like chess openings, where you have, Trundle is the opening move, and then you have to react in different ways, which are often quite studied about how you do this. Trundle means that you don't pick tanks. You have to think of tanks which are not tanks through raw stats. They have to be through damage reduction. Alistar and Braum are the two supports which have that. Alistar was gone, Braum is the only one left for it. Braum now here does have a good matchup into the Misfortune. He can block bits of that ultimate. Doesn't tend to win lane, I'll say, because the Misfortune is so disgusting at that point in the game. Sivir will have to just ricochet and hope for the best, try and get wave push through that.
And we've seen a lot of Sivirs manage that pretty well, to be fair. So it's certainly not unheard of for Sivir to win the 1v2s regardless, because ricochet AoE is so potent. Getting rid of a few of Onn's now specialty champions, the likes of the Rakan has always been a comfort for him. I wonder with the Nico already banned, actually. There you go. So my thought process is correct, but it was a little earlier on in the draft phase.
That's Xin Zhao's new splash art, by the way.
Is it?
Yes, that's Xin Zhao's new splash art. For those of you who are confused, that is Xin Zhao being banned away from Xun.
Looks a little older now, which is kind of nice. In fairness, he was in the new cinematic, which is part of why we're seeing this. Again, there was some nightmare sequences of Demacia falling. It was all very dramatic with what looked to be some Darkin of some variety causing some chaos. Xin Zhao in that one was the one having the nightmares. Courtesy of said new splash. Rel also banned away. Xun's champion pool, I suspect, going to get squeezed one more time here.
You think so? Then a Fury gone. Now, I suppose the other pick we've seen as the Trundle has been the Zed. I don't think JDG is set up for that at all with 0 engage right now. They need engage from somewhere. Now, where do you get that from? You could put the Aurora top lane, blind pick through that. Oh,
it
this
is
would be a
Xun.
Xun special. As we were thinking about other answers into the Trundle, the Kindred has been a good matchup into it. Means you're playing around double AD carries. The Kindred for Xun gets locked in. Risky. If you pull that ultimate too early, the bullet time rips through it as you get away from that cooldown. As soon as it starts to pop that ultimate, Misfortune sees a lot of people clumped up. Nautilus looks very good here for BLG, despite it being into the Braum. The setup now onto multiple squishy yet mobile carries. You remove the mobility with that Nautilus ultimate. I think that Rise and Misfortune are going to have a field day.
Yeah, they very much can. Keep your eyes on it. And again, Kindred to Trundle's a weird one. If the Trundle ever gets into chomp range, it's a miserable time. You need to be using your mounting dredge, your hops away very well. You can't afford to just queue for the attack speed. You need to save it for Billy. You need to save it to get over a wall, or things can still go awkwardly in that matchup. Locking in the Renekton here as well. That's a lot of early power now between Trundle, Renekton, and the Misfortune as well. You've still got a lot of damage in your team fight, so you're not reliant on the Misfortune ult to win you every game. You still probably need a bit of engage here from JDG. It's kind of incidental right now. Got a slow from the Kindred. You've got the AoE slow with the big ult.
They need some CC.
From the Aurora, Jax will be the call. Again, has some.
Yeah, Jax gives you some. At least you have the AoE counter-strike and you have a competitive matchup into the Renekton. JDG, much worse draft in the first game in terms of risk. If things go wrong for this team, they go wrong very, very badly. If the Jax is ever put behind, if they are ever out of position in a team fight, JDG really struggle to lock down anyone on the side of BLG. Perhaps the Braum can get a good passive down and trunk through someone. So BLG need to make sure they keep eyes on that Jax, not give Braum free value, and give JDG the limited engage which they have. So Beitran is back. Beitran is back. He was subbed out earlier in the year after MSI, after some poor results. And of course there were some concerns about his health as well, his shoulder, giving him a lot of issues. He was, I think even briefly went into hospital for that as well. A lot of things to be said about that. Shadow has been struggling individually, but who can't you say that about on BLG? Even Knight, I think, has been falling into that, as we've been saying. The coaches will fist bump, will go, onto the game, into the game 2, and onto the Rift. JDG a game up. This team has a good matchup versus BLG despite their form. BLG must now bounce back despite being the higher seed.
Ability there for JDG with Jax and Kindred, even the Bormy, or with the across the veil. Some ways to get out of. A lot of mostly single target engage. Been called out in chat as well. That is an active lock-in of a Nautilus into a Braum as well, which can be quite unfun. The turnaround angle. JDG with your Braum, with your Aurora ult, with that last respite. If you overplay your hand here, BLG, it is quite possible to go very deep and not find a way back out of the depths. Scream's locked in. Rift on Scream. Gyos to come for Beichuan's re-debut. Put down.
Gyos.
I want to say Jayo. I think I probably just mispronounced it. Is the honest answer?
Probably.
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 You're probably.
Probably.
Let's talk about
let's
talk about the pronunciation in the English language.
Through thorough thou bow.
Alkanon. We'll see what they do at level 1 here, because despite the fact that it is a Nautilus into the Braum, Misfortune is so lane dominant. She can often win you lanes by herself. Now the thing is, ricochets give you instant wave push. They'll go towards that Q at level 1. Try to do some decent damage back there. On is starting that hook. Sometimes you will see the start of the W, just to get that extra shield against some tougher lanes. Not to be the case here, though. Ricochet will come here from Pays. Bad counter-strike there, actually. Gets to level 2 as well, and Bin, using the early shove. We'll have an empowered Q to trade back on. Gets to level 2 now. Can actually lead into the empowered W now instead. That's that empowered Q instead. Goes up a little. Loses the wave push. What's happening in the jungle? Once again, change about the place. Heal. And the Braum passive onto the Misfortune. Hook missing.
Yeah.
JDG getting a decent trade there now, actually. Pushing in. I did say that Civic can kind of just win you a lane by herself. Now can on. Get themselves the first shove in of the game. Beitron spotted on Raptors. I believe Shun is on the other side. Actually, I'm sure there's a wall down there. Sam punches the microphone again for reasons beyond me.
Wait, rage. Just anger at the early trades into Misfortune. How dare you get smacked in the face like that, Elf? That's the best I've got for you.
Me here covering for Sam in the early games. He's got something to look at. Comes back, punches the mic. What a wave push coming in for Scout in the mid lane as well. The Aurora will shotgun the wave. Yet to see any really aggressive plays around the map. We are going to get the early swaps in again. BLG really committed to doing this time. JDG, this time they're on the right wave time. Last game we said, look, JDG, they were a wave late to this. JDG on the right timing this time, and neither lane going to be out of sorts.
Fortunately, Pashun loses the early scuttle trade. Sometimes what you do then as the Kindred is you kind of wait 30 seconds or so and try and let the mark spawn on the other scuttle crab, because it will move quite swiftly. Doesn't do that this time. Decides, look, I want to get back on the map, get those double long swords and start playing.
EDG, really wondering what they're going to do actually with this formation now. It does feel like, again, the matchup works quite well for him into that Nautilus. I was wondering whether the Misfortune would get the early lane dominance. It hasn't really been the case, and it does make you wonder now, with 10 CS behind, what Elk is going to do with this pick. There's a lot of mobility to be wary of for this Misfortune as the game goes on. Either them engaging onto you, something else. Shouldn't have to mark onto the Nautilus. Let's get onto Bin, flash away.
Has to flash out of that counter, or he would have been dead. May well still be dead regardless. Shin's going to put that wall down over the wall. Still got the Q available. Mounting Dread begins to stack. Got the press the attack down as well as to be a little bit aware of the Q. But No culling of the meat will occur, and Shun helps Xiaoshu pick up a kill. It wasn't a mark, unfortunately, for Shun, but the kill nonetheless is still good news.
And it's a kill over to the Jax in the Renekton matchup. Been so famous at Renekton, one of the best Renekton players of the modern era. He's done a great many things on this pick, before and after. Of course, BLG became the real super team when Knights joined the roster. This Renekton really wanted to keep the Jax down. Now the Jax is actually ahead. That is a big problem. There's a cull on the Renekton. Wants to get up to more gold more quickly. JDG, though, the Jax down a point of power. That is a worry for BLG. Remember, he is a lot of the engaging force for JDG later into the game. If he does that from ahead, there's going to be problems here for BLG.
Holes in for Pays as well, worth knowing. Did that the last game as well, and early on Elfwood suffering quite a lot. We were worried that maybe the Braum wouldn't be that great in the lane, but the Nautilus lock-in has kind of just been a good time for the Sivir, bluntly. Shouldn't lose a fair number of his Raptors, but picks up enough here to feel happy and ish about the unfortunate trade. Now Jaw coming on over, Orlando wins his fight, the bottle rocket comes on up, Scout goes across the veil in between worlds. Now Beige had a lot of danger, has to flash away. That throws domain down, stun onto On, who has to flash as well. Just about survives the damage.
Yeah, no mark there for Shun again this time. Did have that mark onto the Nautilus, as we were saying before. And BLG, we praised their early game quite a lot. Remember, of course, Beitran is now in. Perhaps that changes things. A death for Bin on the side lane. Flash is now blown on and Beitran. JDG, not a bad early entrance into this game against the composition, which... you have a very good early game. Nautilus, Renekton, Trundle, they should be able to combo up onto you quite well, actually. Beitran is ahead in farm compared to Shun, but Shun, of course, has that assist, which helps him out a little bit more. Dragon is alive. BLG, this is a dangerous, a risky swap mid-series. Beitran seeing play for the first time since MSI, pretty much. I can't even remember if he ended up playing his first series back with BLG. Might have played one series at the start of the split. It's been a month plus since we've seen Beitran on the roster, and when he left, it was with him on very poor form. JDG forcing the swap out of BLG, you have to say, is not a good sign for BLG. If BLG don't have their good early game with Beitran coming in, you wonder why they did it in the first place. It does not scream confidence for BLG.
Best numbers there for JDG's bot side, but worth noting for BLG. First time this split, the Knight on the rise. For Beitran on the Trundle. Watch 2. What that will include. Yes, of course, because Shadow definitely did play Trundle. It is just for Beitran on Trundle. He's not played that many games. First time for Elk on the Misfortune, which was normally a significant pick for him. So those numbers pop up on the bottom of the screen. So, I've played them this year, I have no doubt. We've seen them. Nonetheless, Xiaoshu, I know right now on the Jax, has been a win condition in general across his career.
I was wondering what those stats were just for Blast, but no, it is for Summer. So yeah, we haven't actually seen. That's quite surprising to me, because Knight is a big player of the Rise. Saw it a lot earlier in the year. I guess he just dropped off of it. It's also, you know, he is a big player of it. Drops now spawning, BLG, so they spoil for a fight around this. Playing around the early game Braum feels a bit bad. And especially now with half HP on your Misfortune. I don't actually know whether you can go for this. They'll have to give it up, I think.
Yeah, very unlikely going to fight that properly and giving Jax grubs. Yeah, that's going to suck. Rise is around. Might want to try and catch someone on the retreat. Trundle also coming on over. The JG want all 3, or they're going to be happy with 2. Sometimes it's possible to overstay for the 3rd.
BLG on contesting, so will be a free 3rd. So that question. Ransom.
There you go.
It's going to be all 3 for JDG. Shouldn't going to get this one. How many marks has he got? He doesn't actually have a single mark right now, by the way. Hasn't got any even off of the Scuttle Crabs, it's worth noting. Often a game with Kindred is about a little bit of that stack hunting. Gives you the extra range, of course, on the 4th, the 7th, 10th, so it's every 3rd after the first 4 breakpoints. But it also gives you a lot of stats from your basic abilities too. Attack speed on your Q, percent HP damage on your W, and then the execute damage on your E. Every individual stack gives you extra damage. Shun looks like he's going towards the Kraken Slayer first build. Yeah. If you like going towards it. Don't mind it in this one, actually. There's no one who's like a heavy tank on the other side. The Trundle can be if you have a tank yourself, who steals those stats. In this game, I actually think the Kraken Slayer into something like a Trinity Force makes a lot of difference here.
Yeah, it does feel really good if you can do that. And then into something like an LDR, you feel pretty happy. Good dueling, good HP, good move speed. The attack on hit feels very good. Bit of a fight occurring. Rune Prison coming down, but On has gone forwards into Braum and dies. There's the mark. And Mark is also just spawned in the river, so Shun plays it slow and steady and wins this race.
Yeah, it turns out Kindred marks like buses. You don't know where they are, and then two come along at once. Shun will get himself halfway towards his first range increase. I'm just saying, it's quite apt, isn't it? Shun ahead in the game now. 500 gold over Beitron is on, caught out. I don't think it's quite telling that Shun marked on for all of this early game, saying, look, I know you. I've jungled with you for years on. You're going to give me a kill at some point. Gets that first mark, quick one off of that, grubs again. Xiaoxu is alone on this other side. You know how much they can make stick here, though.
Throws down the Grandmaster's Might, frozen domain, hops away, just gets out, ends up being a little bit of base one's time wasted on. Also around, and Xiaoxu sticking here can end up being a bit problematic.
Question, chat. Where's the person with long hair? Hello, I'm here. Got to fight in the spot side. Fighting into it. This is a problem.
Hayes potentially in danger with the blast cone coming on down. Make it rain comes on down, but the brawl passive is ridiculous. Flash over the wall from Hayes. It's good. Shun gets the kill. Xiaoxu gets the counter strike angle as well, and they keep dancing with the arrows, and they keep going into people's. That's the Call of Meek. Just wide to Bing can't get the heal. We'll try and get the double up. Winter's Bite lands, hopping for more. Make it rain. Shun with the Lapras Bite, and Elk has to flash out as the brawl passive was stacking, and JDG just destroy the skirmish.
Panic from BLG as JDG pull ahead in the early game again. Where has this JDG been the entire split? Well, they're here right now, and that's what really matters. Perhaps we can forget about their regular season if the playoffs go so much better for them. Shun 2-0-2 gets himself another mark. There is a teleport coming through, but I think the smite will come through. That might be a dead Kindred, though, as Bin finds him.
Does indeed. Shun gets a decent amount of damage. Does have a red buff, but will surely go down here. Buys a bit of time. Is still dead. Gets Dragon and a kill, will give his life up for it, and that kind of sucks, but you do what you have to here.
EDG, they're very happy with this early game. Very, very happy with it. Playing into the Braum is a real pain. We thought, later into the game, the lack of engage might be a problem for JDG, particularly once you get the bullet time. Really threatening to clump up members. There is no bullet time for this fight. Elk used it, I suppose, at an earlier point. And Xiaoxu gets to be that slap-back engage with that counter-strike. Xiaoxu, so important to JDG in this split, and so important to them in this fight. I think a lot of people, especially with Arla getting subbed out, Xiaoxu coming in, they'd be thinking, well, how good is this guy? Xiaoxu has been good for a number of years, folks. And he has been, by far, JDG's best member in this split. I think it was very hard done by to not be an all-pro at all from MVP for this split. But honestly, I don't think he gives a damn if he can pull out performances like this and carry his team through some playoffs together.
Completely agreed. In the picture-in-picture, we just see On forced out from under turret. A little bit more for pace in that mid lane, and now looking at this early game advantage again for JDG. 2 games in a row into a team, I think, as well for JDG. I think just scales better, frankly. You've got a Kindred who is an infinite scaler, an AD carry, hyper carry in the jungle in some regards. You've got yourself a Sivir, notoriously dangerous at 3 items. You've got a Jax with 3 grubs. Again, a win condition as the game goes on. It's not looking easy, and BLG, your engage tools this game involve going into a brawl. It is not easy to get a pick onto someone and have it stick without a Lampress Bite, without a Glacial Fissure, without a Braum passive making your life hell.
Which is why you think, Crumble Pillar and the Misfortune ult would at least be able to split the enemy team into a point where you could find better fights. You do have the ability to, point and click someone down quite easily. But point and clicking someone down when they have, counter-strike fences on the Jax, that gets a little bit more difficult. JDG just look more synergized in this first couple of games. Knight now potentially getting dove on this top side. On is working his way up towards it. Knight does have a realm warp if he spots the danger coming soon enough. Trying to push out the wave here.
Counter-strike stun, traded with the Prison. Needs to try and get out here with the Realm Warp and will do so. Glacial Fissure was traded. Can't quite find the interrupt, though I appreciate the idea. Going to bring double AD carries with 3 grubs, though, towards this turret. And that means this is surely dead.
First turret will be going over towards JDG. That will be the feats of strength with it. JDG, good push up there. Beitron will get towards Pace, who stands and delivers. No contest coming back. I'm really worried about the value that this Misfortune is going to have. Elk, 10 CS down in the laning phase. No big ultimate so far. I was quite critical of Elk's Misfortune after, the first couple of bits of this year as well. I know early on this year he was so lane dominant, it made the difference really, but I think as we've gotten later into the year, I think Elk has gotten less and less value with the Misfortune. And I'm worried that now he's not had a good ultimate this game, he's not had a good laning phase. And then you pair that up with actually, well, Baytron and On haven't had a great early game either. BLG, things do not seem to be working out with the plan that they had in mind.
No turret plates, by the way, for BLG. None at all. Kinda struggles. General there. 2,000 gold lead, feats of strength, and the golds all in some very scary members, namely the double AD carries are ahead. The Jax is near enough even with the Renekton in the early game, despite the Cull cash-in. Yeah, this one kind of sucks.
And being even as a Renekton with a Jax at this point, it's just not what you pick the matchup for. It's not what you pick the Renekton for. It's not what you pick the Misfortune for. And, you know, we're viewing that from the BLG perspective. From the JDG one, they feel much happier to take fights now.
He needs to hook away and will do so. Line to safety. Hello, sees from the job. He's still going to stand behind me. He's going to put up the door. TP coming on in. Depth charge is spell shielded. TP coming on forwards, and they do blow up the Vorm at the very least.
It's not bad. Takes a flash and an ultimate from On. Scout getting rooted up. Does this open up the Herald towards BLG? I think JDG might still be able to fight if they really wanted to, you know? There is a bullet time, so they might just say, look, we're remembered down. Let's call it quits. Let's not try our luck.
Yeah, a little bit much. TPs came flying, and unfortunate for draw, even with the flash. Didn't get a chance to use it. Got blown up.
It was a good pill up from Baytron to kind of lock him into the fight. There wasn't any way he was getting out the side, fighting his way through it. It was a fight which he lost. So BLG get themselves quick pick. Does cost that flash from the Nautilus, as we said, though, which could be an issue. Knight now on this top side of the map, out of vision right now, could potentially go for this again, doubling up at the side lanes. This is the thing which Scout used to do, as we called out in that game 1. Walk up here, no damage to use on the tower, no grubs either. But they will force Xiaoshu off of the tower, traded for the dragon on the other side.
Lucky Crab with Mark number 4 was also bot side, so Shun honestly relatively happy to trade that. You'll get yourself second dragon, you'll get yourself that all-important 4th mark, which gets you that initial range increase. You are into a team that can punish you if you're a little bit too close range in the form of BLG. Well, looking at Rise, looking at Trundle, Renekton, all these people who do love you to be in their active range.
Ooh, Herald, Triforce Trundle on this top turret. 3 versus, well, now 2 a draw coming up. Using the Herald as a bit of a battle Herald.
Xiaoshu now potentially in danger. Grandmaster might pin, gets stunned up with the Winter's Bite and the concussive blow passive, but they get the kill on the turret, and now Shun potentially in danger with this Realm Walk. BLG continue to hunt for more as Baytron goes driving forward with their Battle Herald. So now they're between worlds, and it's looking really dangerous. The Redemption Bite, that bullet time. Solid, but the door stops it. Scout looking for some more, gets a 2-fold help. Elk needs to flash away with the barrier down. Got damage onto Knight, who's surviving. Hook back, lands with Spite buys time. Everyone is Gigolo. Bitch waiting for the Q, goes down. Double kill for both mid laners. Baytron on the backside tries to box the ball, can't. Scout goes across the Veil. Elk needs to get the passive up and rolling. Can Scout find more? Not quite getting range for Elk, who I think will be able to slide out to safety.
BLG, I think they thought that was the game-winning play. Instead, it turns around onto them. Gold back to even. BLG started things off well with the turret push and what looked to be a good Realm Walk to force JDG out of position. But JDG come back with, what, an extra 3 kills was that? All things said and done. This is the Realm Walk after the play. See that, you know, you have the point and click coming through. Dominus already running from Bins, who has a lot of rage. The shotgun hits onto 2. There's actually a redemption for actually a good amount of damage there too. You're in a choke point versus the Roll ultimate. Elk, the ultimate is okay, and he also puts himself out of position too, which means he has to flash out. That is not a good retreat-buying ultimate. Lamb's Respite makes this into a real knife fight. I think Vin makes a huge mistake here. He goes for an empowered W instead of the empowered Q onto 3 or 4 people, and he dies before he can get himself to Q3. I do just wonder whether he should have gone for the bigger heal onto multiple members to see if he can make it out alive and just forego that bigger burst damage of that W. I wonder whether that's a big mistake he'll rue later on in review.
Becomes an extended 3-3 if you include Xiaoshu's death under that turret. Of course, BLG did get 2 turrets there, which is nice. The problem is they also just burned every flash available to them. And with 3 minutes until that dragon could get a little interesting. I think they might be just about up in time. But it will be a close one, especially if they're looking to contest. And the gold totals right now. And it is very happily pays for JDG, who is the gold leader in this game.
I'm just so happy to see JDG back on good form. We haven't seen JDG on good form for the entirety of this split. Remember that seconds of good catch on to Scout, just as we said. Oh my god.
Boy, redemption! It's not enough. But now on contention, JDG behind. Base Vision comes across and pays over the wall with the blast go. Trying to get some more damage. Should be able to get the hold of the Nautilus jaw. Trying to buy time. The bullet time! Will ensure 2 more members go down.
I'm so glad to see JDG on such good form.
That's incredible timing.
Just as I say it, that's one of the better ones I've done for a little while. 3 kills for the what is JDG getting belted.
Did Pace flash into the red buff pit there?
Sam, I'm not gonna lie, I was too busy being I'm too busy doubled over and left to see what happened. Alright, we'll do a post-mortem. Scout ended up going way too far into the enemy jungle, point and click into the hook makes it very, very hard for him to play out, and he dies very, very quickly. What the hell happened? Oh, sweet Jesus, the blast cone is just mortifying. It's just mortifying. I can't believe it. That's top draw, folks. That is, I can't believe it.
That bullet time was a lot better from Elk, but let's be real, Paige was like, why have you betrayed me this way, my jungler? There could be only one AD carry.
Oh, that is, okay, Atakan. All right, JDG, they're ahead of the game. Well, they were ahead of the game. They weren't ahead anymore, and it's time for a good old flip. It's of the burger variety. Play with Atakan on it. Is everyone here? No, mid lane is not quite in the play just yet. Atakan getting lower. Xiaoshu does have flash. That counter-strike could be deadly.
Xiaoshu looking for a potential angle. Does get stunned up by the staggering blows. Turning off. Shun down to about half HP. But damage onto On. He's deleted. Gone. Resting with the daisies. Now they're going to get the kill onto Elku. Burned a lot of time as last time. And JDG ensure that vengeance is theirs for the red buff play.
There we go. That's what I meant when I said I'm happy to see JDG back on such good form. And core to it is Xiaoshu. He has been the man holding the standard for JDG. Felt like everyone else fell away from JDG. This guy has been stalwart. With the names on this team, Scout, Shun, Hayes particularly, you'd think they'd be the ones carrying this team. No, it's Xiaoshu, a guy which realistically has not had his time in the spotlight in the LPL on a top team, really. He's a guy which has been the journeyman. Now it's his time to shine. And honestly, doing it as BLG in such a fashion is so cool to see. I remember my very first LPL cast was him on Rare Atom versus LG in Xiao Hao, which you'll remember from, versus Anyone's Legend, rather. He would have been on that team. Xiaoshu, he's been a player which has been waiting for this opportunity. He has been good for a long time, but now he has a chance to really show that off.
The win rate was looking really good for JG, and it got a little bit dicey as BLG honestly had a pretty good mid game. That's a 3-man knockup with the Glacial Fissure. BLG managed to retreat far enough away. Goes propped there by On, but eats a lot of damage. He's just not tanky with the Spellbook and the Redemption. He eats damage from this Aurora for breakfast.
Shen wanted to go and take the dragon while that's happening. Now BLG have to fall back into the choke point. Here comes Xiaoshu.
Counter-strike comes on down. Baitman has to flash back into the Redemption. George is about surviving into those bit, but I think he just died. Dragon secured. That's Soul Point. All the while, Shun continue to dance some arrows around, and he dances on their graves with those steel-capped dancing shoes. It's tap dancing as Elk eats another shotgun blast from the Weirding, and Pace gets the double.
JDG reminding perhaps BLG of the 2023 record Knights. He was on the better end of that. Worst one here will make it out with a Realm Warp. JDG, it's been a while since they could really claim the head-to-head versus BLG. Change the names, change the face. It's the Ricochet. It's gonna stop the recall from Knight, but not kill. JDG dominant here. Now in the mid-game of game 2, 3 dragons up to none. 3 grubs in as well. BLG, they've subbed in Beitron, who is now 1-4, and it has not achieved what BLG wanted. They've not had the early game they wanted. The synergy is not looking like it's on point either. This is the problem with changing junglers. It's not necessarily the individual jungler's fault. You can put whatever name you want on there. The synergy and the macro must match it, and with either Shadow and Beitron now, seems like it's not up to what BLG wanted. It's not up to their standards. See right here around the dragon fight, JDG managed to just force BLG back into awkward choke points. They control the terrain. The bullet time is not worth it again. You know, Finn doesn't really get the value he wants either. But this Renaxon, obviously on the screen here, not getting what it wanted. Got to question what's happening with this Misfortune too. I don't like this Misfortune pick at all. BLG, nothing's really working out for them here.
Eventually, I get the concept. Like, actually, you've got 3 other threats. The MF ult can theoretically kind of go untouched because you've got other people to focus on, but Elk's not found the angles really. Didn't win the lane. Part of that, I think, is part of the support matchup. On actively picks Nautilus into Braum and has gone 0-6-8.
It's not helped, has it? You would have thought laning phase might work out better with a Misfortune. Nope. Maybe you would have thought, well, the Trundle will help you get into the early game. Also, no again. BLG, their synergy is off. Individuals, you can definitely point different fingers in different games, but the synergy has gone for this team. JDG on the other side, they found a new lease of life, and Arnie's going to die again.
It's not tanky, they'll get a redemption down. Scout might get traded here, actually, though. Flashes away to safety, and Bin's dead as well. Xiaoshu will leap strike forward to help Pace secure it. Flash is blown by a couple numbers of JDG, but now Beitwan hit by that mounting thread and slow. Go down the coast and get out to safety. There's the actual mountain gun. Do forgive me, I got that one slightly wrong as to when that came down, but either way, Beitwan's still not going to have that ability to get the full reset, and the inhibitor is just dead to the shove.
Oh, inhibitor down. A pretty decent time mark. I mean, if you lose an inhibitor before Baron is spawned, things are going very badly wrong for you. BLG! You know, I was wondering whether BLG, you know, they finished 3rd in regular season. I was wondering whether they were even a top 3 team. I think Anyone's Legend looked a little better than them. And they chose JDG, and there was just that little like, warning antenna. And I thought, hang on a second. You know, JDG have looked, they lost both series versus BLG, but I really think that JDG have a good matchup into them. BLG will now Desperation Baron. Xiaoxi will have to teleport up. This is Desperation, make no mistake, from BLG.
Scouts pull the Knight, he's got a Magi, so he would love to pick up a few more souls for it. Anyone want to sign an autograph BLG? Right now, flank angle from Xiaoxi, not spotted quite yet. They have down a half HP on the Baron.
There's okay, so there's a lot of HP to burn through still. Here comes BLG again.
On try to take flash over the wall, but Elk down to 5% HP, and Kindred picks up the Nautilus again. Realm Warp out, but Baron is JDG's.
It's not just desperation, it is desolation now. JDG will take the leash, take a free kill into On, and then also a summoner off of Elk, take the Baron on the way out. Thank you very much, BLG. As BLG, they try the Hail Mary, it goes completely wide.
The Hail Mary, unfortunately, run out of rosary beads because they just get punched in the face before they can count him. And a lot of that has just been poor old On, poor old Bin, trying to find angles at the backside, just not finding it. Again, the Trundle's not been there either. We did worry for JDG's early game, potentially. It's not early game anymore, and you are having to hook into hell. And there are issues potentially with Draft at this point in the game.
Rush Tomato over in Twitch chat, they're pointing at the very important point. That is a 9 stack.
Ooh, so it is.
Has the second range increase. If he gets one more, he'll get himself a 3rd. Very rare to see that in pro play. Shun, he was plying his Kindred trade for BLG for many years. Left the team now, swinging it back in their face. Scout over the wall, that's a 4-man ult.
Goes between worlds, and On gets knocked up and dies for the 9th time this game. Xiaoshu in the backside with a counter strike. Shun picks up the mark on Knight. It all just keeps going JDG's way. A Lamb's Revive comes on down in BLG. Replacement for the jungler of Shun. Replacement for the jungler of Shadow. It doesn't matter. It's 7-2 and 15 for the iconic champion for Shun. And series point for Jing Dong Gaming as BLG left reeling. Lose with Shadow. Lose with Beitwan. Losing to Shun.
BLG chose JDG in this matchup. They chose to face Shun. They chose to face this team. They've been slumping, sure, but JDG just have a way of making it competitive versus BLG. More than that. Now, BLG will have to reverse sweep to win this series. They are the higher seed, but you could have fooled me with the gameplay.
Wow. That is certainly something. Okay, let's lock in a Trundle and a Renekton to make things happen earlier. Maybe this Nautilus and this misfortune to win lane, and then not.
I just can't believe that BLG are playing like this in first round. I can't believe it. BLG have had a whole split to try and figure out what they're doing in their jungle position, adapt to it, and come out stronger for it. BLG have gotten worse and worse as the year has gone on. They had this brief bump in the early split where they changed in Shadow and it looked a lot better. You just have to choose one jungler and stick to them. Switching out a jungler like this at this point in the split, it is too late to reintegrate someone. It is a big mistake here. I don't think Beitwan subbing in was realistically going to make a difference here, but this is the stuff that we don't know. We don't know what's happening behind the scenes. BLG, all sirens are blaring now. Every single alarm they have must be tripping off. This is an awful first start to playoffs. As JDG, you had to expect, look, every team that comes into playoffs, you expect them to have a jump up from their regular season form because you have a little bit of a break and you're going towards the most important part of the year. Thank you so much for the gift subs there, Ruby, as well.
Oh, thank you so much.
But JDG, coming in on good form, BLG look worse and worse as this split goes on.
Yeah, and again, look, don't get me wrong, Beitwan, not a great game, but look at On at 0, what was it, 0, 9, and 8? Bin's 1 and 5 also kind of lost lane to the Jax, was desperation flanking and using his W for flash pouncers that did nothing. Like, you could blame the jungle all you want, but the pieces around it aren't working either.
Yeah. On the other side, we would be remiss to not mention the fact that JDG also made so many changes. They have had 6 head coaches in 2 years. They changed out Arla for Xiaoshu, and I think Xiaoshu has been exemplary for them. He has been their MVP, and honestly, I think this guy deserved an All-Pro. I'm honestly mortified for him, the fact that he didn't get that. They've changed through 3 supports now as well, another very difficult role to change through. They started with Missing in this year, they changed out for Wink, and then they brought in Draw afterwards. JDG have gotten the better of it, and credit to them, at least they've stuck with this roster for now. And yeah, JDG, 2-0 up in this series.
I've got a question from Hedon in chat. Hello, Hedon, by the way. I have a question for me. Do you ever start play-by-playing your life as you go about it? Considering that I dream about drafts when I was doing League for 15 hours a day? Yes, and
I've been told on good authority I cast in my sleep sometimes.
So, yes, and it annoys my friend. I went on holiday with some friends. I go regularly on holiday with a group of my friends from uni. We play music together. It's a great time. They're all fantastic musicians, and it's nice to relax and basically go sit in a big country house somewhere for a week or so, play music and drink a bit too much. It's a good time. But I'm told on good account that I should stop working when I'm on holiday, because I just start play-by-playing things, which winds a few of my friends up. I was like, I'm really sorry, it's force of habit. It's force of habit. So the answer is yes, I do. So yeah, there you go. Can't escape it. For the best one, especially I've got some Nymaera lore for you as well. So myself and my brother were staying over at our aunt's place at the time, and we were staying on an airbed in our cousin's room. And our cousin was awake, as basically both me and Alex were dreaming. Alex in his sleep sounded like he was running, playing football, and in his sleep he kind of goes, "Go!" in his sleep. So clearly playing football, scores a goal, good for him. In my sleep, I go, "Offside," which is just the most incredible thing I've heard in my life. My cousin bursts out laughing and wakes the both of us up. We're going, "What happened?" He explains. And the both of us go, "Yeah, no, that's fair play." So if you want to know the kind of brothers we are, that's it. Which is just incredible. So there you go. Speaking of odd league-related dreams, dangerous for finishing up this message. For some reason, a couple of weeks ago, I dreamt that Vern subbed me in as an emergency ADC sub for no reason. I got stomped. I'll tell Vernon you said that. I'll put you. Make sure you're on the substitute roster. What will happen if you were part of the League Mastery? Well, exactly. That's it. But this is it, Darkwell. Join League Mastery. Learn from the best. Hedon will teach you how to improve. On is their shot caller? Yes, he is for BLG. The thing is, On has been making some very flashy individual plays, but they have not been with the backup of the team, nor for the team to even have the ability to back up. It's not like they're on the same screen and not following. It's that they're not even on the same screen. No one has ultimates. It's just badly timed. And On's like trying to brute force plays that have not been pretty. He goes, what? He locks in the Nautilus this game because they felt like they needed more pick CC, and it's horrible. Horrible. Hey, thank you very much for the 22 months of subscription, Lemke. Oh my days. Is it actually Lemke? Emke? Actually, I don't know. Is that a capital I? Is it Emke or Lemke? I should know this. Apologies. 22 months. It is an L. It is an L. Lemke. That makes sense. I was like, I just had a moment thinking, I feel like it's Lemke, but is that a capital I? And I've just been wrong all this time. Being a loser. Fair enough. Good thing that Way has found a team he's better chemistry with. IG, yeah, I mean, that's just it. How many times have BLG sub? And to lose to Shun like this, after JDG have had such a bad split, to iconic champions like the Kindred too, oh, it would be galling. Galling. But yes, while I'm doing this, folks, we're going to do some shilling. Number one, if you've not subscribed to Twitch, please do subscribe to Twitch. If you've not followed, liked, and commented on YouTube's, please do that. It helps discoverability, so please do like and follow and all those things on there. And if you have got that extra £5, if you have got that ability to use the Twitch Prime, do drop it on our Twitch channel. It is much, much appreciated. Thank you to Ruby, thank you to Lemke for that support so far. Draw gets MVP on the Braum. It was a really disaster class game for BLG playing into that Braum, and the passive was OP this game, so I think I can understand that value, even if I think I might have gone towards someone like... I could have been tempted towards someone like Shun, but I think Duo on the whole was probably the most consistently impactful member, so I'm fine with that. But yes, if you are not wanting to subscribe on Twitch, you can also use the Ko-fi link. That is channel agnostic. Please do come and donate via that, and that's a wonderful way to support us as well. And finally, if you look down there in this corner, we have in fact become partners with League Mastery, who are pretty damn awesome, put together by Hedon, who you've just seen around in chat as well. It's a new platform to help teach you more about League of Legends, be that learning from one tricks, more holistic ways to learn about improving the game and strategies to improve, and like how you go about being intentional about improvement. Hedon's put a fantastic course together on that one if you're wanting to climb with a bit more seriousness. And finally, myself and Nymaera are putting together a wonderful casting course. Some videos already gone up, courtesy of Alex, to learn how to color cast, to learn how to play-by-play cast. If you want to learn about that side of esports, either for your own edification or because you want to be better as a caster yourself, can be a great way to do that.
And hopefully it'll also help you understand the amount of like expertise there is actually within broadcast. I think actually casting as a profession, a lot of people have quite negative opinions of it right now. I think it's getting quite devalued with the likes of co-streaming and the way that people have responded to various broadcasts over the last year or two. I think that people really overlook the amount of expertise it takes to be a caster. And you know, for us, we've cast a lot of League of Legends in the last few years. We've learned a lot about it, and we still got a lot to learn as well. But, yeah. Okay, so that's going to be our break done. Do you need a break for anything, Sam?
Could use a glass of water.
Cool. Alrighty, we'll go into a quick break. Let's do horse game. Horse. Woo. We will take the full energy up here.
Is Gold Chip now your favourite horse?
Gold Ship is cursed. So cursed. How's my CM going? Yeah, I have a good team. I've got my benchmarks, so I'm just trying to look for a better gold ship now. Like, I have straightaway spurt and 1000 speed and stamina and like 3 gold recovery on Funfish. We actually, you know, I've taken the energy from this. Yeah, no, I have everything, and I also have I've been borrowing your Uma for straightaway spurt. Yeah, honestly, that Measure of McQueen is such a lifesaver. It's such a good Measure of McQueen, actually. Unreal how lucky I got for that. Yeah, that's my problem, Dark World, as well. I'm basically trying to roll for both straightaway spurt and long S, and I'm also trying to look for turf S as well if I can now.
TCL 皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。
I don't think I want to friendship train that much. I think we just go speed, don't we?
中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥方电竞以职业战队的选择。
We go for guts in these. Oh yeah, in the events, I'm taking guts from the actual events themselves.
专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位
No, I should go back to top esports. I actually wonder if he should. I wonder if he should too. Next split.
你的车。
Thoughts on learning Korean Chinese to potentially give you more job opportunities in the future? Yeah, I actually know some other casters which are doing that currently. Yeah, there are some casters which are doing that. I don't really have the money to do that right now, but I'd be interested in doing something like Mandarin or Korean at some point. But yeah, being able to like talk in native language to a player is very, very cool. There's a lot of localization to get through for sure, but yeah, I think it's actually quite. I learned Spanish in 1 year, and Hablo un poco español, sí. Estudiar en school. I can't remember the word for school. Dame los cables de batería, los pollos de escapado. Me gustaría comer un ciudad pequeño en la costa de Francia, pero soy demasiado rojo. Yeah, at least for European languages. European languages, they're fairly connected, so. Voice is lower than the stream? Oh, okay, fair. Oh, I didn't realize I didn't have headphones on. I didn't realize the stream was that. Yeah, the adverts get super loud in the break. The adverts get super loud in the break.
相对来说，感觉我自己的经历更有趣吧。因为我是季中转会过来的嘛，然后
Yeah, we'll actually max out fan conditions.
不算特别长，但是目前还是比较愉快的。但是就还有种种问题嘛，然后我们希望后边可以好好调整，好好解决。这段经历在我最低谷的时候，我以为我会特别痛苦吧，但其实，在当下的那个时刻，我反而可以接受吧，就是感觉就很微妙吧。当你可以接受
I didn't realize the game started already. Yeah, it's starting like an hour earlier for some reason.
很奇妙，感觉太有趣了。BO5的全局 PP 的话，我觉得其实对英雄池的考验还是蛮大的。其次就是，在后边几盘的优先级要考虑好吧，因为有的时候有些英雄会就是早早的就被用掉嘛，然后它的优先级会有变化。首先看到之前那个前3名的排名嘛，其实有一定的预测 BLG 会选我们，然后私底下，他们也说了一些暗示的话吧，然后其实早早的就预料到很大概率会选我们。然后早就做好准备跟他们打了，然后要做的就是吃好睡好，放平心态，然后那一天打一场精彩的比赛吧。
What's the game I'm playing and what it's about? So we've been playing on this stream quite a lot recently, Thorfinn. This is Uma Musume. It's basically horse racing, but with anime. Yeah, and it is peak. What can I say? It's peak. Wait, sub in Easy... I mean, EasyHoon is their coach. Yeah, sub in EasyHoon. That's the next play. They were such a strong team last year. They were, but they were very... I mean, I think the synergy has just completely fallen off. We win these. We totally win these, right? Right? Oh, I don't know if we have enough speed, actually. Absolute Cinema, perhaps? Absolute Cinema, perhaps? Perhaps? Oh, holy shit, that's close. I think we win that. I think we win that. I think we win that. Yeah, let's go. Nice. Wanna buy a nose? Did we run adverts? Sam, we didn't run adverts. Yeah, we're running adverts now. Oh, so it's worth noting, I see some people talking about, like, why Shun left the team. As far as I'm aware, the manager that was involved in the whole... Standard distance, let's fucking go! That's an insane hint to get, nice. But yeah, I think that, yeah, so the manager involved with the whole Shun whatever thing which happened before that has said that it was his fault, so it's not on Shun. That's what he was saying anyway. I'm actually gonna go for this because there's no good training on stamina or speed. Hey, Fairy Tail, good to see you. Awesome. Awesome. That's good. How do you bet on the anime horses? By having fun. By having whimsy. Believing in the heart of the cards. Ooh, I think we actually go for this, even though there's friendship training to be had elsewhere. I'm so excited. I just sent my application and the interview went so well. I think I really have a good shot at being the new BLG jungler. Thanks for the follow.
This is a fantastic comment from one of the LPL English chatters, apparently.
Yeah.
Here's one. Smurfing Jacks in front of Bin is NTR, not IRL.
Oh, Jesus. Seb, did you say this one, Seb? I'm so excited. I just sent my application in and the interview went so well. I really think I have a good shot of being the new BLG jungler.
Just amazing.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so funny.
Just one more jungler, bro.
Just one more jungler.
Just one more jungler,
Just
bro.
one more jungler.
Just one more jungler, bro. That'll solve it. That'll solve it. One more jungler.
Right, just one more jungler. That's all you need.
It's like that's definitely the problem now. The jungler's the issue.
Oh, God. It's sure summer now. Should be getting to draft soon, folks.
Interrupte. Why does she wear those weird headphone earmuffs?
That's a great question. It's because it's part of the racing. That's like due to their racing gear. And now we need to see if we get a long S or straightaway spurt. Those are the two we're looking for. Turf is also not bad, but that's like second tier below it. We got long. We didn't get straightaway spurt, but we got the long, so we have one more chance to get straightaway spurt, which is really, really important. Okay, and we'll leave that until we get through into the next game. We'll welcome ourselves back here now.
Hello.
Howdy, howdy. Okay, so getting ready for draft of game 3. BLG 0-2 down. As far as I'm aware, I didn't. Did anyone see the? I believe that Beige one's still on stage.
I believe he's on stage.
So they haven't switched Shadow back in. I just something's got to be so wrong with this team's atmosphere.
I mean, there's a world where they go into the lower bracket and fix things out, but I don't know how much time they'll have to solve things in the lower bracket. Yeah, and when would BLG play again? I've not seen the date in terms of when the lower bracket match would start up.
I can give you a bit of a check. So we'll have, we've got round 1 here, and then we'll get into, well, we'll see what happens in the draft. Let's go into game 3, some new music. Got our champ selects. Oh, no, it's not. This one's the one which sounds like the Hoth land speeder one.
I heard this one.
Yes, you have, Sam. Yes, you have.
This is my favorite one.
I don't know if it's your favorite one, Sam. The user said you haven't heard this one. You have. We've seen it's been here the entire year.
Yeah,
Sam.
but I don't know what you mean by Hoth land speeder. Is the honest answer.
It's like the strings. You know what, Sam? Just listen to the goddamn thing.
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean now.
You do see exactly what I mean. Into the game, into the draft for BLG versus JDG. BLG will have to reverse sweep in a matchup which they chose as the higher seed. JDG, what's their last ban? Pantheon's gone. I wonder if Talia raises up in priority with a lot of the junglers. A lot of the mid laners gone.
Well, they've just found Skywalker and Solo according to the music. And now we're just seeing what the last ban will be. Banning Azir and Nymaera as BLG. Don't want to give Scout that opportunity, even though it felt like BLG had finally found an answer into it in the Ziggs. Don't want to have to deal with that one here. And the Ambessa, the first pick by BLG.
So, I mean, that was banned away. Was it in game 1? I think it was banned away in game 1 in the draft as that third ban. It's let through. It's been at the start of the year when Ambessa was released. Finn struggled on this. He leveled up after time, though, and has now become one of his better champions, I think. JDG, though, will get themselves hands on that Talia. Knight, I suppose he goes towards the Orianna as the winning lane, perhaps. Maybe you go towards Vi Orianna, and then you have Ambessa, Vi Orianna, and everyone just kind of dunks in on the same target. It's a good lane matchup into the Talia as well. I wonder if JDG have to start predicting that already.
Inzao probably gets very high value here, and there he is with the new splash art.
Yeah, first one for that in China. BLG, where's the Vi? There you go. Lock in the Vi. Orianna as well. I think that one will sort you well. Worth noting, by the way, Varus just no prior in the series. The nerfs,
very true.
The nerfs apparently have removed it from first pick and ban for China, I suppose. I mean, we'll see in the second series today. It's still been picked up quite a lot elsewhere, but perhaps the nerfs have finally removed that from being much more prominent. Xayah instead. They go towards the Xayah Khan, prioritizing bot lane pressure over a more synergistic comp with the Ambessa.
I'm just debating a Cassante here. It's a fine matchup into the Ambessa. Ambessa's never realistically going to have kill combos onto you, and you can duel well enough to keep things.
And Xiaoxu is so good. He's a very good Cassante.
Who's our best Ambessa in the league?
Cassante.
Who's our best Cassante in the league?
Well, Xiaoxu's very good, but you have 369.
I mean, what I say,
369
surely is 369.
Is it?
Breed's also been excellent on it, to be fair.
For sure. I think that, but Xiaoxu on the Cassante gives him a bit of a tanky front line. You can buy some space for that Talia. You now have 2 targets, which are much harder to play around with something like an Ambessa if the Vi was locked in. later. JDG, I think they ban away Vi, and I think they ban away Orianna. I think that solves a lot of your problems. Then at that point, Beitron has to think about, well, do you go towards something more like Nocturne at that point? And that kind of sucks into Xin Zhao and K'Sante kind of double dutying you.
Potentially, I suppose it is Beitron. Does he look back towards something like a Lilia? You know, if you feel like you have to flex into something a bit different, you've already got the Ambessa, so you've got some extra AD threat elsewhere on the map, so can theoretically manage it. There is the Varus ban in the second phase, and for all we're not seeing first round Varus as much, we have seen a bit of second round Varus here and there, particularly if it's the on-hit variety, and I think in this game you could probably get away with it here, so still going to get rid of that. The Vi you were talking about also banned alongside the Sejuani, which of course was a Beitron special.
Yeah, it's a Beitron special. You're absolutely right to bring that up. So now what do you... I mean, Knight I still think goes towards something like the Orianna. I think the Orianna's fine here. There's no one that's really threatening you here. If you go towards that slightly longer range pick, you could go Victor, I suppose, if you want a little bit more self-survivability or a little harder to kill than the Orianna because of the Rod of Ages build. Last ban, rather, for BLG. What do they want to take away from Pays? I suppose they ban away another bot laner. And it's Pays' Zeri taken off the table. Not really a surprise, I suppose, knowing Pays is a player.
Looking at now, is it going to be a hyper carry angle? Can't do the Yunara, can't do the Civet. Still some of those utility options, I suppose. Maybe Jinx if he's feeling very spicy. You've got enough of a front line to perhaps get away with it, though. Ambessa and Khan make that challenging. Kalista has kind of fallen away, but here and there, some of our better players have still looked towards it. Renata's up to potentially go alongside it. Instead, they'll just lock in the Leona and leave AD carry to last pick.
I actually think Anivia's really good in the meta, by the way. That hover, I'm like... Anivia's actually pretty good, you know. See what BLG think about locking in the draft. There is actually a question in chat again. Who is the champion over Shin's portrait? And that's Xin Zhao, the new splash out for Xin Zhao. Not a new champion, just a new lick of paint on it. Knight very likely to go towards the Orianna. As soon as the Taliyah was locked in, we did think about that. And now we do have a chance of a Nocturne Orianna being locked in. I don't love it into 3 tanks. No. The Orianna I like about it because it's a winning matchup into the Taliyah and it outranges a lot of the enemy team. The Nocturne feels like it's a little bit of a consolation, I suppose. Draft has fallen through. We'll have to remake it after that point, so we have a little bit more time to yap. What do you want to yap about, Sam? What's on the docket?
Star Wars Episode 5 and Snowspeeders.
Yeah, sure. Well, it does feel like, you know, the assault on the... Rebel base.
There's a rebel base.
I'm just trying to think who would be the rebels here, though. I guess it technically would. The thing is that I was being like, oh man, they've been tripped up in their assault on the JDG rebel base. But like, at the end of the day, the Empire did win that one.
They did.
Like, Hoth was pretty bad for the rebels. So, I don't know. That doesn't feel like it's an apt analogy.
One of the more annoying bits of episode 8 was that they basically just did episode 5 in reverse.
I will say
they did episode 5 in reverse.
The one thing that was good about episode 8 was how damn good, like, the salt and the red underneath looked so good in terms of red and white. That was peak samurai.
It was
that
very
was peak
cool.
Kurosawa. Like, that was great. That was the only bit I will ever praise about that movie.
But it was just a repeat of Hoth. But less exciting.
Yeah, it was.
There was nothing new to it, really.
You could say the same about... You could say... Yeah, and the bits which were new weren't great. Fun fact for Angie, let me have a think. The original lightsabers in Star Wars were made out of the film cameras, flash cameras. So yeah, and also, funnily enough, Darth Vader's original lightsaber from the film was just sold at auction recently for about $2.7 million. $2.7 million. Yep, so that's... That was a big one. And also
my lack of cash disturbing.
Another fun fact as well. Darth Revan is going to be in a Star Wars TV show for the first time ever.
Fabulous.
It's a Lego TV show. But
I'm kind of okay with that. We got Darth Jar Jar from one of those.
That's true. Yeah. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The Lego Star Wars stuff arguably better than a lot of the regular Star Wars stuff. Besides Andor.
Andor is excellent.
This is a House of Andor here. That shit is really good.
If you've not watched Andor, go watch Andor.
Yeah. Right. Bring back Kal-Katarn. I completely agree. Kal-Katarn was fantastic.
Yeah, I do get the Cassian Andor kind
basically
of Kal-Katarn, and he even uses Kal-Katarn's blaster. I get that's there.
Okay, I know that
we have a cool story.
We are yapping a lot, folks. There's been a problem with champion select here on stage quite clearly, and we'll get through to that as soon as we can.
Alex, we're gonna do some therapy here, but it's like evil therapy.
Okay.
Picture, if you will, that you are BLG management right now.
Oh god, yes. Oh god, what do I do?
And you've just switched in Beige-Pam. Panicked after Shadow didn't play very well in the second game. You lose your second game. On the other side, you're 0-2 down versus that smug jungler's face. Shun, your jungler, for however many years, just smacked you with Kindred.
So what do you do?
Yeah, how do you deal with the seething rage and like impotence that is going through your heart and brain right now?
I feel like the problem is you have to take a risk. Team atmosphere is probably hitting rock bottom. That's probably a risk here. I think you go for strong early game plans with stuff like level 1s and intricate invades and stuff like that, and just try and get a huge early game advantage which blows open the game. That's often what I think, but the problem is if that then goes wrong, you're just completely capsized. That is the worry. So we got all the way through to 4th pick for BLG last time through the draft, and we'll see now what happens there. So we had Zyra Khan, we had K'Sante on 3 for JDG. The bans were Vi and Sejuani from JDG. BLG banned away the
Varus.
Zeri and the Varus. Hayes ended up locking in, was it Callista on 4?
It didn't, it was Leona. Leona were waiting for R5, we never got there.
Yeah, Leona on 4 for JDG, and then BLG, we didn't get to see what their 4th lock-in was. They were hovering Nocturne. I wonder whether they should have just gone for the Orianna and not the Nocturne.
You weren't very pleased with the idea of the Nocturne. The Knockwave combo here in general felt a bit awkward. I somewhat agree. Hazel, I see your question in chat. And it is Star Wars related, and I would love to get to it.
And all Season 2 is fantastic.
Phenomenal.
It's fantastic.
It's a great show.
So this is the problem. Rel was locked in instead of the Leona, so there was a problem actually from JDG. So that means that the Leona is not locked in. It's a slightly less tanky team now from JDG, but I think it's a better lane matchup actually for the Rel, because you can get that shield earlier on.
And heavier engaged, to be fair. I think obviously the Rel much more aggressive in her footing, that ability to shred resists, and that AoE CC can be very, very dangerous. The Orianna you called for is locked in. You've already got a couple good ball carriers, particularly in the Rakan. May well just lock in the Nocturne as well for that second and probably most famous combo from the jungle.
I suppose I prefer the Nocturne now with the Rel over the Leona. I think the Leona is just a little too tanky to really get much value out of the Nocturne Orianna combo. Last pick now for Pays. You see the Zyra Rakan, you have the Rel with you. You cooked up anything in particular. You want something that can somehow survive the Nocturne Orianna. They go towards the Jhin. If you stay out of range, that's great. If you get caught on the combo, you immediately explode. So a risk, but you understand why you have to go towards. You don't have a Kai'Sa for the ult. You don't have the Xayah for the ult. You try and stay out of range now. It's much harder to survive if you're up close and personal. This is about as good as it gets.
Lots of CC now from JDG. Every single member bringing at least a little bit, and that can get very frustrating. If you dive in, just get changed CC'd, things get tricky. However, if Pays and or Scout end up significantly behind, your damage profile in the mid game could end up being very lacking. We've seen what happens when Jins fall into pure utility and you don't have damage elsewhere on the squad to pick it up. Yes, you've got the Xin Zhao. We've seen what Xin Zhao's can do from ahead. Yes, we've seen what the likes of Atelier can do with a bit of gold to their name. But if you're stuck on like a Seraphs and a rapid fire cannon, it could be very miserable.
I think those are some JDG fans with hands clasped in a little bit of prayer. Let's see. 3rd game we go. BLG must reverse sweep. That is the task which has been set for them. BLG chose this matchup. They are the higher seed. They should have been favorites. They chose a team with a good matchup against them. Don't let those 2-1 results from regular season fool you. JDG really rattled them, even when they were off form. Looks like they're back. Looks like they're really back. BLG on the ropes.
Fans with hands clasped in prayer, you said. Well, they've gone on a bit of a pilgrimage, haven't they? This is NIP's arena, NIP's turf. A different temple. Different gods are listening. This time around, JDG so far, the omens favor them. The portents look good. And Billy Gaming pull us to at least a 4th. Volley over the wall, chunks out Elk. Nio is for the moment done with. Going to see Beijing put down that wall, we'll ping it out. See what Shun's plan is. He is always, as ever, on this secret agent Xin Zhao.
Oh yeah, he does always like to play that skin thinking about it.
The briefcase on.
Yeah. Sometimes I like to track which special skins people play, because sometimes they
Hillbilly Gragas and score.
Hillbilly Gragas and score. And that was while Arctic Ops was actually just a better skin because it actually gave you a bit of a competitive advantage because you could hide like your QR combo a little bit. There was that one awesome moment where Knight and Rookie were playing off against each other on stuff like Ari. And Knight, so at that point, Rookie has always used Fox Tank second. It's going to crash down. Here. 3-2. I think that will be the end of things now. But yeah, it was Rookie always used Fox Ari. He used it since season 4, rather when he started playing. Knight ended up using that skin against him, despite the fact that Knight never really used that skin, and beat him with it. It was wild. In spring of last year. Oh, it was so cool. Just the aura of it was really cool. And then Rookie never went back to playing that skin. Went back to it. So there's some differences there. Level 2, about to be hit from Pays and Draw.
We all know as well, Faker, big fan of the battle on the rhythm. Definitely his choice, not locked in.
Yeah, definitely not locked in by the technicians on stage.
No.
Push in towards JDG. And reminder, this is the Zyra Rakan, which Elkin On picked for themselves. Now, it is sometimes quite hard to get push over Jhin. Jhin is very good at those early levels of the game and getting wave push. But Elkin On, we must track their power and their performance in this game. I think that they've left a lot to be desired from the first few games. The Misfortune was not something which I enjoyed that much. Not turned into that route. Goes on to draw instead.
The heal force this time from JDG. Ended up having to burn that as he crashed down away. Ended up taking a bit more damage there than I think they were hoping for. Couldn't land that deadly flourish as you noted. Still, they do get the shove. Do get to potentially reset here. BLG now going to be forced to think about their own reset time. It's the cannon wave will take a little longer to shove in, so it should be a reset for Pays at the very least. George sticking around with the cookie in inventory. We'll try and hold this wave best he can for us.
Yeah, this time it's Pays going for the early lane swap instead of BLG. First game we saw BLG very quickly going for the lane swap, crashing in for a tier buy on the Corki at that point. He was trying to hold the wave, of course, the flash out. But what this does mean, actually this is quite important. The flash looks bad being lost for draw there, but it will be a late recall from Elkin On, so he had to make sure that wave comes through. And Bin's now waited on top side too.
And he used energy to clear the wave, so that the moment Shun goes forward, big talent strike into the deadly flourish. He's a dead Ambessa overshoves, doesn't get the wave in properly, and is rightly punished by JDG.
We started this series with BLG getting a slight better edge on the lane swap in the wave timings. Now we see Elkin On stay a little bit further in that bot side, Bin staying a little bit longer on that top side as well, and both of them have unoptimal, that's the one, suboptimal parts of this lane swap. JDG ahead in the early game, kill towards Shun, and BLG, what has happened to this team? We've said that they've been on poor form and that they've been under the knife of open heart surgery, changing junglers, changing the very chemistry of the team which they're playing in, and it feels like they've come out of Outpatience a lot worse for wear.
Southern is led to lead, not gold, at least of late. Scout, a bit of damage on, trying to make as much happen here early on a Rakan as well. Looking at the statistical win rate here, BLG, very good work on the Zyra Rakan, worth noting.
They really have looked good at this. They've locked it in quite prominently before, because what they end up doing is looking for these really nasty second Knight actually might have a potential little combo. A flash Q auto would kill, the Scout would have a flash in return. Elkin On love playing the Zyra Rakan if they can use the W into QE combo of the Zyra. Right there, you see right here, just going for that aggressive knocker, follow up some feathers afterwards. Gives you really good poke actually. The Rakan lands a Q midway through that combo. You get the healing on the way back too. BLG very good at using that. Knight just about really threatening.
Yeah, he's dead. That's overforcing. Tried to get the wave shove and did get it shoved, but at cost, and a kill for Knight.
And Knight, the one player which has really been getting individual advantages for BLG in this series, gets a solo kill in this game 3. He hasn't been enough to really right the ship of BLG through this game, through this series before. But he might just be able to now with that solo kill. Knight, I think he's the person you probably criticized last for BLG in some of these games. I suppose he did get caught in that game 1. I suppose that's the one which would really really bring him to court for. Solo kill here, great start for him.
Gets himself that slightly early. It's some stacks on the Dark Seal as well, and Scout greeted it. We saw that he was chunked out, saw that he was low mana. He's like, I need to stick and get this wave shove so I can reset. And Knight goes, yeah, you do, don't you? All the while, chunk onto Pays, left low, but survives. Just about gets out of range. Eats one of the feathers. Both, so isn't rooted, doesn't die.
Going back towards the bot side. Hang on a second, Xiaoshu does not have that much HP. Goes all out though, and Shun is here as well.
Damage back has been, doesn't have that much energy to work with. Finally gets that auto to reset some of that, and back away here. Scout in the river. Gets a shove onto Beichuan, who is still on the rift again. Got Shadow back in despite the game 2 loss. They are sticking with their original Switch jungler here.
It's that push in bot side. Xiaoshu he's got enough HP now, I suppose, off that Humble Best first. Shouldn't he come out and look for a smite with W to secure it? No. Level 6 hit by Nocturne. JDG, he must be wary of that now. And the Shockwave available for Knight. Use that flash to kill Scout. Didn't have the Shockwave at that point. And
oh boy.
Watch out now. Knight would like to push in mid lane, join one side of the map on linking up the Beichuan. This is better from BLG. I think they have themselves a clear combo to play around right now, and JDG must be respectful of it.
Shun, I think, understandably caught at the level 5 here, does not want to go all in onto this Nocturne. It does, however, leave Scout out to dry because Shun has been forced out of his jungle. Caught in a 1v3 right now, doing his best to try and clear this out with the threaded volleys, but particularly easy. At least does manage to get down that seismic shove and hold away without the dive coming on through in full.
So Beichuan's going to get a double camp steal through here, actually. And Shun does he have the smite? Gets it anyway with the W. That's important, gets him to level 6. If Beichuan had managed to get that, would have managed to hold Shun down to level 5 for another camp. He's still ahead in terms of CS. It would have been really nice to get the double camp steal from bot side of JDG. What's happening on the other side? Joel off position. Elk pushing up here. Knows that there's a chance of doing some rushing. He'll be rewarded for his diligence in that. Many times you can walk up to the sideline, particularly against Sion, you think, no one's here, and get hit by full charge Q. Feels a little worse at that point. So BLG, a more solid early game than the last.
Grubs up and available. Beichuan's going to start them up. I think we're going to get much of a contest.
Yeah, that's 2-2 actually.
Burridge comes on down. Really leads all that much. The battle damage is wide. Grubs continue to be taken, and again, no real way for Jay to get in, and this feels like the first time BLG have had the slight advantage in this early game.
In game 1 they did a little bit, right, because of the lane swap. Very early on they did. I think they got about 2k advantage in that game 1, and then things really fell apart around the first objective fight or 2 in the game. Game 1 was the best of the early game that they had, then game 2 was where things really started to get rough. This one's a little bit more even on stands. Rebuff. Oh yeah, because Beichuan got the rebuff on the other side of things. He's going to get himself level 7 now off that camp. Scout has flash.
Maybe enough. The knockwave combo gets pulled back. The fear will come on down. The crash down is there, but it's still going to be the fear. The mount back up, but he gets seismically shoved under the turret. It's still not enough. And Joel can't keep his mid laner alive.
JDG have really tried to be respectful of the knockwave, and it just isn't enough. Scout walks up. Joel is even there to try and save his mid laner. Not enough really to save it. Beichuan uses the flash. I suppose that's a bit of an extra resource which JDG will take away. Now the thing is, both the ultimates are down. There isn't that much cooldown reduction on them, so JDG will have a window of time now to try and retake parts of the map.
They want to try and start up a dragon or something here. They might do, actually. Starting that one up now. Talia with the Weaver's Wall could rejoin the fight relatively fast here.
And yeah, BLG don't have the ultimate, so JDG use the window of time to say, okay, we'll lose the kill, but we'll take the dragon. Actually, with that in mind, JDG, if they do get this dragon, I think they're actually not too unhappy with it. Whoa, cancel out of his knockup.
And then Seb Mon denies the full look, but it's still going to be dragon secured by JDG, and they'll take the
It's the dragon for JDG. It's nice for them. They didn't get the grubs this time. It's the first game of the series. They didn't get all 3 grubs, actually. They didn't manage to get that in game 1. Good things there. Flick back though from Scout, who's in good amount of damage back onto On. He'll think about resetting now. After that, question chat, which I suppose we should address at all from Joshua K over on YouTube chat. Do you think JDG and especially Scout was sandbagging during the regular season? Honestly, no. I don't think so. I think that's
just bad, yeah.
I think that Scout has had some down moments of form when he ramps up in towards summer playoffs. This is actually a known factor about Scout. Scout always peaks in summer to the point where actually, I think there's a stat where Scout always wins at least 3 best of 5s in summer split. Always. For the last however many years, he's won at least 3. Hang on, jumping forward is on. Scout, no flash, does get the charm onto him.
Flash over the unravel there. The seismic shove goes wide, and Scout is a dead man. He has been jumped on so many times this game.
All out, traded for the public execution. Ultimates on both sides.
The pullback. Ben's actually in quite a lot of danger here, I think. Where's the Q3? Just wide.
Close run stuff. Did have flash if it really came to it. Xiaoshu did as well, but doesn't want to go under turret. Ghost popped by a draw. Hang on a second. This could be a problem. There is a paranoia. There is a shockwave. BLG do have ultimates to fight back with. Is it going to be enough?
Bell shield comes on down. can tell you what the name of the spell shield is for Nocturne. No, it's a spell shield.
It's a spell shield, Sam, and we'll leave it at that.
Gonna look that one up.
It's, yeah, Shun gets the Gromp steal away there. Good farm advantage for Beitron. Well, it does have flash. We'll go for the flash. Combo onto Knight. Chooses not to just. They didn't have the mag storm for another 3 seconds. Anyway, so this can be Vin surviving on top turret. JDG not getting that much besides actually just a Gromp steal away from it. 2,000 gold lead for BLG. Their best early game so far. BLG and those 3 grubs to use them on tower. Now Bin actually has the individual advantage. A little bit more from his plates.
Shroud of Darkness, and I definitely know that by myself, and not because Blade Trinity put that in chat. I absolutely did not steal that from anyone. That's just my knowledge.
Funnily enough, we were talking about Dark Revan earlier, and someone in chat actually has a Dark Revan profile pic.
That's quite fun.
Very, very topical there. Sometimes. It's the will of the force. It is not Quave again.
Oh boy, Scout, what do you do? There's no flash. Going into the turret, doesn't get the seismic shot, survives for a second or two, but not before the command attack and dissonance ensures the kill is secured. Regardless, 0 and 4.
2 for 2 on the Knockwave combo. Beitron Knight getting 2 good kills onto Scout, and let's be honest, Scout has been stood pretty much under his turret for both of the attempts onto him, as he just can't deal with the crazy ultimate combo coming through. JDG, they do have great vision into the top side jungle to spot out one quadrant of it. You'd think by process of elimination they'd know that he's coming on bot side, but they're just not there in time to see things through. This is the point where JDG do really get worried. Their Taliyah is not a champion. Taliyah is just not a champion to start on boots, and you're not going to get your first item that quickly. That's the combo which On and Elf really like to do, by the way. W4 to the Rakan, the QE from the Xayah. They love doing that for a little bit of poke. But JDG, they're having to play without a mid laner now. They're going to need so much time to bring this Taliyah onto the board.
It's going to get interesting for sure. For sure. Especially because we're looking a potential Rio from JDG or work. More perhaps. I'll interrupt that back there, and you struggle to make their own proactive plays, falling behind in a number of key locations. We kind of said in draft as well, look, what happens if Scout or Pays is not a champion? You may end up in this mid game with a distinct lack of damage.
JDG, they're going to have to really hope that that peel is top-notch later on. You do have a Shinzao ultimate, you do have Cassante dragging someone out of that fight, and the Rel's not bad at batting in some CC as well. I get really, really worried though for JDG if this combo gets even, moderate better. I get really worried. BLG, if they just take enough HP off of the Taliyah, force Jin to the point where he can't auto-attack and have to use his W and his ult instead, I think JDG really do struggle after that point. I think Shun, if he can get himself a good intro into that fight and force, Knight to shockwave defensively or something like that, perhaps they can work through that instead. But then the problem is you still have someone like that Ambessa following him. Elk will take himself a turret, has the Cull cashed in as well, which Pays didn't have on the other side. Jin very rarely goes to the Cull, he doesn't really care for the attack speed and the like. It's not really an item for you. BLG in a very good spot. Reminder, they will have to reverse sweep in a matchup that they chose as the higher seed to win this series. Perhaps it starts like this with a stable game state and a good, obvious combo to play around.
Again, let's go where Shadow. We got subbed out. We played game 1, got subbed out for game 2. Still lost that second game, but now in game 3, BH1 right now in a pretty good spot here on the Nocturne. Has gone towards the Hex plate. The Knockwave combos have been very successful. Orianna 2-0-1. He's just in a very good place in general. Both major carries for BLG. In the Orianna and the Xayah feeling very happy about their place in this game right now.
Yeah, and again, questions in chat about where is Shadow. He played game 1, they got blasted in game 1, not subbed out. Beitron is now in. This again game 2, but this one's looking better. Harold started up by JDG, BLG not wanting to contest.
Funnily enough, Alex, you know what I just said?
Oh, sorry.
Just before.
Sam. No. You do not get to start in terms of, oh, I didn't hear what you just said. Did you go for this attack to that game 1 cast, Sam?
Herald is taken by the side of JDG at the very least. Now, there's no Nocturne.
They do have good vision on that top side into the enemy jungle. They do have that. So at least they'll have some again. Just that knowledge of what's the thing? Buy a mission, not a mission. The other thing, the thing where you do one thing, so it must be in the other thing. You want at one side. That's the one, process elimination. There you go. Good stuff.
Too much happening right now. Ward down, does have Desire behind him, so has that extended battle down range, courtesy of being with his girlfriend.
Yeah, Desire never accepts the proposal. She always wants to hear him propose again. It's very cute, actually. And a second knockwave coming through again, potentially.
Flash down away. Smite down, but surprise, Legend Shove just goes wide, your flashes out of the shot.
Okay, so it's going to be a flash away from the roll. That is actually pretty big, but here comes the slapback.
Valid, the Crescent Guard comes on down. And out comes the curtain call as well. Seismic Shove is good, and I think BLG might be in danger, but the body blocks will allow On to be safe for now. Full shot lands TP behind from Xiaoshu, looking for potential deep angle. Public execution is wide. Exhaust comes on down there. They flourish. Xiaoshu into the back. Quickness comes on down. But over the wall goes Ben. Eviscerates at least one. He'll get one back. The one's on Ben in danger. Going under the turret will die. Nice flank from Xiaoshu in the end.
Oh, Xiaoshu, the hero of JDG again. This guy has been mega for JDG. Great angle. Manages to cut off the retreat from BLG and turn the fight into a 2-for-1. Scout does die again. He is 1-5. I will say, I don't necessarily think it is Scout's fault. I think that BLG have hard focused onto him. JDG will get themselves a Herald into mid lane. That's important for them to take a good chunk out of that. And BLG, a reality check that, yes, they do have that early game advantage, but that's actually been where they've been getting most of their advantages in games over this split. Later into the game, mid and particularly late game where things start to fall apart. This, I thought initially, okay, you just take the flash, you're out, but you go too deep. Go too deep. You stick around a little too long. Scout, awesome wall to force the mobility out of BLG. Flash away from Beitran. And then stuck into this choke point, and a lot of their ammunition is gone.
It's a bit of an invade happening, doesn't really lead to all that much. And this is the flank from Xiaoshu we're talking about.
It's a great angle. A lot of low health members, a lot of the cooldowns are down, so they can't just immediately blow him up. The immediate charm onto him saves things from going from bad to very much worse, but even then he manages to get through into that backline and make sure that Bin is left alone. There is no follow-up for Bin. He goes in, does take down the one. I think he has to do that at that point. I don't actually blame Bin for it, but he is alone on that mission.
Yeah, basically because Scout flashed on the other side of the wall to get in range for the seismic shove to catch out Bin and on, and then spoke, well, I'm not getting out. I guess I just take one with me, and he does a decent job.
So, what's the next big things up? We have Afghan spawning on the 20-minute mark, so that's coming up soon, and then the Dragon a minute after that as well. Decent goal leads for BLG in both carry positions. That is a huge issue for JDG. JDG do not have great DPS. They might be able to peel back around their front line. The actual sting and the combos they have from the Talia, from the follow-up damage of Haze, not going to be that significant. The thing which is saving them a little bit is the fact that BLG are not that tanky, so I guess you don't need as much DPS. They don't have a big old tank. W to go unstoppable, still feared.
Big, and then well, still very tanky. Now Shun's coming as well. I don't think it really leads to all that much. Knight just gets the clock to wind up the turret so much. It's not big. Too much heckling.
It's like, when is a turret not a turret? When it's a jar. What?
When it's a pile of rubble.
Bring in the demolition core. Sorry, it's a planning permission. You know, got a new apartment block you got to bring here. Got to remove your defensive structures.
I've just looked at the scoreline and realised this guy was 100% for deaths, by the way.
Oh Jesus Christ! You're absolutely right. So, BLG just like, man, we really got to kill this mid laner. God, you know, you go back a couple of years ago, Scout versus Knight, 2023 summer. That was the finals matchup. Scout was against JDG on LNG. Oh, it was a great series, folks. If you do want to go back and watch some of the finals again, I really think that 23 Summer Finals is my first finals cast of the LPL, so I have fond memories of it. It was a great series. Knight and Scout trading games on Azir, Nico.
Combo, Knockwave onto one, but it's not necessarily the best target, actually. They do lose Jaw on the other side, on also low. Xiaoshu misses the footwork of the Pathmaker, and they end up losing the Shinzao as well. 2 members down. That's surely a second Dragon now to BLG.
So even with the Knockwave combo going into the Crescent Guard to deny a lot of damage, it's not enough. The JDG team is just not in position.
Oh, that land!
How does that hit?
Z-Axis, thy name is Bin!
Well, Scout, he loses his 100% death contribution, but he will end up going down all the same. 1-6 on the Talia, 2,000 gold down. BLG much more coordinated. This is what they were aiming for when they switched in Beitran. I have to imagine they look a lot more synergized with this composition compared to game 2 especially. Of course, that was Beitran in themselves. Perhaps the open heart surgery of removing jungles again. Perhaps it leads to a bit of a bypass on their problems. Right now, clearing out this bot side, they will get themselves the Dragon and the Atakan. Second Dragon for them. They already have those 3 grubs. The battle advantage is nice for them. And JDG are really struggling to defend against the Nocturne Orianna combo. It is really, really hard for them to get in position after that first haymaker lands onto them.
Nice one, picked up that Medjai's rightly. Too much to see as of yet. Not a bit of downtime before the next plunge. Takan, of course, also picked up by BLG. Yes. At this point, they're just in a very commanding position. 4,000 gold, Atakan, dragon advantage. Scaling somewhat immaterial, I think, in some ways this game. It's just BLG with the lead, and I'm not seeing anything on the side of JDG that says, well, this is a win con if you hit 3 items regardless.
And I think specifically when it comes to these team comps as well, I just don't see how you consistently hit the Orianna and the Xayah. This Medjai is likely going to be sticking at high stacks for most of the game unless Knight really over positions. Occasionally does that on side lanes. The spot the ward that they were stood on, that was what JDG was really hoping for. No Baron available just yet. JDG are really hoping for missteps from BLG now. They're hoping that a combo goes onto the wrong target. That one looks a little better.
Guard comes on down,
or maybe not.
Might actually be a bit of danger. The Weaver's Wall comes on down. Scout has to go golden immediately. Just don't have the damage. The damage comes down. Joel crash down over the wall, and JDG just stuck here going, I don't do anything.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Nocturne Orianna combo down. It was onto the Shinzao again, traded for the Crescent Guard. I don't think that's the best target. So that's, you know, in the middle of, oh, it looks a little better. That was complete lie, by the way. Maybe don't put it onto the Shinzao, but now the front line is a little weaker now from JDG.
Scout also burned his arm guard, is now without that from it. Looks like Q3 does land it, flash away from Knight, public XP to the backside, the feather ball allows Ben to get a double, pays under the turret, try to survive, another feather caller, and Elkin shores a triple for himself.
Xiaoshu tries to look for the one play he sees that could win them the fight, a pullback onto a carry all by himself. It's flashed away from by Knight, and JDG are handed the L. Knights and L's only happen in chess, apparently happens in League of Legends too. A much cleaner game from BLG. They look so much more confident playing around the combo in this team composition.
Much better stuff. I do like Bin got double and then out with the full. I have to clarify here. We'll look back at this because they actually think maybe we can potentially punish Knight here. We've got the Q3 stack. They might pull it back and can't quite get that.
Now the W does have a minimum charge up time. And I think that's what ends up killing Xiaoshu there. Sure. Lord managed to get that combo a half a second earlier. He probably killed the Orianna. That's actually something JDG could play off of. Can't quite get it done. And I think that's probably, folks, the last hurrah from JDG. All they're hoping for now is a threat somewhere else. Knockwave into the mid lane. Pays is an X-Jin.
Knockwave combo has been pretty damn consistent all game long. We'll get the tier 2 as well. Got themselves 3 grubs. At this point, it's probably just an inhibitor as well, and looking more and more like we will be seeing a 4th game this series.
BLG setting themselves up for a comeback in this series. We thought they were, you know, the Game 1 curse applied to them last year, particularly in summer. We thought, oh, they'll wake up in a series. This year it went from, oh, actually, no, it's not just a Game 1 curse, they're just struggling in general. It was unthinkable for our LPL tyrants, our overlords. And now we've gotten to the point where we're just wondering, how much can BLG do within a full series? This is their first playoff series and their first best of 5 of split 3, of course. They've taken a little while to wake up in this one. This has been their best game so far, but they've actually had a comprehensive game plan, not just a good early game with something else tacked on at the end of it, like much of this summer split or split 3. Combo is a miss from draw.
Fortunate now, Xiaoshu in danger on the other side, gets hit with the feather caller, does a decent job of path making to buy some time to get some resist on those looking. The publication goes wide base on the backside though, still gets onto the backside. They're just so far ahead that it doesn't matter if some of the pieces miss, they still have enough in the tank to bring Scout down.
Yeah, I don't think the Scouts are returning from their report. I think he's just gone out into the wilderness and died many, many times. Scout had a great couple of games in the start of this series, starting to struggle a lot more now. 1-7 for our legendary mid laner.
Entrance. Going to a bit of an exit all the while. 3 manning the Baron are BLG. JDG coming over for last hurrah. Dead to the Duskbringer. Knight potentially in danger if the all-out comes on forward. Remember, doesn't have the flash. The shockwave is good, but the Crescent Guard buys time. Curtain Call just not in range anymore. As Bin will Drake out step with the last rate and a flash to get into the back line and bring down to, it was desperation stations, and unfortunately they've come straight out of orbit.
JDG thinks they will have an angle onto the Orianna again, and it just doesn't work. Knight has been so critical to BLG's success in this game. When they've gone forwards and the combos have worked, it's because Knight has timed the combo well, and even when JDG think they have an opening onto him, he's just too strong, and even with the extra measurized move speed, too hard to close down. BLG much more confident in this game. I think he spots that draw over the wall there with his ball. He does tower down easily.
Dragon Soul Point now for BLG alongside Baron. Doesn't even need the Soul Point. Probably look to try and end this with the inhibitor already down in mid lane. They need one more, and then game looks pretty much unwinnable for JDG. Trapped in their own base, forced to clear minions. Soul Point as the backup, the insurance plan. I think they need to take it out, really.
Yeah, I think they're not going to get much power, payment out of that one. JDG on the other side. Yep, they should have got themselves some... Well, Scout should have got himself some life insurance. Be a very, very rich person then at that point. Has himself Zhonya's, but it's just come in way too late, hasn't it? He had the stopwatch a little bit earlier. It's not made the difference. JDG, I don't think they've played around scouting out the Nocturne aggressively with the Shins out well enough into the mid game. They did it for bits in the early game. Here comes the combo potentially again. The lights have been turned out.
Paranoia comes on down. The tether is broken from this big horrible big execution. The backside the exhaust comes on down, but I don't think it'll be enough to really keep anyone left. Haze flashes, but to what end? The Crescent Guard is down, and Bid is saying it will not make a damn bit of difference. A double to the top laner as Elk picks up another, and BLG ensure that they do not go down quietly, will not go down 0-3, will bring us to game 4. BLG wake up, and just in time.
BLG go under the knife again, changing a core piece of the heart of their roster. Nocturne for Baytron works out well. Shadow played game 1 of this series, subbed out for game 2 and 3. We thought, well, Baytron didn't look much better in game 2. This time the whole team looks better in game 3. We don't know all the details of what happens internally for BLG. We only see the results of it. Worked out pretty well for this game as they wake up in the series.
And welcome back, folks, to the Nymaera Initialise cast of the LPL. Pleasure to have you all here on the channels, namely Nymaera, for Twitch and YouTube, and Anivia as well as a third additional channel, which is pretty damn awesome. Thank you all for coming and joining us. If you like what you saw, please make sure that you are liking, following, commenting, subscribing on all of those various different channels. Follow us on socials. I'm at Initialise Casts. They are at Nymaera. There may be an underscore required as well, but you'll find them, I have no doubt. And speaking of subscriptions, if you've not subscribed on Twitch, it's September, guys.
That's true. September means subs are actually a little cheaper here on Twitch as well, if you'd like to give some support our way. And by the way, the only other thing you'll find when you search Nymaera is someone's Baldur's Gate 3 OC. That's what I found.
Do they look like you?
No, Sam, they don't at all. They are a goth girly, Sam, and I'm not that.
Yeah,
I don't have the facilities for that, big man. But if you'd like to support us, there are multiple ways to do so as we go through one of the most important times in the year. LPL Summer Playoffs often brings with it very powerful challenges towards the international titles. We've had World finalists for the last 2 years running. Of course, before that we had some LCK ones, and of course one back in 2021 as well. If you'd like to follow these teams, follow legendary organizations like JDG and BLG, we'd like to bring that to you as well. I'm going to go on a quick break and watch the highlights, watch the MVP, and come back for some more from that point.
Indeed. Last thing as well, guys. If you've not considered donating to Kofi, and consider League Mastery as well. We've got a cool casting course on there, so for those of you who want to learn to be a caster, go look at this link. It's awesome. Go say hey. Go learn to be like us, which is clearly the way to be. I mean, come on now.
Yeah, I actually don't think anyone in Tier 1 has cast as many games as we've done over the last 3 years.
It's been a lot of casting.
It's just a nice little accolade to have, I suppose. We've done a lot of grinding. We've learned a lot about our role here as well. We've learned a lot about these teams and how to have fun and be informative and all the rest of it. So let's go through those highlights. We'll play some Inuyasha and we'll have some fun with it. False game it is. Okay, folks, let's go onto a quick ad break and we'll wait for those highlights. What did I do? Oh, yeah. I need any more help? I don't think I need more help with this. Getting this as a random drop was insane. Now we just hope that we get straight away spurt. If we get straight away spurt, we're really happy.
I'm gonna go get myself another coffee because I am
Go for it.
to sleep, and I've still theoretically got at least another 4 games to go.
Be like us, they say I can't just be handsome out of the blue. With this course, perhaps you could do. Exactly. With this course, you could do. Exactly. Oh, sorry, hang on. Let me just. Oh, sorry, I skipped the freaking endgame stats. That's my bad. Whatever, that's fine. What do you guys do during breaks? Well, we tend to talk to you. I know, it's crazy. We tend to talk to you. And then we play a horse game because it keeps me sane, I suppose. Hey, Dio, good to see you. Yeah, but we don't really have the production value to do much stuff during the break because we don't have a graphics team. It is literally just Sam and I just doing our own thing. Hey, like, great to see you. No, if you have questions, we tend to answer them, just tend to chat. Have a grand old time. Been here a while. I actually didn't see it. Sorry, my bad. Whoopsies. Yeah, no worries, Hawker. I couldn't do as much about the actual Brionne stuff, but I do remember more about the Najin stuff. Yeah, so basically Hawker, who's in our Twitch chat, is doing... Hey, we're good to see you. Hawker is doing a paper on the evolution of the bros. Of that, you have amazing production. Thank you, I appreciate it. Compliment for Duo. And our production is only complete with Duo Maiden in chat. Like, part of the experience of watching the stream is watching it alongside other chapters. And Duo is one of our favorite ones. Nice, easy one. Rocket. I don't know how I just completely missed the context there. What do we do here? I guess we just do this. Easy enough. BLG are losing? Well, they did claw a game back. They're looking better now. We go for this one. Here's our MVP. I think it's Knight. Yeah. Knight had a super solid game. Never caught out, huge damage. 31% damage share, that's pretty tasty. Crazy individual gold lead. This is, you know, earlier in the year, BLG basically never played for Knight. They definitely do now. And then we rest for the next turn because there's some other things coming up. I guess we go for this. Gold ship best waifu. Nice. Full energy for the thingy. So now this is actually a good time. Okay, we definitely take the T. We do potentially want to put some points into wit though. Yeah, we want to put some points into wit. 1, it saves some energy. 2, it's level 5 stuff. Yeah, we actually go for wit here. I know it seems a little strange, but I think it makes a lot of difference here. Get some guts. Normally don't do that, but I think it makes sense here. I have no idea what this is, actually. What is this? Beyond unlimited time. Energy, skill, but yeah, definitely get them. One on that, one on that. Ooh, we definitely go for this because we occasionally get Stamina Eater. Stamina Eater is actually quite an important skill to get. Well, we'd like it if we can. Long straightaways is fine too. That's okay, actually. It's a 24% chance, but we're gonna try. There we go. Nice. That's not bad. That gives us a little bit of extra points off of... Oh, did I run ad break? I don't think I did I? Okay. Oh, no, I did. I did. Cool. I did. Nice. And we rest. Training's going okay. Oh, and we get Swinging Meister as well. Nice. Cool. Do I need to get... I mean, I could just go for it anyway. Wow, it's not going to get any cheaper, is it? Unless we get, what's on the We definitely do want to get this at some point, but... Go add that later. We want this eventually too.
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。
京东。
The amount of... I tell you what, breaks have actually really gotten a lot shorter in between... When they actually go on break, it gets a lot shorter than it was earlier in the year. Oh, one of the reasons Gold Chip is so good on long races is because this ult just keeps going until the end of the race, pretty much. So the longer the race is, the more value she gets out of it. It's only like a slight increase in velocity, but the longer the race is, the more value she gets out of it.
Just 可能我们需要在季后赛去更加的完善我们的整体的打法还有体系吧。常规赛我觉得只是一个试炼的一个地方，季后赛才是真正的战场。虽然说常规赛我们可能只排第3，但是我觉得季后赛谁都有可能会成为最后的冠军，觉得我们也不例外。季后赛可能跟常规赛完全不是一个游戏吧，季后赛会更加血腥一些。我也很有信心我们能在季后赛拿到一个非常好的成绩。我认为这次季后赛可能对我们队来说是一个非常大的考验。因为我们在常规赛确实经历一些失利，季后赛我们需要做得更好，去把我们常规赛的失败总结经验全部结合起来，这样我们季后赛就可以走得更远。然后希望我和我队友们都能保持一个好的心态，季后赛里面就是不管什么情况都。
Easy, like. Is this by distance? By distance, damn! Not even on the finishing screen. Drop kick. Oh. Howdy.
I have miserable brain fogs right now.
Do you need a Red Bull? What do you want to? What do you want to take a break until second series? Is that just easier? Right. Okay. No, that's actually fair. I get it.
Woken up at 4:30 or whatever.
Yeah, that sucked. It was 5 AM. I did actually check.
Yeah,
it was 5 AM.
4:30 was when I checked. Like, Yeah, it was. Yeah, the techno bomb.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
Like genuinely, like, this is a noisy-ish street. Normally it's sort of background noise.
Yeah,
you know
yeah,
what I mean? This was a legitimate.
Just like, oh god, it was so loud.
The street woke up and started yelling. Like literally, it was that bad that the street, everyone started opening their windows and yelling out for people to shut up, which I've never heard on the street ever in my life.
I've been tempted to before, but this is the first time. Like, Jesus Christ, I might actually throw something. It was really bad, folks. It was really bad.
I'm not sure if it was techno because it was just sort of like some weird like dubstep drop thing happening. It was like, I didn't need this in my life.
Just joining in, what's the score? It is 2-1 to JDG. JDG won the first 2 games, so BLG will have to reverse sweep. It's Berlin, it was probably techno. True, but yeah, I mean, oh god.
Yeah, like at this point, I've heard enough techno. That didn't.
What were they yelling for?
Melodic.
So the whole street was. So it was 5 a.m. and people came out of the club and just like, it wasn't even just like a boombox. It was like someone had like a full setup, just blasting techno at 5 a.m. Now I don't mind it at like up until say 3 a.m. But then when it goes to like beyond that point, it's just not okay.
Ow.
What?
When you twisted your chair, you pulled mine around with you.
I had no idea that was happening, Sam.
No, I know. That's the reason I was going, ow.
I thought you were moving your knee, and I was like,
Alex,
it's your knee that's hurting.
you're the greatest Ari player.
It was indeed my knee that was hurting.
What up,
Fellas, I'm moving to London from Manchester in a week. Do you have any fun experiences in London, or have you never been? We used to live in London. Sam lived there for 5 odd years or so. Yeah, more than Jesus, yeah. And I lived there for about 3 or so years. Experiences and stuff. Let me have a think. Well, there's a lot of good food. Go to Soho and try out a lot of the food there. Soho Chinatown's got really good stuff. There's a place called Koya, which is the best udon I've ever had. Canada Ya around Tottenham Court Road is the best ramen in London. There is Kintan, which is good Japanese barbecue.
If you're looking for very good curry, you have to queue for it. You can't book, but Dishoom is excellent.
Oh, Dishoom is fantastic. That's near King's Cross.
Yeah, the best one is in Cold Rocks Yard. Dishoom is probably some of the best curry you're going to find, period, in the world. Yeah, it's really very good.
Although, I mean, if you're from Manchester, you've had good curry, so...
Yes, it's true. But yeah, so if you're looking for some good ones, that's a great one for it there.
Thank you for the sub, by the way, Alcabal.
There's the drop kick.
Bonk. Tons of experiences. Let me think. Well, I was there during COVID, so I didn't get to do a lot of that.
So, a few different cool options. There's some really good escape rooms, some excellent escape rooms.
That's
in
true.
there. Yeah. There's some really cool board game cafes. There's one under Leek Street. There's one called Gold Coin or something out near Copperbox in East London. Loading Bar further north is really good as well. Tate Modern does some really cool evenings. Highly recommend Tate Modern. It's generally free in general. Walking along the river at Christmas time is awesome. They do all the markets around there. That's really awesome. They do a lot of festival stuff down there as well. In summer, do check out when they're doing the big days out in London, because they do sort of things like where all of the West End shows put on a free concert in Trafalgar Square, which is go watch all the West End shows do their best numbers, which is pretty awesome, and that's free and kind of awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Generally, check out things like Time Out, because they'll have a bit of a calendar about what events are going on.
Oh, Time Out, yeah, I vaguely remember that.
There's some good VR things in London, if that's your bag. What else? Just the museums in general are excellent. V&A always has really cool exhibits, so highly check out what the rotating exhibits are for the Victoria and Albert Museum. British Museum is free, very easy to get into, just busy on certain days, so try not to go on a weekend if you're living in London, so just go at a different time. What else is good? I mean, the West End shows, seriously, check out some of the cheaper tickets. If you're going to be in London, you may as well go to the theatre. There's some really, really cool shows happening. A lot of the local venues as well often have really cool bands come in. It's one of the music hotspots in the world. If you like your bars, London has some excellent bars. Highly recommend the Vault, if you can go find that one.
Vault's fantastic, yeah.
Hello, Rook. Good to see you. What else is good off the top of my head? Honestly, check out some of like the meetup apps and stuff as well, because there's often like there are weird groups for pretty much everything, and it's great. Highly recommend that one. Bermondsey Beer Mile, absolutely. Disaster for your liver, but great fun. I've still never actually done that. I don't think I've done Phantom Peak. Phantom Peak is really cool. What is Phantom Peak? As we've got lights and cameras on, we may have to come back to that one a little later as Draft is calling. What's up, coffee? I will absolutely do that. Moving to UCL. UCL was my alma mater. It's where I did my undergrad, so love that place dearly. Can give you some really cool locations around UCL at a later date. But time to come instead and look at draft for game 4. BLG managed to turn things around here. Bring us at least to that with a good Orianna Nocturne combo that's made Scout's life entirely miserable. So, Nico banned, Gwen banned. Don't want to give those key champions up to the likes of BLG. What did I study? Originally it was English. I did English at undergrad at UCL. It's hard to get into the medicine. 300 people allowed on the damn course. It was very tight. Just about squeaked in by the skin of my teeth. Had great fun with it. And first pick Varus. We get to game 3. A champion that was so high priority for the majority of the year has finally received some nerfs and has started to slip away a little bit, but still very, very strong in the right circumstances. And this might in fact be the right circumstances. Pantheon, Nymaera, and Zia banned by BLG. Hovering a Ziggs here. Interesting. Not into the Azir, and it is just blind locked. Is that going to be for Elk, or is that going to be for Knight? Knight's been the one who's played it more recently, but Elk has been a Ziggs player in the past. It is Ziggs, but is Knight's best champion this split. That's a big call. He's been very good on it, to be fair. Leona as well means that you have already got a very good bot lane combo. Leona Ziggs, very strong. Leona goes in with the Zenith Blade, gets a Shield of Daybreak. Ziggs bounces you back across the minefield. You basically are point and click them for all of his CC. JDG lock in a tried and true classic. Maokai plus Yone. Maokai roots you. Yone ults you. You cry a lot. Also often lined up for the Yone ult to be very, very dangerous indeed. Been debating a Scion here. He's been on the tank side of the matchups on the whole. This series went for the Ornn first game. Scion here in 4, but actually quickly flexed over towards the Tristana. Now, once upon a time, this would have been a flex. But Elk really has been the Tristana player, even if it did used to be more of a mid-pick, into Yone no less as well, because you could guarantee the shove and get some really aggressive early trades that Yone struggled into. So we'll keep our eyes on it. Theoretically a flex, even if it has of late been Elk playing the Tristana and Knight playing the Ziggs. Mordekaiser banned away with the changes. Has started seeing things like Hexplate, Mordekaiser. Been very, very obnoxious to see the Shy winning a game with a last-minute Mordekaiser ult at the Nexus. Silas banned out. Interesting. Whether they see some flex options here as well. Silas jungle for Beichuan maybe, or a Silas angle top or something. Tristana top would be a bit weird and really heard off in the same way. The Blitzcrank away from Jewel. He's a Blitzcrank player, and you've already got some very nasty routes to make Blitzcrank hooks pretty much point and click. Scouts Yone, of course, last playoffs really did not bring much joy. Had some very poor performances that saw them falling out of playoffs to WE in that last game there. The Akali Harris styled on them somewhat. Sarah now a consideration here. Is locked in. Could be a decent body blocker for the Maokai ults. As can the Leona to an extent. Got things like the Ziggs and the Tristana who can buffer through the CC to some extent. Shun locks in the Sejuani. Okay. flex on flex. That's Maokai going to support. Sejuani going to jungle and Aatrox getting locked in topside. CC chains for days. Double melee topside as well. Sets your well and hang on. Morgana jungle. All right, Beishuan. Are we getting the Chef Morgana, the Baker Morgana skin? With some very sinful cookies. There are our drafts. So, more jungle here. Black Shield. Very annoying for Chains of Corruption for Maokai ult. Can be potentially quite good. Does clear quite well at the minute.
And Beitran's been playing this a lot in solo queues.
Okay.
So something that's been in practice. The win rate for this champion has jumped up in both solo lanes and in jungle. Champion is back. And now you're against a bunch of stuff that the Black Shield is good against, with a Scion being able to benefit from that too. So you can be a front line, you can just walk uninterrupted through a bunch of the CC that JDG are throwing out. I think this Morgana's got some real value to it. You can protect one target though. You can't protect all of them.
Yeah.
So, coaches will fist bump and get ourselves onto the Rift.
On the other side, the last minute flex, they lock in the Maokai Yone early, then flex the Maokai down towards the support role. Lock in that Sejuani Aatrox. On the other side, we were saying, look, they've locked an early Ziggs, an early Tristana. Elk's been the Tristana player this split. Knight has been the Ziggs player. However, it will be Elk piloting that Ziggs, and Tristana, once upon a time, as I was kind of noting, used to be a fairly regular matchup into the Yone. Bully it out early, get some early shove. Try to buffer out things like the Mortal Steel quite well.
Bit of a flippy matchup. Let's hear those Gyos. See this Morgana jungle in play.
敌军还有30秒到达战场。
Fancy new Morgana skin as well. It's cool wings when she flows out with the home guards. Sure, starting with the sapling toss. Need to get control of those bushes best they can. And be damn nasty. Hey, starting with the piercing out. Worth noting as well, that's Comet for Pei, so it's likely going to be the Poke Virus here.
Yeah, we saw some of it the other day. We saw one game of it in LEC. LCK has gone towards it as well. There were nerfs towards the build, but Poke Virus is such a powerful style of play. It's quite hard to really disregard that, despite the fact that a lot of the damage has been eroded over time. BLG, reminder folks, they chose this matchup. They lost the first 2 games, now mounting a comeback in the third, and we'll see if we can last beyond that point. They would have to reverse sweep. This is BLG's first game on red side as well, worth noting. BLG with a very 20-23 set of carries in the Tristana and the Ziggs. Very good at destroying towers if they get ahead of the game.
Harvest with Baseman worth noting. Most commonly seen rune anymore, but of course Morgana does find it very easy to proc with just putting down a pool. And of course this will be a damage building Morgana more likely than not, so we'll get access to a fair amount of damage with things like that Tormented. So it's not Tormented Soil anymore, it's got a different name, doesn't it? They've changed the name of it.
It's just the brown pool, Sam.
The brown. Is it brown? It's got a black and purple.
It depends on the skin, Sam. But all it does is it, if you play this champion in support, you know, all it does is discolor the ground very slightly. It used to be the Tortured Soil. It's not that anymore. I think it's Tormented Earth, maybe?
I think I still call it Tormented Soil. I feel like it's got a different name now. It's Knight Unbinds the Soul, but Knight with the early shove. Amount of work nonetheless. Scout down about 10% HP, but it has got the door and shield and the fleet footwork, so we're going to hold on to just a little longer here.
This Morgana is largely in a pretty good spot. Worth noting, of course, that the Black Shield can't be broken by anything but magic damage, and JDG don't have much magic damage. Last time we saw a Morgana jungle was by Hanavi on JDG. Against the organization. Being played towards. Knight will jump forwards, get himself the full bomb charge. Almost one auto off. Scout going forwards for the knockup. Oh! First blood solo kill for Knight in the mid lane. Scout got a hard diff in that last game. Got destroyed against the Nocturne Orianna combo, and Knight bringing out a little bit of last summer's meta with the Tristana mid. Destroys Scout in the 1v1.
Scout tries to get cheeky with it, doesn't he? Mortal steals back in to get the fleet footwork proc, and Knight goes, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah. Scout, at Worlds last year, was really, really dominant on the likes of the Yone. It was a power pick at that Worlds, and it's what really carried through LNG to that knockout stage after going undefeated in the Swiss stage before that point. Yone now sees himself die for first blood. JDG on match point against BLG, technically have 3 match points against them. First one didn't go so well. This one not necessarily starting as well as they would have liked either.
Figured it out, it's Tormented Shadow. That's what it became. It used to be Tormented Soul, now it's Tormented Shadow.
Okay, I didn't catch that one. That was,
Well, I mean, he is being tormented, he's not playing.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, true. Not being tormented because he's not playing. Yeah. Well, yes, BLG, of course, subbing out Shadow for Beitron. Beitron has been playing a lot of the Morgana in solo queue as they've been going about on socials. See if there's any value comments in this game. Knight's, of course, the main character of this early game so far. Been damage onto him by Pays and Gore.
Not back there. Gonna flash over that Decimated Smash. Bin now potentially in danger. Has to flash himself.
Needs to get away from that 3-stack W charged arrow from Pays. Then will lose his summoner for trying to contest that wave. As a bit of regen, worth noting that San has the highest base HP regen in the game. Stuff like set passive and lightning do a lot of damage. Good combo onto Xiaoxu there.
Is the Ziggs Leona lane at its finest. Does get a lot of work done.
Excuse me, what is that on?
And pull away for a second or two. Is Xiaoxu in a dangerous position. Just goes down. Elf gets the kill, and that combo is deadly enough.
Jump scared by something I didn't realize we had on, all while solo kill, the 2v1 kill happens on that top side. Jesus Christ. Doubly dropped on mid lane from Beitron. Of course, the Morgana jungle does go towards that. You can test really well against the likes of Sejuani. You can jump forwards, but can't really get that much work onto the Morgana.
Lands, the wall goes on with the head. Like this might have got a bit deep for this one for my money. Morgan Steel now on tonight. Passive comes down. The fight to rocket jump out to save, but he's on in a dangerous position as the shield times out. Does get hit by the permafrost. Can't quite get enough damage. BLG extricate, but it cost them a summoner or two.
I don't know whether the Black Shield was off cooldown until it was hit at the very end there. But On was in a little bit of trouble because the immediate CC did land. Question, chat. Has Xiaoxu been an upgrade, downgrade, or side grade to Arla? Well, Arla was quite good for JDG earlier in the year, but Xiaoxu has been unleashed on JDG. I thought it would be a side grade, maybe a slight downgrade at first. I actually think, despite Arla having a good split earlier in the year on JDG, I think Xiaoxu's been an upgrade. First 2 games of the series, he was so powerful. Last game, I even think he did what he could on the Cassante, despite it not being as valuable as they potentially would have wanted to. Not going to jump forward. Big wave. I think he wants to clear the wave first, and will do so. Level 6 a little later than Scout. That crashed in wave. Shun heading towards top side. BLG, good early game again. Game 1 felt pretty good for them. Game 2, they were smashed in the early game. Game 3, they picked things up just a little bit again. On the whole, BLG's early games have been amongst the best here in the LPL. It's been later into the game where we wonder actually, are they synergized enough? Are they playing around the right combos? Because it felt like their objective fights, their team fighting was so much worse than we expect from such a great group of players.
Out of the center played there by the Bramble Smash. Zigzag comes on forwards though. The Mega Inferno Bomb managed to trunk back well enough. The Ignite also put the jaw up. Very little mana. The Piercing Arrow lands afterwards. Space just stands there and waits it out.
He still has his W up too, so he can use that W for an empowered arrow if anyone does walk up to him. Gonna be a back off from BLG. Pays earlier in the year, I think, was the standard bearer for JDG. I'm trying to remember if it was split 1 or split... I think it was split 2, actually. I was saying actually Pays arguably on MVP list. Arguably up there. It was so important the way this team was playing. This split's been more hot and cold from him. I wouldn't say he was bad, but I think that the entirety of JDG had bunch of consistency issues, and he was on that list. No one really escaped that from JDG besides maybe Xiaoxu, who was the guy that was, as we were saying, in this split.
I agree.
I thought it was like, it's like a revelation.
No, I mean that's the last book in Bible, I guess. We got Babylon coming up anytime soon. We get some Avenged Sevenfold songs coming in.
Did you see that one post? I think it was on the Minecraft subreddit. It's like, hey guys, I made the Tower of Babel in Minecraft. It's like, oh my god, lo siento. It's just like everyone's speaking in like a million different languages. Honestly, fantastic.
Clever. Fabulous.
Oh, it's wonderful. Grub started. Now, Morgana does take these very quickly because of that AoE magic damage. AP jungles really close quickly. See how quickly they can burn them down.
All right, well, there goes Grub number 1. What about numbers 2 and 3? Secured by BLG so far, and they will smite out the last one, and I think JDG might be just a little late to fully contest. The Black Shield comes down to base on himself, and On is not that threatened because he can just press W.
That's the Eclipse.
That's the one I was going to say.
Yeah.
E is like, it's not E.
Yeah, W's in game, W's in chat. Beitron Black Shields himself, and you could see the problem that JDG wanted to fight. How do you fight against the Black Shield onto that first target? Because the Sejuani ultimate is not going to hit the way they wanted, and they didn't have the Maokai level 6. Now, later on into the game, you can use that Maokai ultimate to kind of funnel up the enemy team, make it so, one person tanks the ultimate, maybe with a Black Shield, but there's only really one person who can disengage. JDG, they need to really find good teamfight angles later. They need to blow the Black Shield easily, somehow. Not sure how they're going to do that with a lack of magic damage to blow it. And then also land an AoE engage afterwards, probably.
Got to do it into a lot of very mobile, very long-range carries in a Tristana and a Ziggs, who are notorious for being either a long way away or just sound slippery. Cluster shot, rocket jump, and you've got Black Shields. Yes, you've got a lot of tools to lock people down. Some of them in a 1v1. Scout looking for some vengeance for earlier will force the flash off Knight.
It's nice stuff. Scout, good trade there. Knight used the Buster Shot earlier. Just wanted to clear the wave and get out. Loses the flash because Scout hits his stuff. Beitron going behind Xiaoxu. Xiaoxu, if he gets hit by that Q, he's a dead Aatrox.
Well, be it the binding in the way. The tormented Shadow comes on down. Will try and make himself a world ender, but there's some serious chains in the way. And Ziggs goes danger close.
Beitron doesn't even need to use the Q. Just walks in with the ult. Well played to him. And Xiaoxu goes down a little bit further away from his teammates and the danger close to the other side.
Look, he's diving feet first into hell. He's got some stratagems to back him up.
By the way, folks, Sam and I have been playing far too much Helldivers.
A lot of Helldivers.
I got my first Hive Lord kill the other day. It was awesome.
I need to do that.
I have just
help kill Hive Lords.
Sam, I could certainly try, but it's going to be so many deaths. Sam,
I don't think I have thermite grenades.
Let me just warn you, Sam. It is going to be so many deaths.
That's fine.
Yeah, for those of you who've been enjoying that recent update, you can join us in commiserating.
If you join the Discord, guys, we'll play with you. Come play some Helldivers.
Oh, God. BLG.
The call is out.
BLG, minute now until Dragon spawns. 2,000 gold ahead. And Ziggs is now 2 kills up.
Yeah.
And this is one of the great things about Ziggs. You can just get random kill participation from across the map and you get to pull ahead in the matchup. Ziggs doesn't have to get value from TVT. Same kind of thing technically for Varus. Still wants to mid lane, and used by draw.
Winding down. Worth noting as well now, BLG with another good early game lead. Their best early game lead, I think. It's been the most convincing, I think is where I was going to put it. The last one was bullying Scout. This one's just been a bit more holistic wins.
And I'm getting quite worried that, you are against an AP jungler. AP junglers with a farm lead or a win condition in themselves.
Yeah.
They can actually be a carry. Beitron was very... Hang on a second. Q. Wait, looking for that long shot. Can't quite land it. There's more CC coming. That's a teleport from the Maokai. Do they call the play off now?
One potentially in danger here. Gets out of the infernal chains. Lots of chains this game.
But I think BLG are just happy to say, well, we're going to walk up. Remember, they have the double demolitionists and they have 3 grubs. They will slaughter this turret. Yone is pushing topside, but I don't think it's going to be in anywhere near amount of the time they need to do to combat this. First turret easily goes down there. The ult for Poke from Elk.
Yeah, I think Poke perhaps undersells the amount of burst that was doing. Ow, Luden's build for the Ziggs, by the way. Somewhere out there, I'm sure Orcs is approving. They'll throw out Nature's Grasp. Root up the Leona. They didn't pull back under this turret, actually. Taking turret aggro has to flash, but this turret's still under siege. And remember, they've got the short fuse. They've got the satchel. It's gone.
2 turrets quickly pushed in, and on the top side of the map, is there still 4 plates on the top side turret? They've not managed to hit it at all. The wave will crash in now, but Bin could potentially even just ult to the turret if he really wanted to get there quickly. JDG so far behind on the map.
And I want to remind people, that's the Dark Binding missing on. I think may well be dead here, but the turnaround is ridiculous! And Shun gets blasted by his former teammates.
Is anything going to happen? Scout might look to ult in.
Oh, the Buster Shot buffers through somewhat, but it's still not. Nobody's even the Dark Binding and goes down! Oh, Ching Dong, it's not pretty. At the very least, the Sapling burn, I think, brings down one with a piercing arrow assist from Pays.
BLG, a great early game now. It went from a good one to a great one. They are ahead on the map. They are pushing waves earlier than JDG can respond to them. 2 turrets in bot side, plates in top side, and JDG lose kills in the rotation as well. This is a 5,000 gold lead near enough in 13 minutes.
And I want to zoom out a little bit here, take a bit of framing coming into the series today rather than what we've seen just inside the series, because I want to remind people that BLG's name, the nickname that Alex has been throwing out, and that has become a bit of a meme, is bad late game. we were expecting coming into this series that BLG would have significant early leads. We were expecting some significant early game advantages, but the moment plates fall, the closer we get to Atakan, the more the urge, the great desire, the great monkey paw curling begins to happen for BLG to just to throw it all away despite having 3,000-4,000 gold leads. They have thrown them very consistently, the most consistent of any team in the damn league.
I think what really helps them in the last game and this one, though, is just having an obvious combo to play around. Nocturne Orianna, you know how to play around that. You just ping it onto someone who's out of position, you have a fight started. Stuff like Vi worked for Beige1 in the past before. Reminder at the start of the year, Beige1 was brought in because BLG couldn't find convincing aggressive plays. Beige1 was the Sejuani Vi player for them. Now he's coming on something like the Morgana, but even then, the Q binding is something which he's very happy with, and BLG, they find themselves obvious combos now. For Nocturne Aria, the game before this, Leona Morgana, if someone gets hit by CC, they are remaining CC'd until they die. Pretty much. Right, the spawn, and this is that combo.
Solar Flare into a pullback draw, I think it's just a dead tree. Turns into Fireword as the last order comes on forwards. And they get another pick off. George's first death of the game. He's gone for the Mikhail's first, but it means with that spellbook in particular, you're just a very squishy champion. And Dragon number 2 is BLG.
I just don't know how JDG play out this game from behind. I just don't see it. If you have to walk into a hail of Dark Binding, Zenith Blades, and even something like the Satchel occasionally pull you out of position, JDG are going to find it hellish to fight from behind, and they definitely are.
I want to call out a few items here as well from BLG, because we've already seen the Dark Shield, we've already talked about the front line, we've now also got a Verdant Barrier for Elk, we've now also got a Mikhail's for On. Even if you land the CC on someone who is not Black Shield, who is not blocked from all of the engage by a Scion standing in the way, you just get cleansed, and then you get to satchel out.
Speaking of that, right here, you'd normally look for a pick onto someone like Leona right here. He has a Black Shield. Normally you'd see, you know, the Maokai W4s, there's a ghost popped there. This is the power of the Morgana jungle, and I wonder whether we will see more of it after the buffs on recent patches. The thing is, Morgana is good in solo lane and in jungle. It's a flex pick, technically too. Bin on the flank. Hell started by Scout, charges up his Q, but I don't know if he really wants to be hit.
Lands it onto Bin, is taking a bit of extra aggro, stacking it up again throughout that Spirit Cleave to buy some time, binding onto the Aatrox, who will throw down the World Ender, but I think it's looking like a very dead world. Fortunately for BLG, they can't quite secure the killer. Scout finds an angle in the backside, but they just don't have damage at night. Gets to hop away with his own flash. The bindings land. Zing picks up another, and Jing Dong Gaming have nothing. Pays is forced to flash to get something back.
Hayes flashes to get one back, but it is just disastrous outside of that. JDG will lose the Herald off of this, and BLG find that obvious combo again. It's a binding into the CC from the Leona, into a good fight start from BLG. JDG, they almost find themselves a good turnaround with a good quick kill onto Knight. He just about escapes and forces JDG to overstay a little longer, and we'll see that in this replay. You teleport into a Morgana. Great timing. He's not enough. He jumps forwards into them, and it's not quite sure he's got himself Mikhail's to throw onto him at this point. I don't believe he does. Black Shield, Mikhail's onto On. You highlighted them just before he came through. He's even picked off the return kill that easily. This is about as good as it gets from Scout. He actually has a pretty good combo here, but has to dive in a little too deep. Knight lives.
An item, anything. And Knight dies there. Pace does eventually pick up that kill, and that's good work at least there. But again, I just don't see how easy it's going to be. You lose the poke whore here into a Ziggs, into a Morgana, into the Tristan's going to get more leveled. You are outranged this game. It's a support Maokai as well, so you can't even rely on sapling damage as kind of your pseudo return poke. Pseudo is just return poke. I mean, Jing Dong drafted for all in. They drafted for Wombo combo, and BLG said, yeah, bet.
They outrange, they have CC, they have so much disengage, and they got a tank frontline. Doesn't get much hard on this. The clean feed is just struggling a little bit here, folks. He'll be back soon. Don't you worry. It will be. 2 items to Beige1. That Horizon focus is not normally what you would see from a Morgana jungle second, from what I know. It does give you a lot of good cooldown reduction, though, for more Black Shields, more bindings, more everything. Don't panic. Don't back. We'll be back
for the
soon.
audio. Once you hear the audio, you know we'll be coming back on in. There it is, and we're back to live. Herald's been dropped onto the turret. It goes down. In on a flank angle here, so is Scout. We might be looking for that Hail Mary angle. They can't Herald charge onto the tier 2. Again, you've got Tristana Ziggs. and a Herald and 3 grubs. Your turret taking is legendary this game. And even without the Herald, it's gonna go, surely. Satchel down, Nature's Grasp across. An angle, they just don't have the damage. Solar Flare immediately cleansed off by Pays, courtesy of the Mikhails. Turning around now on the bin, who's a bit deep, but again, I don't think they've got the damage right now to threaten the Scion as Xiaoshu and Shun forced to back away. Bin a little bit split off. Oh my days, the Mega Inferno Bomb damage Pays down to 10% HP, if that. On now in danger himself, though. Piercing arrow comes on down, and Xiaoshu gets that one. Glacial Prism just wide. And 2 turrets for a kill, still probably worth the BLG.
Oh, hugely so. The map control which BLG now have, the territory they've taken across the map, will make it almost impossible for JDG to get a good objective setup in the future. There is a dragon coming up in a minute. We're getting to the point where Atakan and Baron will start to spawn. If the game's gone so fast and so out of control that you forget that Atakan and Baron haven't spawned just yet. But with BLG pushing in so far across the map, 5 turrets taken before 20 minutes, JDG, they won't be able to control their own jungle before moving into these big objectives.
Soul Point available to BLG in 30 seconds. And again, we didn't talk about it so much because it wasn't necessarily where we were at in the game, but called it out on that shove. You have got Tristana Ziggs. Your ability to shred structures is ridiculous. You've also got the 3 grubs. 20 seconds now on Dragon. BLG in position.
And they've got so much extra kind of run-up time to work with. They've left actually the setup a little bit late, BLG. They wanted to reset first. They've given up some objective setup. Atakan spawning soon. This could be where JDG mount a comeback. They need a giant wombo around the Dragon and the Atakan. That is their comeback potential.
On, flash away, Bin zoned off for about a second or so until his ultimate. Flash being down, potentially problematic. I think that was just being blown rather than just coming back up, but we'll double check that one.
Yeah, Chorg blow is there. He has his ult coming back up. Zigzag's not fantastic.
Amazing, maybe giving an angle. Scout unbinds his soul. Elk will bounce away with the satchel charge. Atakan still aggroed here.
Yeah, and hang on, here comes Bin.
Doesn't really land exactly what he's looking for now. The Nature's Grasp comes on forwards, and he's been a little bit split off from the rest of the team, but I don't know if they've got the damage to kill off this Scion right now. Dark Shield comes on down. Black Shield, I apologize. Flash away. By sometimes Glacial Prison onto On, but he's got his own Eclipse Shield. Now Shun low has to Octopus ult over the wall. The Horizon focus actually by a lot of vision. They blow up the Sejuani. Shun down for the count, trying to get the kill onto Bin and should be able to do so. Into the back, I go Scout. He's on down. Who manages to flash away, stay safe. The Buster Shot, the Satchel Charge. Scout gets a bit of healing, but it's just not enough. It's a fadeaway explosion, but JDG still come out with the extra kill.
They do, and there's 3 dead for BLG. We did say JDG needed a big fight around these 2 objectives just spawning. I think they vaguely find it. It's not as clean as they would like. It's not going to go into the Atakan itself or into the Dragon. But this is the worry. BLG, as the game goes on, their team fighting and their just team play in general gets a lot less crisp. Teleport comes in for On. Off of the spellbook, can't get that much from it. Dragon now started by BLG, and with Morgana, they will take very, very quickly. AP Jungle is very good in taking these objectives, of course. JDG, to get themselves an extra kill, can they find themselves any angle in towards this? I don't think so, with Sejuani so far away.
Has got the spellbook, but currently on a cleanse. On coming on over, TPing in. Dragon secured, we're back to the Atakan. And BLG, first round just makes everyone happy. Later on, though, the holding of beers has been a problem for BLG. Down to 10,000 HP. Pull off the Atakan, they might. Is that just a leash for JDG?
I don't know if... No, it's not low enough for it to be a leash. It'll be a back off. Problem is, ultimates are now coming back up. Ultimates coming back up. A lot of summoners are, I suppose, down. Beitron and Bins and Elks down, importantly. JDG get themselves the bot lane push. I think JDG, considering the point in the game, they're in a much better state than they should have any right to be being 6k down.
6k down, and yet somehow, someway, the BLG propensity for the Intercarn scares us as another poor ultimate. Tried to get the angle there with the Solar Flare, but the cleanse from Pays means he gets to glide out of that ult combo. Atakan started down to half.
Okay, we're really just going for the flip now. All right, it's just going to be a flip. We'll see what happens. Beitron, no flash for his own ultimate confirmed. It's going to be an Atakan flip.
Nature's Grasp going to try and turn this one into the fight. He's blocked up by Finn, who gets cleansed by the Mikhail. Dark Binding goes wide. Reset on the Atakan down to 4,000 HP. Knock up onto Finn, who's going to take some damage. Another black shield over the wall. Elk continues to try and poke. Dark Binding goes wide. Nice Professor comes on in. It's taken by Sejuani. Good steal on the Atacon. Good secure, I should say. JDG might lose a member. The Buster shot helps secure into the backline with the train goes spin. As Scout gets a heal, trying to flash away as BLG continue to try and hunt for kills as the Atacon going down. But the slow from the hail of arrows means it's unlikely they'll be able to get any more. 2 dead. But JDG get the bigger prize of the Atacon. Pays good damage. Can't quite secure the kill.
So it's Atacon for 2. All things said and done, JDG. I suppose they'll take it for the point they are in the game. BLG, a bit of a reality check that actually the Varus is doing a lot of damage. And the front line, if not supported adequately, apparently. Well,
aquatically in the river.
Yeah, aquatically, yeah.
They need scuba gear.
Yeah, well.
For diving.
Yeah, exactly. He ain't no amphibian. He's either living on the ground or in the river. This one nearly doesn't live in either of them. Shun does get the smite very, very close. See that? Elk gets some really good damage after this point. The tanking of the Atacon takes a lot of HP away from the front line. Shashi can't quite regen up in the way that he wanted.
And Bing goes quite deep. George tries to buy some time. Stops Knight getting the easy resets. Back to live we go. Baron in 50 seconds. BLG still up 6,000 gold. They still got a couple kills off that. There are worse ways to lose an Atacon. And again, we said about potential win conditions. The Tristana, 1,700 gold ahead. A 506 Ziggs is a win condition. The Morgana, 2k up, 2.5 items is a win condition. Yes, you've still got a Negatron Cloak and the Spectral Cowl in the inventory of Shun. Spectral Maw sounds like a cool item name, but it is not, in fact, that. I think that is that Viego E.
Which one? Spectral Maw? That's the double.
Yeah, it's the Vietnam.
The E is the Harrowed Path. BLG sieging in now. If they do get ahead of the game, it's so obnoxious. JDG cannot afford to let a Baron go over. Baron is death against the Tristana and the Ziggs from ahead of the game, especially when you have the Siege, the Morgana, and the Leona. JDG 7,000 gold behind. They have a chance potentially to wombo. Again, a good angle from Scout, good enough poke from Pays, and I actually think Xiaoxi was so important to this game as well. Perhaps he can get enough damage into that backline, enough disruption onto the Tristana, the Morgana, the Ziggs in a good enough angle. Perhaps that can make the difference as well. Minotaur Dragon, that would be Infernal Soul for BLG. BLG are very much in control of this game. Now, you have to forgive us, though. I have some doubts about BLG. That early game has been good, largely this split. BLG has stood for bad late game in this split, though. We mentioned that earlier. I'll mention it again, just so everyone's on the same page. BLG subbed back in Beichuan over Shadow. We were worried that, again, it's open heart surgery changing jungler in a team, especially so many times it feels like BLG have been under the knife and the anesthetic has started to wear off. Have they gained something from this series, though, by bringing Beichuan back in? They have looked better in this game and the last one. Good enough to get themselves really back into the series, though.
It's not a Lilia, but it is an AP. Leandri's building jungler. He does so love them. It's his flavor of carry. So far, so good. The Morgana been problematic identity level for JDG. R5 was well executed here from BLG. Luke Skywalker pick, finding a potential Proton Torpedo. JDG's Death Star comp. It really is all about trying to get the wombos down for JDG, get that mass amount of CC and pick. It's not been very easy. Shun, particularly tanky on the front line. Dragons up, Soul started, BLG beginning.
Whoa! Tro so low, the ult coming through from the Ziggs, good damage. JDG will have to fight from a HP disadvantage, and then you just give it up. That's the poke is too much damage from long range. The artillery is called in. Mac round spinning up. BLG land at home.
Reset here. Jaw is going to get caught out. There's a satchel charge, and it's another kill on top of everything else. And now Infernal Soul, Baron, and JDG have to do it all over again. This time versus an Infernal Soul.
Yeah, if there is a tree if a tree falls in a forest with a Yordle to it, yes, they do actually die. Shun spotted out by Finch, trying to secure his own Gromp. He is able to, but to be able to secure the Baron afterwards? Well, most likely not. JDG, here we go. Fell behind this game, struggled outside of that Atacon fight. BLG looking to secure that Baron. That would really be the death knell.
Oh my days, the bouncing bombs really hurt.
It's disgusting damage. The Horizon Focus is so gold efficient. Baron easily taken here by BLG. Both mega buffs taken in the last while. The Infernal Soul poke from Morgana and Ziggs is going to be unstoppable now from BLG.
We already said we like the compositional play patterns of BLG this game. How do you get through Verdant Barrier and Mikhail's and Rocket Jump and Frontline and the Black Shield on top of all that? It's not been easy for JDG. 1 or 2 close moments. Scouts found a few fancy looking engages that just haven't led to a kill. And again, to get those engages, you still end up making a bit of a charge of the Light Brigade. You are diving through so much damage. And it has been such an issue. We've got a 3 item for Stana, a 2.5 item, okay, realistically 3 item Ziggs, who has basically not completed the Verdant Barrier and said, you know what, I'm going to get the Horizon focus, I'm going to build towards Death Cap. That's more what's important here. But what I'm saying is, look at the keep Ziggs. And now turrets under siege.
Of themselves, the Demolish knockbox there. Ult goes way wide onto Pays, as does the Q. Damage from Morgana, it's kind of nasty.
That tormented shadow burn, and it is pretty obnoxious. No idea how many Dark Soul stacks they've got on that one. Elk has to flash away. Will do so as Scout when looking for it and ends up trading summoners.
The siege continues. BLG, they just always have another skill shot. Mikhail's on Dwo, saves him from that Q, on potentially angling for something else. The bomb still raining down from Elk.
Sure, flash out, throw down the Nature's Crest, but again, this support Maokai just hasn't really found any value base. 1 force to flash again. Scout gets 2 with his Qs. That's not bad, but it's still not a kill. It's still not a pick. It's still not saving them from their inhibitors going down, or at least going under siege.
Yeah, credit to JDG. Given they are this far behind in this game, nearly 10,000, they're actually defending better than you'd give them hope for. JDG still think this series has been much better from them than a lot of regular split. By the way, if BLG were to win this game, oh god! I think 3-1 for Red Side in the series, which is quite unlike LPL. Oh, walking forwards with a ghost, really threatening, flashing forwards.
On flash forward for the Shield of Daybreak, the damage goes right down to the Scout. He's got nowhere to go, couldn't find a moment to ult away. On find what may well be the final straw that will break rather the camel's back. Into the base we go. JDG, a member down, must find an engage now, or it will be lights out.
Some wave clears and it's played forwards. Q charged up from Bin. Knight pushing in the wave. BLG, of course, if all things come to head, they can just hit the turrets. They have so much extra members.
They land the Glacial Prison onto On. They do get onto reset for Xiaoshu, but Knight goes forward and blows up Pays. Rocket jump, 2 hops this time, and they will cha-cha real smooth into a game 5. You know what track's being queued up. DJ, hit it! We're playing Silver Scrapes.
BLG tasked with a reverse sweep to win the matchup, which they picked, have given themselves a fighting chance. Open heart surgery, changing junglers midway through the series. It's a bit of a BLG classic at this point. BLG will get 2 back-to-back after going 0-2 down.
0-2 down, the defibrillator comes on in, and there is a heartbeat, folks. BLG not dead yet. We go 2-5.
BLG perhaps on the verge of, I suppose it would be something special, something definitely a little different. How many changes have they had? They started, of course, they had Shun last year facing up against him now. They changed over to Wei in summer and then back to Wei back in spring, in winter of this year. Then, of course, they brought in Beichuan after the failure of winter. They brought in Shadow to replace him, and now Beichuan's back. They've had a bunch of different junglers, and that has been the story of BLG. I don't necessarily think it's about the individual form of the junglers. It's about how they fit with the team, the synergy they have with them. And I do wonder whether they've given themselves too much variance, too little time to develop as a squad. It might work for this series, but BLG, you have to wonder, is this what they've been reduced to? Changing things to just throw a curveball in there? You do get worried for them. This should have been a dominant series for BLG. JDG coming in a much better form than I expected for them. And I think that they've really given themselves a lot of hope comparative to what I thought in the regular season. We go to a game 5 to decide it now.
Very much so. Good night, Kites. I hope you're feeling a bit better. I see you in chat. Hope you're feeling a little less ill and all the rest of it. And you can join us again for the second best of 5. We have got the potential of a 10-game day, folks, which could be a nice big number of games to cast in a day. We're at least getting 8. At least 8, which will be a joy of joys. There's Mr. Watts. Hello there. One of my old OG subscribers and enjoyer of LDL from back in the day. Wanting a fun fact, Alex. What facts have you got that are fun?
I'll have to think about that a little bit.
Well, you do that. I'll do the spiel. The spiel, folks. I've got to pull up the great... Where is it? Ah, there it is. League Mastery logo, which we'll come to at the end. Just note there is a very cool logo in that bottom corner there, which you can get involved with by ensuring you click on the link that's pinned in the chat. Number 1. Hello, folks. I'm Initialise. That is Nymaera, who is channel you're on right now. You're on the YouTube or the Twitch or the Anivia channel as well, which is pretty awesome as well. Thank you for coming and watching and supporting. For those who have not as yet, please do like, comment, subscribe. If we don't say it, you don't do it, so go do it. Even the live videos, liking does make a massive difference, so please do that. We much appreciate it when you do. And number 2 on that front as well, if you are on Twitch or are a Twitch user, please do consider subscribing to the channel. It's September, so you get cheaper subs anyway. If you're a Prime user, you're getting free subs, so use them here. Great opportunity to come and support channel. Number 2, there is in fact a Ko-fi link that you can use to support us, the casters, in our dreams of self-sufficiency. So if you are not a Twitch user and want to support us anyway, or just want to support us by a different means, Ko-fi is a wonderful way to do that. And thank you very much for all of those that do subscribe that way, do donate that way. It means a huge difference. And last and not least, we've got a sponsor, guys. We've got a collaboration with League Mastery, which is a new website platform that is helping people get better at League of Legends in some capacity, be that teaching you how to climb, one trick showing you their champion strategies, or from our end, teaching you how to be casters. If you want to be an esports caster, do what myself and Nymaera do, there is a course that we're putting together. You can join by clicking on the link that's pinned at the top of the screen. Please go and do it.
Okay, oh god, I had so much time to think about fun facts. I'm not sure whether I actually thought of a fun enough fact. Well, this was a hell of a dominant game from BLG through the early game. There was that one slight stumble at Atakan. Great draft from them. Great draft from them. Beige one played a lot. Oh, that Buster shot was insane. God, Knight was so good this game, actually. The solo kill, there was that one point where he flashed away in top lane, which felt a little bit worse, right? And of course, the time when he died in mid lane from the flash arrow from Paze. But Knight, very good game from him. Reminder, Knight did get himself first all-pro mid. I do think that's fair. I don't think he was on MVP caliber this split, actually, on the whole. But I do think on individual level, he was the best mid laner. And you can see right here what he does when he gets ahead of a game. Knight is such a freak of nature when it comes to mid lane. This guy is one of the best mid laners to ever do it. And really exciting to see what he can do when he gets ahead of a game like this. Oh, I can give you one fun fact. You might know this one, though. You know there was the Dominoes index for the Pentagon? So, basically, you can have a pretty good idea when something very important in terms of the CIA is happening with the amount of pizzas that they order. Because when stuff goes into like crisis mode and whatever, they just order a load of pizzas
into the office,
to the Pentagon. So you can. There's actually a pretty good like metric for. How much distress are we in right now based on how many pizzas are being ordered to the Pentagon? They actually ended up. Oh, I didn't realize he jumped into that. Actually, oops. But I'm pretty sure that they started ordering from different Dominoes after a while instead of the same one, just so they could spread out the load, so it was less easy to tell. Oh god.
Like just getting delivered to discrete drop locations. But the fact that that's a measurable index is just wonderful. There's a few like really silly indicators of crazy things happening in a similar deal. Like Flushed Away had that concept as well. So if you've not watched the movie Flushed Away, it's a great animated movie where part of the concept is that basically during half-time of the World Cup, so many people were going to go towards the bathroom, the sewers would get flooded and lead to a great devastation for the sewer nation.
So this is actually a thing, though. In the UK, if there's a big football match, power companies have to take that into account because everyone puts the kettle on at half-time.
Yeah.
So in the UK, the power grid actually gets
put under strain by kettles at half-time. That's fantastic.
Okay, I'm gonna go on a quick break. I'm actually gonna go take a break. So if you mind watching the streams, then that would make put some adverts on.
I can do that. Hello, folks.
Oh, you need to turn the volume down a little bit.
I can do that. I may be a little bit lazy in the break because I'm still a bit fried from my very early morning wake up courtesy of Berlin hours. We got heavily Berlined. It did end up being Elk that won MVP. He did have a very good Zig game. I think that's probably fine. I could have seen Knight. And I'm happy enough with the Ziggs. Good early ults. This combo early was nasty. Not quite Zyra Khan, but it's still those really quick snap engages for Chunk that BLG have made a lot of use of across this bot lane's career. Are we good in chat? What's going on here? Yeah, Macro, just be... Well, Marco, maybe chill out on that. That's a bit odd. Okay, chill out on that, thank you. That's warning from me. See what Alex wants to do about that one. Yeah, Marco, that's really not on. In fact... Very suspicious. Alright, well that's... Okay, well, there's the warning. Cool.
更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL 皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。今晚碾压局。 你的车
就这样了吗？或者说
JDG Skyfest, JDG lose the game. I won't watch any more of their games today. Yeah, probably a good idea. BLG gonna make it to Worlds? I am suspecting not at the minute. I feel like at the minute they're fighting for 4th place and they don't look particularly convincing. I fear for him. Two minutes to go. T1 loves solo lose. Yeah, silver scrape stuff for sure. Oh, a minute to go. What's Kitty doing in the break? Hang on. She watching gastronomy videos in the break. Oh my god. Whereas Jamal has decided he's going to play some Civilization in the break, and I'm just chilling, which is kind of nice. Can't wait to see Niski back on stage. J2 versus KC. Yeah, it's going to be a cool one, that. It's going to be a cool one, that, for sure. I am excited for it. Wait, what? Paimon is apparently joining Among Us. You can now play as Paimon in Among Us. Apparently. That's ridiculous. That's a very weird crossover. To be honest, T1 is a good team, but their fan base are almost literally... Yeah, they've got a very passionate fan base. It's also the thing is, it's a very big fan base. And there's a certain subset of the fan base that is sort of like just quite defensive of their players, for better or worse.
What up? What's this about?
T1 fan base.
This happens. It happens with any big fan base. But yeah, I think particularly with T1 having built up very close parasocial connection between fans and players, because that's just, and it's worked out very well for them on a monetary standpoint, right? And people very much care about the team.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that the LCK broadcast have had a lot of they've had a lot of patience with the fans, and I think they've needed to, because the fans have made it very hard to yeah, because I mean, look, I'm a T1 fan. I am a T1 mouse fan and a bunch of other things, right? I started playing because of them. But it doesn't mean that, like, I accept the bad parts of that fan base, you know? Yeah. Do you need a break for anything?
I could use the bathroom quickly.
Right, we'll turn cameras off for a little bit and then yeah, I guess we'll... That's it. Do we run out yet?
I did, yeah.
Okay, F1 is objectively boring. Some races are. I think the actual full weekend experience is good. With the qualifying. Qualifying is arguably better than the main race itself. Which is a problem. If you view it as a team sport, I think it's more fun. As an actual driving sport, a lot of limitations put on the drivers nowadays. Did Twitch refresh for you guys? I don't think it did for us. Okay, I'm gonna go play a little bit more of this, and then we'll Ooh, 2 on that's good. Oh, we didn't hit straight away, sir. So this is kind of a dead run now. We did hit long S, but yeah. We'll finish this off quickly so we can get stuff back on screen. Hope you're enjoying Scraping Silver. And we get ourselves into the last draft of Series 1. Reminder, folks, we have 2 best of 5s today. Plenty of LPL action. Okay, so, BLG. On red side again, JDG. They won their 2 games on red side. Oh, sorry, no, they won 1 game on... Yes, sorry, they won 2 games on red side. BLG won 1 on blue, now won 1 on red. Red side is currently 3-1. Nico, Karma, lots of bot lane bans. Makes you wonder what's left in terms of bot lane priority. I think actually if it's less explosive bot lanes, I think it works out better for JDG. I think Pays is more than happy to go towards late game team fights in a way that Elk, I think, has struggled a little bit more on. Xiaoxu locks Yorick. Xiaoxu locks Yorick. There's no tanks to go into it. I mean, what normally does well against the Yorick? Typically the Jax, that's already gone. You can go Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath might have to be the answer, but I don't think Bin is necessarily a specialist at it. Poppy, very good early jungle. Most of our early game jungles are gone. Poppy's an okay lock-in. There's no Azir to go with it, which can often be a very powerful combo. It can be a flex pick between jungle and support. Varus is gone already. I think Senna raises up in priority a fair bit. Hovering over a lot of champions which are gone. The Yone, the Rise, they are not available here. Ooh, that's lane pressure. There's no Nico to go with it. No Karma. No Braum either, actually. A lot of the choice pairings for them are gone. You could go Caitlyn Milio, Caitlyn Lux, and we might actually be at the point where Caitlyn Lux is okay. JDG, oh, if you lock in the Blitzcrank predicting the double ranged, ooh. Do you lock in Blitzcrank? Do you go a Aphelios Blitzcrank and just say, you know what, you're going to go double range? They do. Draw locks in Blitzcrank. Do you lock in Aphelios? Go towards the Gravitum and say, you know what, you're going to go for double ranged. You're going to go for double ranged and we're going to threaten you. Normally you want some CC to go alongside the Blitzcrank. They've hovered this before, they've never locked it in. Do they here? Why Aphelios? Because the Gravitum gives you an instant route and you can do that from very long range. Aphelios Blitzcrank is very good. The Ezreal's locked in instead for Pei. He's a very powerful player of the champion. And on the other side, Elise support. Now that's something that Honor hasn't pulled out for a while. He's very good at it, but what more have they got to work with here? The Elise gets locked in. Very likely Elise support, folks. Very likely. You can start with the E. You can repel up away from the Blitzcrank hook. I think this gambit from JDG has not worked out. You don't get to use the Blitzcrank hook very easily on Elise at all now. She pokes you out. She can win the early levels. You can turn into Spider Form and repel to dodge out on your hooks. The bot lane gambit, I think, from BLG, working out better for them. Skarner banned away. What other junglers are we thinking about? Well, there's no Malachi Sejuani. We might be moving towards... Oh god, what even is left? What is even left in jungle? So much gone here. Poppy is big for Beitron, of course. He's already locked that in, but what's left for Shun? Neferi, I suppose. Neferi might have to be it. Do they ban Neferi now? No, Nidalee banned away. Shun might have to go towards that. Kiana mega pick here. Kiana's not good into Poppy at all, though, is the problem. Can never really do much against the Poppy, sadly. Silas banned away from Knight, alongside the Victor as well. Two of Knight's best laning champions. I suppose he picked top lane, counter pick mid. So top lane, what does Bin have? No Renekton. Ooh, that'd be a little bit different, I suppose. Could take it away from Scout if they want to go towards... are they afraid of a Vi Ahri on 4-5? If they're afraid of Vi Ahri, you lock in the Vi now. The Ahri now. That's a little different too. It's worth noting, Mordekaiser is less good against the Yorick than he was in the past. It is locked in. It is locked in. Yorick was countered by Mordekaiser before because his Maiden and his Ghouls wouldn't come into the they wouldn't come into the Death Realm with him. That's not the case anymore. When you ult him, your stuff comes with you. I don't think a Dark Procession does, but I do think that all of your ads do. Now, do you lock in Vi Ahri for JDG? I think you do. There's a lot of people who want to pick off here. Could have been the pick. They lock in the Neferi and Twisted Fates! Twisted Fate for Scout. We don't know. I suppose it'll be AP. We're seeing bits and pieces of this come back up. Now, Knight gets to counterpick the entire enemy team composition. Mel is pretty bad into Blitzcrank, but it's pretty good. Mel, last pick for Knight. So many different picks coming out here from BLG. I don't think Ben has played a single game of Mordekaiser this split. Mel, I can't even tell you the last time that Mel was played in general. Mel was, of course, global banned for a little bit. When was Mel last played? Now, that is a question. Very different things here for our deciding matchup between JDG and BLG. Okay, Mel has been played once in this split. By Showmaker, it was a loss to BNK Fear X in the 2025 season play-in a couple of days ago. Only the second one globally we've seen for a little while. Well, this is not typical team compositions, folks. You've got a global that can go into the Oryx lane. I do just wonder if Viari would have been a little better for JDG. Setting up plays and allows you to set up for the Blitzcrank a lot easier. Gold card into Blitzcrank is still very strong. Sam, we have some very different compositions.
Oh, joy.
We have an Elise support, Caitlyn Elise for BLG. We have Twisted Fate Blitzcrank for JDG.
Okay.
And we have a Mel for Knight. Only the second one globally since her re-enabling after her bug ban.
Who else was playing a mid-reach?
Showmaker played her once and lost with them.
One. Well, TF has been a bit of a eyebrow raiser, I think, by fans out there with the limited success at MSI. Had a poor showing for C9 the other day in a game 5 as well. But onto the Rift we go for the final time this series. JDG on the verge of being reverse swept.
Oh my god, the level 5 stack. Level 1 stack was 5-man. One in bot lane, one to the enemy jungle. Gold card was locked in.
Do they know?
I think both teams. Oh my god, no, this could be a game 5 determined by a level 1. Did they see? Did they see? Oh, on!
Oh, it is gone! He goes to the air and managed to get out with a flash.
The 5-man route from Knight saves his life. Knight saves on with a 5-man route.
And Flash, nonetheless, is going to have to reset. They'd love to interrupt it. Pays on the Ezreal. Pays real when he was on Gen G, looking so damn dominant. This was one of his picks. Good start for the lane. Elise supposed to be dominant, supposed to be brawling. Down Flash. Yeah, that's going to suck.
Yeah. The Flash being down is bad. Now, it is worth noting, Elise as support does start E. Because of the amount of CC you get at the level 1, just landing the Cocoon, despite the fact that it does no damage, can open you up to get a guaranteed Caitlyn Q and about 2 auto attacks per champion, thereabouts or so. So you do normally start that anyway. Of course, that comes with the repel on the spider form as well. Root landing from Knight. He would have loved to start Q, but it doesn't really matter too much. Knight saving his support on a Mel, which we've not seen, basically. This is not a champion we've seen, basically, since just after her release, rather.
Been very rarely seen. Part of it was global bugs. A weird interaction with Dragon Soul. The heal pop by Jewel. That was looking for a bit more damage. Didn't quite get it. And still got his heal, worth noting. And the pop, but oh, like that, bluntly.
As the game goes on as well, you really need to pay attention to Gold card into Blitzcrank and also TF going in towards Yorick's lane as well. Now, the problem is, you go up towards that lane with the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser can just turn it into an honorable 1v1 with the ultimate. TF doesn't really get to overload in the way that he'd like. Also, the Gold card can get reflected back at you if it goes towards Mel. Now, Mel does not ever want to really do that much with the Blitzcrank hook. Sometimes you can bring Blitzcrank into your team, but often what happens is you reflect the hook back at Blitzcrank, he then just E's you and then ults you, and then he's still done the damage anyway, really.
It's not a great reflect choice. Start the hook this time lands. The heal comes on forward, and that'll be alright. Now turn it around. That's going to do a really good trade. There's the electrocute and the free headshot combo that we were talking about, and damage back is pretty significant.
That it is. Now, BLG are one of the best teams in the world at using Elise support. I think when they get a lane lead, which is starting to happen here, On walks around the map, and he starts getting tower gold. BLG like to feed turret plates and a little bit of tower gold over to the Elise, because Elise, even as support, if you get her towards 2 items with something like a Protobelt or a Storm Surge, even sometimes like the Zhonya's if you can get towards it, is still an Elise with those 2 items. Your base damages are so high that she can be very, very powerful even in the support role.
Worth noting, by the way, that Shun pathed bot side, just doing the red side quadrant, then reset to go top side again. Want to be around in case craziness happen again. It isn't hit in Elise lane. Wanted to shield that Ezreal, that Blitzcrank. And did mean that clear was a little slower here. Allowed Beatron to get an easy ward down. Full clear off himself on a Poppy, which he is pretty famous for. One of his more comfortable champions here and there. Even if, again, not really seen him play in a month.
2 months.
Wow.
2 months into last play.
Wow.
Now, there was someone on... Hang on a second, Beatron. If he gets a wall stun here, it could be a problem. He's spotted on the sweeper, though. So that option removed.
Astute there. Shun's wise with the sweeper. We're going to look forwards. The hook just wide. On roaming here, I think we might have a bit of a fight.
Actually, Mike goes in from Shun. Gold bar coming through.
Don't plan the route over the wall, but hang on, there's a lot of damage on the Shun. Needs to back away. Not in range for the repel. JDG needs to run away and do so. No one dead, but Flash is blown.
EDG getting away a little bit with one there. Hook on the tower!
Oh, backed away. H1 gets out.
Wave is not in a great spot here from Scout, but that hook working up quite well for Dwar. Dwar, a player which came in to replace... Hang on a second, Shun uses the W first, needs to not dash into the W.
Of course, he misses the dark hit daggers!
And Shun goes down for first blood in Game 5 against his old team. The double daggers would have saved his life and potentially killed H1. Instead, misses them. Doesn't get the heal, doesn't get the damage. BLG walk away with the first blood onto the Neferi.
It's been a very aggressive early game. Lots of trading, lots of looking for hooks and cocoons and invades. In the end, that very low HP bar trade went the way of H1 and Knight. As Mel starting off with first blood, getting early Dark Seal stacks. Yeah, that one could suck.
It does. I haven't seen that much of Mel for a little while. We will have to figure out how she slots into this team composition a little later. But threatened here. That's why you picked the Elise instead of a Lux.
And again, Non's a specialist on it. It can just be a little bit more slippery, even if you are still down squishy as a champion.
So BLG, good early game start. This is what we've known from them. I will say this composition harder to pilot later, and that is a worry. This is not an obvious engage comp later, and even in last game where they had such an explosive lead, it's got a little risky for them around the Atacon. JDG will be preying on that now. They are behind a significant amount and are against a very oppressive lane of the Caitlyn Elise. You see that the Mel outranges the Twisted Fate. You know, his Q can clear the wave a little bit, but he needs to walk up to finish off those minions. Scout is not going to feel that happy in this matchup. Does have the level 6, would love to be able to get across the map ASAP and start impacting things, but Knight's not going to give that to him easily.
Walks up here, has just transformed, so it'll be a little second or two here before they can turn. We'll try the volatile Spiderling to try and find out where Jaw is. He's trying to stay wisely on the other side of the bushes. Swift repel there required.
Again, the least value into the Blitzcrank. That's why you don't pick the other range supports. It actually has a way to avoid that thing. Now, this is why we call that in draft, right? So you see the Caitlyn, you think, well, there's no Braum, there's no other kind of choice picks for Caitlyn. They're going to go towards double ranged. So let's pick the Blitzcrank. We're locking the Elise, double range counter of the Blitzcrank feels a lot less valuable. First dragon of the game, going to BLG.
There's Cocoon land, shove into the wall, damage onto the Blitzcrank, who's gone! Gets hit by the hammer shot, and still got the steadfast presence to work with on. Essentially now in a spot of bother. The Keeper's Verdict being spun up as a defensive tool, but will be put on cooldown. Not a very long one, of course, because you didn't swing it.
BLG, first 2 kills of the game. H1 involved in both. In the first one, stroke of luck was needed. This time, nearly the same kind of close margins. Draw. This Blitzcrank has to get value. Now, Draw and Xiaoxu were the 2 players brought into JDG together. I suppose. No, Draw came in a little bit later, I suppose, at that point. JDG switching through into their 3rd support for this year. I think Xiaoxu was flourished on JDG. Draw, less so. Started with missing this year, went towards wing. Both of them had struggle, and I don't think Draw has been the solution, sadly, for JDG. No, they are still here in a Game 5 versus BLG as a team which we thought would be outmatched, even with BLG's recent worries. Draw, if he can pull out a better game on the Blitzcrank, perhaps that can be righted for him. I don't know whether that's going to happen, though. Another hook misses.
When looking at Knight again, can be a bit awkward for the Blitzcrank. Can end up hooking yourself into the enemy team, courtesy of Mel W, which can be somewhat problematic. But onto Grubs we go. JDG starting them up. Shun on the Neferi. Pretty swift at taking them on the whole.
And double daggers keep you healthy while you're doing so as well. Well, double daggers is technically the desire skill. It's the Q.
Oh, but Dark and Daggers.
Dark and Daggers. Yes. I just call them double daggers because you cast it twice, and the second one's actually very important. So I'm just going to keep calling it that.
Did I call them double daggers?
No, I did. I just called them that. I'm calling myself out, Sam. I'm calling myself out on Twitter.
I thought I'd done it as well. I think you know.
I'm here to make an announcement.
You said you still call Rocket Belt Proto Belt.
I did not, and I will still keep doing that. Sam, Proto Belt it was a one. Yeah, again, wonderful. They never needed to change that stuff, Sam.
You don't say Raid Zone. You do say Raptors.
Ah, yeah. And sometimes I call Gromp White, very occasionally. So as you remember Season 4 Spring, whatever it was, Samsung White, where the White goes Faker when he was playing Kale.
Yeah,
very funny. Ultimate towards mid lane.
We'll be able to potentially reflect something. It's a good soul as their value, but just not enough. H1 tries to save them with the Keeper's Verdict, but can't quite do it. Scout looking a little bit more, but won't find it. That's a kill there onto the Mel.
It's nice. Gets a kill onto the Neferi too, who does need some gold to get rolling. This is the power of JDG's comp. That Twisted Fate, if they ever do get a good angle to go into an uneven numbered fight, makes it so easy for all of the extra skill shots to land afterwards. And Knight jumped onto by so many people, couldn't find a good reflect. So going down.
People back towards mid lane, should be able to pick up that wave. Those Dark Seal stacks have, sadly for Knight, been lost. Still doing a fairly decent job of farming here, but we'll have a look at the replay as Scout finds a Destiny, followed by a gate, to ensure that Knight has a bad time.
What happens? You can't do that. You know that Scout's on reset. Scout is not on vision. Now, he was likely going towards bot lane, but still. Now, we will see, I mean, did bot lane lose another couple of plates because of this? I mean, I suppose so. Caitlyn able to take down one more plate, but it's still, that's not worth it. If you take down the whole turret, death in mid lane, I think that's fine, but it wasn't worth it outside of that. Knight, misread of the map.
And again, for all that Mel's W is very, very potent, it is a 30-second cooldown, guys. It is wind wall level cooldown. Which means when it is down, you have got a wave to trade with, basically, if you want to time it out roughly. And Scout just goes, cool, I have time now.
I got time, Mr. Incredible. And just deflect again, that gets some good poke down. Well, Ezreal doesn't have sustain himself, so gets some value by reflecting some stuff there. The Twisted Fate ult being down from now gives you a window of time. Much like earlier in the series when we saw the Nocturne Orianna from BLG in Game 3. Once that ultimate is down, you feel a lot more safe to go aggressive.
With the early Hex drink of this game, by the way, he is into a Mordekaiser and the Mel, and the Elise, actually, for that matter, who will be building a bit of damage here as well with the Phoenix Codex and the Dark Seal, so probably decent value for all it will slow down that first item fight, which is pretty core to Yorick's ability to play the game.
Actually quite interested to see the full build from Bin. There has been some whisperings of Shojin onto Mordekaiser because there's an 80 ratio on his Q now, and then you get the extra bonus damage from your passive as well, which is nice as heck.
See Shyvana.
Yeah, very similar to that. Just get a ton of % damage onto very high base damages. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, JDG. Suppose they're looking for the next Twisted Fate ult that's coming off the cooldown in the next 10 seconds. You can use that to pick someone off. That'll be very, very big. Worth noting, Elf does not have cleanse.
Oh, that's the hook combo we were talking about. Joe hooks himself and has to flash.
That's the power. Now, sometimes, I will say, sometimes that kills the Mel. Works out well here. Draw blows the flash. No ability to flash E now or flash ult to get that silence. Dragon, I suppose, is BLG's now with Draw not having flash and the wave's not really being in a great position for JDs to push and then enter river through the extended openness.
Collector first for the Caitlyn here as well, gone towards the Cull to really push the advantage where and when possible. Elk gonna look for another plate. Scout's gonna turn up under this turret, but again doesn't have all that much CC. Just about out of range of the trap arming. He gets to flash out to safety.
Close run stuff. Dragon goes down. BLG starts to pull on. Bit of a full court press. They still have the Twisted Fate ultimate, but because Twisted Fate is in the Caitlyn's lane, he can't exactly do much in terms of shoving and roaming. I wonder whether JDG should really just look to get him out of that.
Into the wall with the heroic entrance. We're here and now in danger, get hit by the hammer shot into the Keeper's Verdict, single target knockup. In danger, flash forwards, the repel comes on forward, the Volatile Bite, not quite enough, the heal from Joe keeps him alive. In comes the Solar Snare, and the Radiant Volley finishes up the Blitzcrank.
And to add insult to injury, Scout ults out of the play, will not have that available for the next, 2 minutes or so. As BLG now get another window of time where they cannot, that they don't have to pay respect to that Twisted Fate. This is a huge, game-changing moment for BLG. They'll take themselves an easy turret down here. They'll get Shun and Draw and Scout all off of the map, get some important cooldowns off of them as well, and BLG will get a ton of gold on the Caitlyn.
Good work there from BLG. Find themselves a 2,000 gold lead, get that turret in, and a pause, apparently, is what they also earn.
Wonder who called that one. Don't have any information on that. We will get that to you as soon as we can. Now, I used to go by the golden rule of whoever the camera goes to first. That's like the camera of shame. It's them who called it. That's not always the case now, though. I think they just find the funniest camera angle they can. Thank you so much for the note there, Rich. Hello, we're here as well. Well, I guess since we're in a pause, we'll
come say hello.
We'll come say hello and figure out what goes on after that point.
They're playing Silver Scripts right now.
Very cool. Well, as they should.
Would you want to look? Do you want us to Silver Scripts and do the headphones? Are you happy?
My screen is grey, referee. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens that way. Oh man, if this is going to be a bit of a black mark on Draw's career. I mean, I say he's had a couple of them, actually. He's really struggled in the last year or two in his pro career, despite having some better years. I think his year on top esports, he was really hoping to make something of that. Never really quite did. A brief moment on NIP where he was the guy that brought back lane swaps after running into it in solo queue this time last year? No, way earlier. It would have been spring of last year. He brought back the lane swaps, much to everyone's dismay. But I really think this split from him has been not really what he wanted, and not necessarily, I think, what JDG wanted. I don't think Draw has been the solution to the issues that they've had as a roster. See if we can call out better game back half of this. But if Blitzcrank starts falling behind, tends to stay behind, which is a worry now.
Again, you need vision control. They've been shoved in multiple lanes. Knight's played a good Mel game. Outside of that slightly over-aggressive use of the rebuttal and good punish from Scout and Crew. But that's the one seriously good proactive move we've seen from JDG. The others have all gone a bit wrong. And for all we have criticized Elkanon, their inconsistencies, their Caitlyn plus Elise lanes, or just Caitlyn lanes, Elise lanes in general, have been very dangerous when they found the angles.
Chinese broadcast says Bin needs to use the restroom. Okay, so it was the camera of shame. It went towards Bin, and then he'll be back at some point. All right, thank you very much, TFC. Bin needs to go to the toilet. Fair play. Oh yeah, BLG are going to sub in Shadow right now in the pause, you know, just to make sure that they get the series done.
Yeah, it's like it's just Shadow with a mustache on.
Definitely not Shadow. He's going to be Shade instead.
Yeah, Shade. In reality, it could be me.
Yeah,
on my solo queue account.
Sam has another username which is Shaded Reality, which is very edgy.
It is. No one takes it as the nice thing about it.
Yeah, because it's very long.
It is. It is.
Now, if you had Shadow or Shade, it would get taken because they're fairly popular.
Sorry, because it used to be my graffiti tag. That's why Shade was my graffiti tag, and everyone took it. So how do I extend this? And Shade did.
And Sam used to do a tiny bit of graffiti every now and then.
I did.
In, you know, socially legal ways.
You think? Spray paint on the walls.
Yeah, that's
Alex sucks with an X.
Yeah, Alex should have an X on it. I don't know how else you'd spell it, so.
C-K-S. Like the smart Alec, you're big.
Yeah. Well, just waiting for that pause to resolve itself, folks. Game 5. Now, let's go over what we talked about before. BLG, they finished top 3. We argue that they probably, given the amount they fell off late into the split, probably were 4th at best, really.
I worry they might not even be 4th.
No, I think that even then they probably were still 4th, really. The difference between top 4 and top 3 between the rest of the table was really quite large. And I would say that Invictus Gaming, Top Esports, and Anyone's Legend were above BLG. Okay. Despite the fact that AL finished worse than them, they peaked later into the split and BLG fell off. So you can see the recent form. BLG coming into this series, we thought, well, you know, they chose JDG, a team that, yes, they beat them 2-1 both times in this split. We still thought JDG had a good matchup against them. Last split, when they subbed in Beige1, JDG were the one team to really get one over on BLG before we got into play. So get ourselves back into the game mode. Say goodbye to ourselves. And, you know, JDG have a good matchup into BLG. On the whole, they did last split. And even in this split, when JDG was still not in great form, they did deal a lot of damage to BLG.
How was your piss? How was your piss? Did you enjoy it? How was your piss?
That's great.
So have you seen that's what they start chanting at UKEL and NLC when players go to toilet breaks?
I think it's a bit of a deep cut, but yes, I did see that. Yeah, they did chant that at Reckless, I believe it was, on the returns. Alright, back into game as I guess we had a bit of a toilet break. Keep hydrated. Yourselves hang on a second. Thank you very much. I think basically On is the saying, if a skill shot flies at me from Fog of War, I'm dodging immediately.
That's the one. That's the plan. Choked him first before the Nefiri, by the way. Rower for Scout. While they were going towards a rapid fire for Elk to really just hammer home the early advantages. I want to be able to hit people as consistently as possible to abuse Collector for as long as possible. And in fairness, I'm not really seeing anyone here who's going to build much more than steel caps, if that even this game, because lots of people feel obligated into Merc Treads.
I know a lot of people really don't, in terms of Caitlyn mains, really don't like rapid fire cannon because it gives you that mid-game fall off until you hit like really realistically 4 items at some points too. But the utility it gives you in terms of the extra move speed from build holding a Zeal. Also, by the way, I think Elk should actually go towards either Merc Treads or Swifties in this game. I think you really need something a little bit more mobility or defensive. But yeah, it does give you an extra bit of range to play around, something like the Twisted Fate, of course, we're going to also gratify himself at some point, and of course, outranging a little bit more than some of these longer range champions.
On has just not been hit by a hook, it feels like this game has been very, very on it. Has always been a master of those Elise mechanics.
I remember Mel was banned in LCK, LPL did not ban it. No, it was banned globally, and now the bug has been resolved, so it is available. Showmaker, in fact, played it in the LCK, so it was available there too. Herald started. Is there going to be a good enough hook from the Blitzcrank?
Snare went wide, gold card locked in, Scout with the decent angle coming with the Ghost, good turnaround with the house.
He didn't shield!
Shield! Now Mel goes down, Herald secured in the charge of the Wolverine, the likely Xiaoxu goes down, last one's not enough on, low but not dead, gets chunked out low, Shun tries to find an eviscerate forward, Trisha approaches, whoa!
He misses!
Oh, just about alive! He gets out safely, all the while Zhuo goes down to Elk's shot from the sniper.
2 for 1 as Knight does not reflect the gold card, which means he's stunned and so easy to pick off. Very surprised that On lived there. Ult through from Scout, another gold card.
Does get the gold card barrier, is there for a second, flashes to find some space, tries to get in range of base run, but he can't get there in time. And Zhuo will not be, sorry, Hayes will flash forward to secure it. Not wise, we're talking about Hayes as he goes looking for a Mystic Shot and gets away with it.
Close run stuff. Beitron just about making it out alive. The Twisted Fate ultimates are so threatening for BLG unless they're already deathballed up. Twice now we've seen Scout fly into the mid lane after another play has been made, capitalizing on someone out of position. Grand total of that fight, how many kills came through? Was it 3 for 1 maybe, I guess, if you count Elk as part of that? And then the Herald was secured by BLG. Bin flashed forward to make sure that, oh my god, because Bin flashes forward, he can't body block the hook. I mean, I guess anyone getting hooked is pretty bad here, right? But what happens after this point is On just about makes it out alive here as he jumps up into the sky. Ezreal just about misses, and then Scout, I think he should have just held his Q a little longer. The Q was, his W was on target. Would have been able to kill with the Q after that point. Sadly not able to take down the Spider.
Nice bit of Elk at the end of it, he just flashed, pays for flashing in turn, makes him vulnerable enough. Still a big lead for Elk to cash in the Cull, but because of the death means he doesn't actually extend his gold lead, especially. 1300 gold is a big differential right now in the AD carries. Elk between a He's gone the big footwork as well, just to ensure that health total remains high. Herald doesn't get the charge, interrupted on repeat.
It does.
Dragon goes down, hook lands onto Knight, who again reflects late. Solar Snare just wide and goes the Hound's Pursuit. Knight will die as the turret flash out from Shun. That's not pretty from the mid laner of BLG.
No, it's not, and now that means that BLG have to peel off the Dragon. Knight, his reflects have been so poorly timed. The Mel, it's only the second time we've seen it since her bug has been resolved. BLG, do they still want to contest this Dragon? The leash is gone.
Zhuo gets into a difficult position. Flash on forward from Scout, gets hit by the Obliterate, taken into the Death Realm. Elk still trying to back away, but does not have a flashes on. In the front line will repel. Base one hook, but I don't think he's the one you want to hit. Trying to charge the wall, but Pays swift enough with that Mystic Shove above across the wall. Gets out alive. Xiaoxu can't get the kill with the last right. So Base one gets to back away.
Scout!
All the while, Scout in the back line can't kill Elk, who needs to heal. Courtesy of Zhuo to get out the safety. Bin caught in a 1v4 is scary, but maybe not scary enough. The darkness is rising, but is swiftly shut off with the lights from Pays.
With the... Oh, hang on a second. Hitler ult's not going to go on to Scout. Gets blocked by Xiaoxu. I think it was actually just onto him in general. Stops the recall, importantly, from Xiaoxu, which means it'll be later on to the map.
Oh my god.
Elk lives as well. Everyone's just throwing skill shots after the resets have been channeled. Ends up being a remarkably even fight. Again, Herald was stopped. We thought, okay, well, that will be the end of things. Flash, though, for the silence. Hook comes through, and Knight did have a brief moment where he could have reflected it. The silence did wear off, didn't quite get the timing. And health gets brought low enough by the Ezreal ultimate. Shouldn't finish it off. So you're playing without a mid laner. You have lost a lot of HP, though. So BLG think, well, maybe we can look for this fight, especially with the Mordekaiser being a pretty good point of power now.
Picture in picture, Knight just kills off Zhuo. That's potentially very significant. Shun now in danger as well, down about half HP base, but in the front line, Scout with the gold card enabled. Dark Possession pins Elk in
damage
place.
from Hayes. He's getting a lot of damage from these Qs. They're down as support, but on being low HP too means that it's not completely BLG-sided. Pays not quite at the 2-item combat, hasn't completed the Muramana just yet. Dragon going down.
Dragon comes on out on very low as Xiaoxu lands the Morning Mist. Down half HP on the Dragon. Shun over the wall, available to eviscerate into the back. And we'll have a Hound's Pursuit angle as
Mordekaiser
well.
ult in 5.
Gonna get the Dragon in base one nonetheless. Scout now in danger. The other side of it, Finn caught inside the dark possession, will turn himself to the death realm. Stay alive for now. Knight being sucked by that Maiden. Obliterate goes wild. Out comes the exhaust. Paige looking for an angle with the Mystic Shot and goes down. Does Scout. Courtesy of Elk. Shun trades that onto Bin. Solus there across the Maiden. And Duo looking for the hook. Can't quite land it. BLG gets Soul Point and a 1-for-1.
And it's an Ocean Soul Rift too. I think it is the kind of soul which can actually change the game. Mordekaiser can take someone into the 1v1 with an Ocean Soul and regen up in the 1v1. Elk looking for the kill. Gonna get body blocked out by Xiaoshu. Good damage from Elk all the same. BLG playing thin margin fights. I'm not really sure who's out. I suppose BLG are the ones which come off the better of this.
They get Soul Point, yeah.
The Soul Point, but the fights themselves are really spooky. Paze is going to get Muramana on this back. And that's going to be very, very scary for BLG. At least I believe he will do as well, unless he had it just... Yeah, there it is. Just there now. And we're getting towards Atakan, BLG's grievous enemy. Their greatest enemy. Their nemesis. BLG, they are meant to get early game leads with this comp, especially with the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn is ahead and does have the 2-item spike. JDG do have 2 items on the Twisted Fate, and the Twisted Fate ultimates are going to be so crucial for JDG to use well. Every time that they've ended up going onto an isolated target, it's given a good lead over to JDG.
Quick note here as well. Now you've got a Lich Bane for Scout. Xiaoshu's got himself towards the Trinity Falls. You've got 3 grubs. Your side lane, your ability to threaten turrets, not just collapse, can be pretty scary this game.
See that on spots out Shore on the ward and with the spider leg as well. Ward's getting cleared away. Over the wall. Nice there. Hayes again had that 2-item spike. His damage was good before. It's getting even better now. You just talk about those grubs. Scout using that on top side. Doesn't have teleport. Does have spellbook. If you switch towards it, they might just give it up.
Give that up, and that'll be risky. Pays down by about a third. Got chunked out before getting over here. The traps come down. In comes the Destiny Gate. Trying to find an angle into this. Atakan bit have yet to do so as the bodies are being blocked out. Days in danger as Elko's looking for the boom. Headshot as the explorer from Piltover meets the sheriff. You can't have that for your museum. It's illegal.
Paze is chunked out by his own ultimate reflected back at him, and Elk capitalizes as he steps on a trap in the brush. Paze, with such an important item spike, is not able to use it at all. Scout will be able to stick around in topside and at least get some damage there on the turret, but Atakan went over to BLG. They'll get themselves a notable advantage from that, and JDG's use of the ultimate also doesn't get them that much from the Twisted Fate either. We saw right here, the ultimate gets reflected. Knight pings it back, does take the damage first, but look how much damage it ends up doing. It's a little bit on that. Not actually as much because it does only do a percentage of it and then gets caught with this trap here. It's the first step into the brush. You can't see that beforehand. Elk then flashes forwards with the E as well. Kills him off.
That's very clean mechanics from Elk. Q, flash, auto. Can't ask for much better on that one. Properly max range. Sometimes rapid fire does yourself some value. 4-1 now.
I'm so glad that this is the game we don't have a crushing lead. Game 5s in Fearless Draft have often been very one-sided because one team just doesn't have the champion pools to make it through the rest of the game. This is not that case now. I think both teams have awkward drafts to an extent, but both are competitive. We see no early game leads which are crushing the game, I don't think. It means that we actually have a competitive game fight. This is not elimination. The loser goes down into lower bracket, but JDG would not have been expected to take this series. Not by us, not by many people. Yes, they have a good matchup into BLG, as we've mentioned in earlier games. EDG here on great form today to push BLG 2-5. Realistically, could have seen it as 3-0. BLG subbed in Baytron unexpectedly. He hadn't played for BLG in 2 months. Coming back now, perhaps stabilizing them just for this series.
3-2 right now on this. Neferi could end up being a bit of an X-Factor carry here. You've got enough setup between gold cards and hooks to make sure that your Hound's Pursuit dives get very scary indeed. Those darkened daggers, can't find them there. 40 seconds until Soul. Keep your eyes on it, JDG in danger. Black with a heroic charge! And Joe's down. In comes the Destiny Gate. What about the turnaround? Are they going to find a potential angle in? No, Scout is topside looking to take out this turret.
But this is the problem. You've given up Dragon setup. 30 seconds until that. Scout might get the inner turret, but giving up an Ocean Soul feels very, very risky. Mid lane turret will go down in favor of BLG, so it's trade for trade. Mid outer for top inner. Scout will recall. He will not have his ultimate for the fight in 20 seconds. JDG, they've got to scramble for the setup here. BLG, I think they're in a great advantage now to potentially get themselves that big uber buff.
Full rapid fire cannon just picked up by Scout. It's got Ghost, it's got Cleanse.
Important. That is really important. The Ghost can help you chase down for a second and third gold card. Draw back out from the Spellbook teleport as well. Towards getting swept out. Scout has the fire cannon. It's Hell not used by
The red card for a bit more damage. So looking to eviscerate forward for the Darts and Daggers, misses both. Boom also wide. It is JDG managed to force the way into the river. Beitwan finding another angle in. Blast cone to the other side, but that banana bush, that mid lane extended bush. Pretty dangerous flash. Oh, it doesn't matter as Knight's in danger. Guns a massive Stolas there, but again, Knight is caught.
The ult gets through from the Ezreal, the fire cannon loaded up again. BLG, they had the time to set up around the dragon, but they backed up too far. JDG, a man advantage for the next 30 seconds. Can they secure the dragon? Bin can still flash ult the Neferi out of smite.
Oh, he just gets gold carded. The rapid fire value is too much. We'll go into the death realm. Hang on, Joe in the back of it. Going low. Soul was still taken by Beitwan, and they're going to kill off the Neferi. It's a 4v5, but it means nothing. As on gets out with the repel and the flash, and BLG make out like bandits.
How do they do it? BLG, they were threatening the Mordekaiser ult onto the smite. I don't even think that's what happened. I think he has to take Dwo into there instead. And it meant that it was a straight smite fight. One which Beitwan, the maligned, the exiled jungler, wins. BLG bring back Beitwan unexpectedly after poor showing off the health issues on his shoulder. Comes back in, potentially securing themselves the smite, which could see them into the advantage of this game. They should have lost that fight. Knight going down so easily. The Mordekaiser's still on the board. Baron now up and available. JDG, are they in range to contest? I don't think they are.
Another rebuttal comes on through. The True Chop Barrage flings back onto Jor. Scout gonna go in, looking to find an angle behind it. Does have smite and flash. Big thing run up by on flash over the wall from Bin, who's got Hexblade, so he can make sure and put Scout into the death realm. Beitwan gets a hold of the Baron. But what about that fight afterwards? Xiaoshu jumped into a wall. Stolas thereafter. Radiant volley executed by Elk. Looking to get another rebuttal down. The damage back is pretty damn nasty as Beitwan with the steadfast presence making sure can go nowhere. The only thing eviscerated is the doggo taken down. And now Pay's trying to find angles, mystic shots, and Essence Fluxes go wide, landing a Q or two that means nothing in the grand scheme of things. A Scout in danger. Beitwan heroic charging forward. The Cocoon just wide. Scout has got a flash in a dream right now. Needs to find a good gold card. Slowed by the smite. Up into the air. On goes to repel. Cocoon. And not quite into the wall. Scout keeps running, but the Rod of Ages has run out of time. It is a calendar made by the Mayans, and it is ticked over to a BLG apocalypse.
BLG somehow clutching a flush towards the ace in the hole, Pays a hole in the ground.
That's the one they're looking for. Let's blow this kid and get on home. Elk finds the shot he's looking for. 9, 1, and 2. The Caitlyn game 5, the Elise game 5 have been so oppressive.
BLG looking to reverse sweep. They could actually do it here. Ocean Soul, Baron buff ticking over. JDG, they are down their carries and their support until just now. Draw alive. BLG looking to reverse sweep.
Whatever their troubles, whatever their problems, however many junglers they switch in and out and in again, Billy Gaming will never ever be counted out freely. They are too crazy, too interesting, too damn good at their hand game. The mechanics fire and a reverse sweep for Billy Gaming.
BLG claimed the victory in round 1. JDG gave it a damn good shot. Unexpectedly so, to this degree. BLG were not expected to be pushed to this level, were definitely not expected to sub in Beitwan as jungle. BLG will claim their victory.
Content. What we call these one content. 0-2 down, looking lost, looking miserable. Back-to-back wins, and that last game in particular looked pretty good from them. It wasn't entirely perfect. JDG found their own angles in, but I think the BLG game plan, those early aggressive moves, the champions to set up for it, that was pretty good.
BLG perform open heart surgery on their team in mid-series, and the anesthesia wears off. The anesthetic, it wears off, and it works for now. For now. They scramble through, they scrape through here. They do get the victory. There are questions. Does Beitwan now start for the rest of playoffs? Do they go between a full 6-man roster? Reminder, that was not what they were doing before.
Just saying, this reminded me a bit of EDG and JJ back in the day. Do you remember 2021 when they subbed JJ in and it was like, maybe we need this guy for a bit?
True. Jinjia was on that roster as well. Questions now, BLG. Do they run a true 6-man roster in a way that they were not before? They weren't doing this before. When they've had 2 junglers, they stick with one until something goes so badly wrong, they switch to the other one for long term. They don't use both within a series. BLG win 3-2. They were meant to be heavy favorites here, even though they had their own worries. I don't know if this is a confidence win. They still go away in the series. JDG, serious threat from them here. I thought that Xiaoshu was doing very well in the early games of the series. Scout had a bit of a nightmare for the back end of it, sadly for him. But it was a real threat, though.
Thank you very much for the record to Harold Hamhand, who's just come in with 28 months of subscription at this point. Thank you very much. 6 in a row at the minute. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you for coming and looking after us all here. Shout out also to Seku in chat, came to say hello as well.
Oh, I missed that earlier.
Come and say hello. We were in the middle of like casting, so to be fair, it wasn't quite the right. So hello, Shadow.
I actually reckon Beitron gets MVP for this game. Perhaps On does as well, but I think
On was really
I think Beitron with his early fights, I think the context of him coming in and winning like that makes a lot of difference. Thank you so much for the gift sub as well.
Appreciate you.
10 gift subs out there as well. We do have a second series today, folks.
We do.
This is not the only series today. We have IG playing next against Edward Gaming. IG versus EDG, 2 of the oldest fan bases within the LPL. Now, I'm going to dip for that one because I have to cast G2 versus KC later.
That's gonna be so cool.
I'm doing that with Medic. They'll be very, very fun, but I do need to just rest my brain realistically and my voice as well. So Sam will be solo casting after this point. But thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around, and we'll figure things out as we go around.
All right, Al, can I ask you to put the fan on?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get myself a cup of tea and a Red Bull.
I'll handle the break,
and I will be back in for this one. Again, thank you for those. Last thing before I disappear, as you just saw, it is September. So for those of you who are feeling generous, thank you very much, Time Lord. You are proving my point.
You're the greatest.
Please do consider subscribing. Please do consider resubscribing. It means the world to us to be able to keep doing this for you all, and that support from the community makes a massive difference in terms of our ability to do things like get Partner Plus, to do things like get money, get sponsors, all those things. So all of this support means a huge deal. So if you have got that subscription, if you haven't dropped a Prime sub, consider doing it here to help us keep doing what we're doing. Number 2, there is a Ko-fi link. If you are not a Twitch user and you'd like to support us anyway, that's another great way of doing it. You can donate via the Ko-fi link. If you're on YouTube, please do like, comment, subscribe. Makes a massive difference to our engagement, to our ability to get the algorithm to love us.
Tomato cheered
so all of you in there, I
X100.
see your hands in ULLA and Karzal and all the regular crews out there.
Thank you for the sub, by the way, Time Lord, as well. We appreciate you.
Exactly that. It does make a massive deal. And finally, a little bit of a collaboration we ought to chat about, namely League Mastery, which is a really cool new website, new platform put together by Hedon, who was in chat earlier, who's an LEC coach, who is basically looking to make sure there are some cool new ways and resources to help you get better at League of Legends in various different ways. Maybe that is learning tips and tricks about specific champions from very high elo one tricks, looking to teach you all of their little ways of looking at champions. Maybe that is listening to Hedon tell you about, okay, here's actually how you go about putting together a program to get better at League. Here's how you learn to improve at League. What is the process you go through to review, to actually be structured in getting better, rather than just playing casually, which maybe is what you want to do, but if you're looking to climb, that's a good video for you to learn about the processes to go through to actually just get better at the damn game. And from our perspective, you click on our link, we've got a little course up there, specifically teaching you how to be a caster. For those of you who are casters and want to get a little bit better, who want to think about it a little bit more deeply, maybe just esports enjoyers, just want to get an idea about how broadcasts work, this is incredible stuff. And it's honestly very reasonable. Now is the time to subscribe. You get access to so much extra stuff as well. But if you're interested in casting, if you're interested in esports broadcast, if you're interested in watching, just in general, it's a really cool course. And you can hear from myself and Alex, and it does help support us in our goals to be more self-sufficient within the esports space. So please do send us some more.
Okay, yeah, I've ended up, yes, I have 5 videos up for my course right now, and I'll be uploading basically when I get inspiration and when I have time to. Obviously, with the schedule that we have with playoffs and everything, it gets a little bit hard to do that. But yeah, gosh. That was, drama. That was drama. Hayes got solo killed twice by Alec last game. He was responsible for the loss as well. You have to agree, you know, getting hit by the reflected Mel ult, walking into the trap, that was pretty poor from him. Given that I thought he was MVP caliber earlier in the year, we expect better from him. Now, JDG has a bunch of issues. I think that you have to criticize Scout before you criticize Pays. And one of the reasons you have to bring those criticisms about is because how much no, JDG aren't eliminated. No, this is just going down to the lower bracket. They'll play against the loser of the next series, IG versus EDG. But yeah, I think that, realistically, I look at Xiaoshu as the best player on JDG right now. I think that you can argue that. I think Scout's probably the worst, Draw probably after that. I think that Pays sadly had a bit of a mess series toward the end here, but he's so important to the team that, you have to view it from that lens. Hey guys, good to see you. Okay, well, we'll go on break, folks, and yeah. Oh gosh, I need to put on some adverts. Oh man. Where is the fan? Beitron MVP. Beitron MVP. I mean, I can't believe he subbed in and played like that. Now, the thing is, there is every chance that this just doesn't last. Like, we know how it works with BLG. The problem with BLG is a team synergy issue. I think that individuals go up and down in form, but how can you judge individual form clearly when so many pieces are changing around them? Beitron had an awesome game this time. Great early pressure. Absolute cinema. I'm expecting Fred Durst to appear out of nowhere. I was thinking that song sounded more like, it sounds like one of the Death Note endings, I think, weirdly. Don't know why it reminds me of that, but it does. I'm here for Palkia. Damn, I mean, Palkia just got himself best support of Group Nirvana, so hey, he's up there, you know? I think JDG's just forgot that Elise support existed, you know?
And
we get an interview. Oh, with Beitron and on. Oh, sorry. Elk, sorry, Elk, sorry. My bad.
大家好，我是 BLG 打野选手北川。大家好，我是 BLG。
I'm so used to saying
欢迎两位，也谢谢深圳主场所有热情的观众啊。那今天是让2追3，鏖战5局，拿下了比赛的胜利。整个过程当中应该来说是充满了起伏，所以两位在打完之后有什么最大的感受跟大家来分享一下的？我们先从北川开始吧。
就有惊无险吧。
L 可能。
就是感觉因为我们这个队伍好像有点难让2追3嘛，然后在今天最后赢下来，就感觉可能我们更多的成长了很多吧。对，
今天在整个的比赛过程当中，你们2位会觉得遇到的最大的挑战是什么？北川。
最大的挑战就是输了2把之后，调整好自己的心态吧，就是平常怎么打还是怎么打就行了，不要被就是前面2把影响。
说到这个，其实你是在第2局这个临危受命，有点这个意思啊，然后登上了这个舞台。第2局结束之后，你是怎么样快速的把自己的这个状态、心态调整回来，面对接下来这几局比赛呢？
就是想了一下游戏内容吧，就是我们没有在前面做好，把资源轻松的让给对面了，所以导致有点游戏难进行。
还是要专注在游戏本身。那 Elk 会觉得今天最大的挑战你遇到的是什么？
我觉得也是心态吧。然后我们在前2局的时候就感觉我们不管对线还有在沟通，还有一些操作上面层面就失误比较多。然后在第3局的时候也就是调整过来了。
我觉得今天除了能看到 BLG 让2追3的一个韧性之外，也能看到大家的英雄池和战术储备是非常深厚的。Elk 今天你在第4局是1抢炸弹人，我查了一下，这应该是 Elk 在今年不光是第3赛段，整个今年第1次使用在 LPL 的这个炸弹人这个英雄啊。你对这个英雄的自信是什么？
因为当时选了因为第4局了嘛，然后维鲁斯和于安娜也比较 OP， 然后当时就觉得就是还有炸弹人可以打维鲁斯嘛，然后所以说选择这个对局吧。
Elk 在这个赛段一共选择了13个不同的 AD 英雄，英雄池还是非常深厚的。那来到了最后一局决胜局 ，Elk 你的女警也是发挥出色，有很多亮眼的表现。这个版本有很多人会说野辅非常的重要 ，Elk 你会怎么看这个版本下路的一个作用呢？
我觉得这版本下路最主要的作用就是在前期对线的时候，就是如果能优势的话，对于换线，然后辐射到整个团队的那种能够先动的话是非常大的。
apparently they're only saying great PR answers, which makes sense.
北川今天在最后一局决胜局龙魂团，当时龙魂团你们其实是先掉了中路的这个梅尔，4打5的这个情况下，你是抢到了这个龙魂，太关键了。那一波你的判断和沟通是跟大家怎么去做的？
就我们那的3龙拼层压力肯定是对面大的，所以我当时就是问 AD， 就是我们能打就是突然伤害高的英雄，问他能不能配合我拼层，然后就蹭到了。
我觉得今天的比赛也能让我们看到北川真的是一个大心脏的选手啊！我们也把掌声送给他，好吗？临危受命，表现真的太出色了。OK， 那今天的这个比赛，包括最近 BLG 的比赛，
the DC's gotten slowly worse over the series. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize that.
观众可能会比较担心 BLG 的稳定性，你们2位会怎么看队伍的稳定性？北川先来吧。
确实有些不好吧，就是在努力调整中。
努力调整。Elk 呢？
我也觉得就担心是对的吧，然后也是一个就是我们一直以来就是需要去加强的一个地方吧。
但是 BLG 所有的选手毕竟也是见过大风大浪和很多大场面的人，我们也可把足够的相信给到他们。那最后的一个问题，在后天下一轮马上要遇到的是 IG 和 EDG 之间的胜者，你们2位会怎么看下一轮的季后赛的对决？
我觉得 IG 应该会赢吧，然后要好好准备跟 IG 的比赛。
Elk 呢？
我也感觉 IG 会赢吧，然后也是就是好好准备下一场吧。
Is Sam doing that series? Yes.
BLG 在后续的比赛能够有更加稳定的发挥和表现，掌声再次送给2位，感谢接受我们的赛后采访。再一次的恭喜 BLG 获得了这场比赛的胜利。那接下来让我们一起来欣赏一段精彩的 Spotlight。
要看我，我全杀啊！等会儿，可以。好的。可以啊，你没闪哦，下路，快，我全杀了，来，慢点，我加闪，我闪，你现在打前面，打前面，一波了，兄弟们，来，一波，没闪啊，好的。他电话小前有连，可以，我找机会，一波拉的有大了啊，有大，我先走，你们先推啊，他不给我。
Wait, I think IG will win. Who said that, guys? Was it Elk or Beitron?
看一下，我干了，没闪。 没闪，我推打，别拆打吧，杀不了，赢了，杀吧，nice 啊，nice，兄弟们下班好打，我们3水这点能白打他们吗 ？AD 在慢点，我在下草蹲，可以，我踢，踢吧，往右边打，能看吗？我看下面，AD 没闪，AD 看先把泰坦杀了，可以追，看见我，可以，AD 死了，看鳄鱼，可以 ，nice。
Alright, well, time to see if IG gives us any more cinema because that team is just not normal.
那个眼雀在，我们要先抢中路视野，我想打他呀，看一眼，我可以突然飞的，看一下，快点，我不在了，就这个，他招心，杀一个吧。 赵信很残，赵信拉走吧，打前面了，你能走吗？我走了。赵信死了，慢慢走，回来，可以追踪，可以打个大汉，我感觉小楼打汉，先个打，别被蹲，我可以大爷去，可以啊，他装的话可以的，哎，要看吗？他有闪的，nice，都打了，先打个大汉，一起打，打，来看我投降吧，他们没干锅的。 大树没闪，大概给你1的，我有1的，这兵线没过去啊。等下波线吧。下波呗。AD 有闪没 ？AD 有闪，死了。我没1了，可以。
Alrighty, well,
1秒。天皇要过来呀。
Fan is plugged in, but I didn't.
这个。别那边打呀。建模。
I will suggest that, by the way, during the break, Sam, things do get quite loud, so I put it down to almost like -15 for the breaks. By the way, if you want to actually be heard.
来，随便一波，来，就随便一个兵，你就全部就行了。别拉线，别慢一点，推打就好了，我觉得推打就好了。一天呢？哦，推打就好，就 A 塔，帮我打，推打。推塔呗，我在 A 塔，可以杀 A 塔吗 ？A 塔，来杀 A 塔，一波了，就 A 塔，哦，让了，来杀，哦。
Alright, chaps, me and you. Gonna move my chair back out of here while I can. Oh, there's Makeup with a very impressive showing on Alistair there. Just in general, been having a very good split. Lyle. There we go, let's get that one up. Why am I sitting on 200k channel points? Probably IG. Have food. If you're live at the studios, HMJ, go say hello to Alex. He'll be there casting. Sure, he'd love to say hello. Multiple bangers incoming. Yeah, it's a day of bangers. Great. Sam, how often do I look at Reddit? Once or twice a day. Less so during broadcast. Why? Is there something up there I should look at? I have it on my phone, so... How much for certain the shy IG superfan shenanigans have you seen? Not... Are we talking... I'm not really on Pedro Peep, so if it's Cadral stuff, I don't see so much of it. Mainly you keep to the LPL post-match stress, that's fair. The shot is incoming. Well, the clip's up for the minute or something. Let's have a look. Reddit, what's occurring? Gonna root for EDG in this series. Marco, you may be in pain here. Imagine long hair medic. Could be some seriously fabulous hair if they kept that. It's true. We're actually going to see Wei, Shun, Beishuan, and Shadow play today. All of the junglers for BLG this year will be playing today, because Wei's obviously playing for IG right now. Long hair medic, short hair Alex. I mean, Alex hasn't had short hair since... When did they last have short hair? Oh, when did you last have short hair? 13? A long time ago. Soon you can make a team out of BLG junglers. Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? There's our highlights. 41-8 right now. 2015. Oh, baby. Versus 2025. 20 wins and 6 losses. Pretty good going. 76% win rate. And there's also, we can see it a bit better. Damn, good numbers from EDG. There's IG. With some very silly game wins where they've come back from obscene deficits by just being IG. Like, that's incredible. Those are some incredible numbers. Did I miss a hello? It's not turned up in the activity feed, to be fair. If I'm reading this, hi. Hello. Sorry, I was looking for clips that were apparently on Reddit that were not there. There's Mako with some excellent numbers as well. He's been very good this split. In fact, 2 redeems. Okay, I'm going to refresh the activity feed because the redeems have not turned up for the record. I've not got headphones on, but I will refresh the feed. So give it a second, guys. This is going to now go dark for a second while I refresh this. Where is the... No. Where the... I think this will be the one. Goodbye. Come back. Give it a second. Hopefully that'll have sorted itself out. There we go. Yeah, for whatever reason, we had a couple redeems that just didn't turn up. I have now got Zeref with a redeem. For a roast for Grumpy Zeref. You just forced me to refresh my stream to insult you. Do you understand how, like, really weird that is, just in general? But like, oh, please refresh, just so you can see that I want you to insult me. It's like parasocial and there's para creepy, and that's heading towards para creepy. I'm not here to facilitate this, big man. You know? I mean, look, that is the kink, Rook. That's the problem. So you know, you see the problem. Got him. I like EDG to win, but IG currently seems to be the team with better macro in the whole LPL. They're playing mid games very, very well right now, or IG. Even if sometimes in their early games they give up leads, they shouldn't. They also just draft very greedily to IG. It's like, cool, we can give up early games, not a problem, because we're going to mash them in team fights. Sam has the most brutal roast. Alex is too nice. Why don't you ask for it? Pulse check from Time Lord. Right, fine.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我们邀请到的是 IG 的 Rookie 选手，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 IG 中南选手。
好的，相信大家都非常的关心目前整体队伍在季后赛的一个备赛
And a fun fact from Marco.
目前状态我觉得也还可以吧。然后我是比较期待季后赛的发挥吧。
而且今天你们要跟 EDG 交手，他们在常规赛以及骑士之路都是有亮眼的发挥的，所以在赛前你有什么期待吗？
因为我们也有在看 EDG 比赛嘛，然后他们不管是常规。
If you're going to make fried rice, make sure you have 2 ingredients.
好好备战一下他们的一些打法。
Salt, you always need salt.
好好准备一下拿下。
Just to guarantee, you need it to make flavor. 2, and these are the ones that actually make fried rice better than you'd expect. Fry in butter, and also, or just like tasteless oil. Butter's also fine. Butter's more of a Japanese way to do it. But 2, sesame oil. You want to use some sesame oil. It gives incredible flavor. It is what makes fried rice taste like fried rice. As does a lot of cracked black pepper. You're gonna do it. Black pepper, sesame oil are your absolute linchpins for cooking fried rice. Make sure it happens. You can also then do things like add hot sauce to like sriracha, so you fry in sriracha rather than eggs. That can be a good way. And you want to try and get a bit of a burn on that one. Audio isn't synced. I just refreshed it, but I'll do it again. Right, let's turn this off for a bit longer this time. That hasn't turned off the... Huh.
You're just pressing it, you're just making it visible.
Yeah.
So that's not what you do.
Okay, that's where I have it work on my one, so I've not had it.
Do this.
Oh, you got it that way, do you? Okay.
Yeah. So it means that when you're changing scenes, it doesn't start.
Ah.
So it means that when you're changing scenes, it's fine because we have multiple scenes of the same thing.
Gotcha. That makes sense. How's that synced it? Whereas the rice, I mean, that's kind of a given. But yeah. And also, don't fry in the sesame oil. You add it a bit later, because otherwise you can end up, especially because if you're doing fried rice fast, you can end up burning the sesame oil. So either do it really quick, or add it once all the ingredients are in. Yeah, exactly. Just use old rice is better. If you have to use fresh, fine, but try and make it... Honestly, cold helps as well. Otherwise, it ends up a bit stodgy, which is fine. It's a different texture. It's not a bad one per se. Leave it in the fridge overnight, exactly. If you're in a rush, then fine. It's not the end of the world. It will be better if you go off cold rice, stale rice over there overnight. Uncle Roger breaches this, he does indeed. Uncle Gordon. Two best of fives in one day. Yep, we're doing two best of fives tomorrow as well. I mean, in fairness, pasta probably would fry just fine if you do it right. So if you do toasted pasta, well, there's a really cool way to do pasta that basically involves you cook down your vegetables with it. So like carrots, onions, celery, add some herbs, salt, all that kind of stuff. Add in the pasta to toast the edges of the pasta to get that kind of nutty flavor. Then add chicken stock and basically simmer it down till al dente. And basically you therefore cook the pasta in the sauce, and you use chicken stock instead of water. So rather than adding pasta to boiling water, you can do it that way, which is not a bad way of doing it. So you can do that one. Yeah, there's like pasta diavola or whatever, where you actually fry the pasta. You get it burnt with it. Alla Assassini. I thought there was also one that's like called it the Devil's Way or whatever. Assassin's Way. Okay. Alla Assassini, apparently. Harold would know better. Passing it along, huh? Me, I'm playing Assassin's Creed 2 for the first time. Why are they mentioning Pacha from Emperor's New Groove? Huh. I need to go pick up my tea, actually. But I might do that now before draft starts. I'll be right back, guys. I'll get my tea. Tea has been acquired. Oh, I was going Matt Berry with that. Rise up. New York City. So is Andor Season 2 good, and did they finish it, or is there going to be a Season 3 like 2 years later? They have. Season 2 was excellent. They have finished it, and it's absolutely worth watching. It's exceptional. It's proper prestige TV. They do a really, really good job of making politics and administration genuinely tense, genuinely interesting, and making the Empire seem competent and dangerous. So they introduce a sort of like more fully something called the ISB, which is sort of like internal security, effectively. So think CIA, think FBI. And some of the characters in that are genuine. For how competent and reasonable they seem, They are very nasty people. It's really, really wonderful. Alien Earth, I've not watched it yet. Cool concept, a little bit fractured at the beginning, but is getting better. It's not fully released yet, though. But yeah, can't recommend. Can't recommend Andor enough. House of Cards vibes, a little bit. Yeah, there's elements of that. It's much more, because obviously it's much more focused on sort of like, much more focused on resistance, right? And doing so, and actually the fact that being a rebel often means doing some pretty awful things. And actually, are you a good person doing this? What are you willing to do to stand up to a regime that is genuinely tyrannical? Is it correct morally to do so? What is a moral line too far? What kind of people do you end up working with on journeys like this? How many of them are good people? And who gets hurt along the way?
各位召唤师，欢迎来到2025 LPL 第3赛段常规赛荣誉颁发的舞台现场。我是主持人于双，他是 LPL 赛场上的新秀，同时在短短的1个赛季，
No, Andor is
他从
significantly
新人
part
小
of
将
Season 2.
完成了成为开团利器的蜕变。他的肩上不仅扛起的是 EDG 的希望，同时
Which
也
alien
是
movie
第
should I
3
be
赛
remembering to
段
watch
对
that?
天才小
One
辅
and
助的
two
全新注解。他
would
就
be
是
enough,
EDG
I think.
Harukia 王冰洋。
Though I admit, maybe something like Prometheus. If you want to do Prometheus, we're not a bad background either. But hey, 1 and 2 are probably the really important ones.
今天就是我找到那位英雄的一天。
Rookie of the split. I saw Rookie and I was thinking, oh, they're talking about mid lane. And like, no, they're talking about Rookie of the split. Namely, Palki, of course, will be playing today. Had an exceptional debut for EDG. Resurrection is good too. Yeah, that's pretty good fun. Yeah, Alien 1 and 2. So it's Alien and Aliens are probably required. And then I can make an argument for Prometheus and... Is it Resurrection? Whatever the sequel to Prometheus is. Or is it Covenant? Is that what I'm thinking of? Alien Covenant. Decent, no. Covenant, I think, might actually be the one. Romulus. Yeah, Romulus was decent, actually. Watched that the other time. Some really nasty body horror surgery stuff. It was very good. And if you want a good game to play, Isolation is excellent. The other one with Michael Fassbender, that's the one. Yeah, Michael Fassbender is just excellent at it, to be fair. He's genuinely just such a cool character and very well acted. Congratulations to Palkia.
获得最佳新秀，你的内心感触会是什么呢？
The God of Space.
心情还是非常激动的吧，就是多亏了我的教练组跟我的队员们。
从初登 LPL 的赛场到现在站上了这个领奖台，你觉得这一段时间自己最大的成长
I've never actually played Isolation. I'm a bit of a wimp when it comes to horror games. I'll probably do it at some point for you guys. Some sort of horror games. I'm just such a...
其实这个奖项也意味着新的序章。
I'm such a wimp, it could be very funny.
沉淀自己，那能不能说说在未来你打算如何帮助队伍去达成更高的目标呢？
就是努力训练，然后睡好觉吧，然后就跟兄弟们一起越走越远。
好的，也期待你的未来，你的发挥。再一次感谢 Parukia 的分享。那接下来呢，我们邀请到的是腾讯体育 LPL 生态总负责人孙胜先生上台颁奖，掌声有请。让我们掌声再一次送给 Parukia 选手获得本赛季常规赛最佳新秀的荣誉，也希望他在未来的道路上可以不断的提升自我，为 LPL 注入更多的活力。也再一次感谢两位，可以稍事休息，谢谢。各位召唤师，第2场比赛即将开始，接下来就让我们掌声欢迎 Invictus Gaming Edward Gaming。
Here we go. BLG already won. They did already. Took them 5 games and they had to reverse sweep it. It was not an easy series, Deus.
圣丹 The Shy JDG
Deus Iratus. Very Latin of you. Here we go, walkouts. Get the headphones on so I can listen in.
打野为小号
Xiaohao has been really excellent, hasn't he? Realistically, this should be IG showing EDG exactly how tall Mount Tai is.
中单 Rookie
They have been a big fish in a small pond in Nirvana. Convincing enough to make it here to the upper bracket. Big smiles on their faces, and rightly so. And yet, IG have been on rare form. How good are EDG really? Somewhere out there, Rafa is saying, I think they make worlds. He's a bowl banners, Rafa.
LPL 季后赛第1日的第2场比赛 ，IG 对阵 EDG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
EDG NIP Finals calling it now. The Nirvana group showing us how it's really done. Right then. Draft inbound. Ooh, nice music. We lock in for the day. Hopefully, getting here soon. They're pulling off the players. Slightly alarming. Music change again. Isn't IG kind of the same as they've been forever? Much more clutch. Sega Facts, much more clutch. Clutch. Cock? They have been playing significantly better, and it feels like we're not seeing people just have really dumb int games. There was a point in Spring where Maker went 0-12 on Blitzcrank. We oh my god, these players are washed. It's done. And IG's team fighting exactly has been exceptionally crisp. It's been very, very good. The early games have been a bit back and forth, but they have been able to come back from incredible discrepancies. And when they get ahead early as well, ooh, oh boy, it ain't pretty. Players back on screen. That's suggesting to me we might actually get draft soon. Here we go. IG Blue, their prize is the higher seed. Jarvan away from EDG. Xiaohao's been excellent on the champion. Varus away from bot lane as well. Always been a Varus player. Wukong as well away from Xiaohao. Double comforts. Poppy away from IG. Don't give away that champion. Rumble away from the Shy. Correct. Even if his KDA sometimes looks a bit dubious on it, his damage numbers have always been utterly ridiculous on the Rumble. But make no mistake, Invictus Gaming come into this series heavy favorites. Heavy favorites. First pick Azir. Pick away from Angel, who has been an Azir specialist as long as he's been a player, as long as I remember him playing. He's been all over the place. Shout out to that Suning roster from all those years ago. Fiora. fun hover. Be a hell of a gauntlet to throw. Talia is open. Pantheon is open. Talia Pantheon angle? I think it might be. If it's not picked up here, Wei will pick it up. Xiao, don't play with my heart like that. Don't play with my heart like that. Blind picking Evelyn, though, is just not a great idea. The Trundle's locked instead. Okay. It's a good individual matchup into the Pantheon. Still decent enough with the Talia. Wei now not necessarily obligated to pick up the Pantheon, actually. Could say, cool, you can look for it in another game. Kaiser may be an angle for Gala instead. He is arguably the greatest Kaiser player of all time. He's really quite spectacular on it. Nico also up. Mako debating it, and there it is. Very dangerous mid-game combo now. Nico with the surprise pop blossom into Kaiser flying in with a killer instinct. Azir following with a shuffle. Yeah, that can get scary. Talia of Weaver's Wall will help somewhat. Unraveled Earth is what I actually meant, but Weaver's Wall, of course, with the global. Still powerful, just not within the context I was looking for it. Corki to try and manage the Kaiser in lane. We did see this earlier today. And Pays just managed to stay even versus the Corki pretty happily into Elk. It was a bit of a surprise. Managed to get a cull off as well. Gwen's open, yeah. I'll also note Shy will have picks into Gwen. For sure. And Gwen is not the champion she once was. Strong, for sure. Particularly at a pro level. Much more beatable in the early game. Alistair ban. They're banning that here as IG into Trundle. Normally you want an Alistair or a Braum. Then again, they've already picked the Nico. So actually, what am I talking about? No, they don't. Trundle, again, is one of those champions that, as Alex was talking about, one of those opening moves in chess. Does warp draft somewhat. Warp your next moves, at least within studied bounds. You don't really want to run true tanks into Trundle. He just strips the resist. You need to find unusual tanks. Alistair, whose resistance is courtesy of his ult, just giving him damage resist rather than armor or magic resist. Braum, similarly with the Unbreakable, gets a lot of resistance that way. Your other option is just run no tanks. Risky, but potential. Rel now for the Corki. Leona also fine. You proc the Daylight very easily as Corki. Bard would be an interesting one. Theoretically very lane dominant. Leona and Rel a bit better on the all-in. And Palkia, of course, famous for the Rel. If you're looking for the champion made his name on it, probably is the Rel. Rookie on comfort on and Palkia. It is a very staple bot lane at this point. Been seeing since the beginning of the year, since the Corki rework. Between Gatling Gun and the Break the Mold passive on Rel, you shred resists everywhere. You can both follow up on each other very easily with the Valkyrie and the Crash Downs. We're going to go towards a carry option in the Neferi. Between Kaiser ult and Neferi ult, lots of tools to follow up very, very aggressively onto an isolated member. Only so many tools to defend, and Aurora as well. IG, assuming they pick a target, will get onto them. The CC, somewhat limited this game. Target access, though, incredibly high. Incredibly high. And everyone's a carry. That is damage from every single role, even support. No CC, but lots of target access, lots of damage, lots of playmaking. It's an IG draft, guys. On the other side, EDG will last pick the Yorick. Give themselves another turret taker with the Trundle. Good 1-4. You've got the Global and the Taliyah to come support as well, which is valuable. I feel like the Aurora, range into melee, should have the advantage early on. Once the ghouls start flying, Aurora gonna have a little less fun with it, of course. The twofold hex helps versus the ghouls. Still not the best. I think EDG's draft is very standard. You've got Taliyah, you've got Rel, lots of big Roman engage combos, solid carries into Corki and Taliyah. Spike well in the mid game. Got the Yorick as a split push wing con. IG gone for something a lot more them. If they get to their item breakpoints, my days, everyone's a problem. Lots of mobility, lots of dive, not the most CC. A lot of people will be going melee range of the likes of a Rel and a Trundle, even a Yorick. Get a bit annoying, even if there is like that fair amount of repositioning available. I think EDG can come out of the mid game with a decent lead, play their front to back, and they're skirmishing well. They'll be fine. But IG, if they want to look like Invictus Gaming, stylish, arrogant, brash, hands diff in the team fights, they've got it. Cameras away. Gyos to come. Game 1 of Invictus Gaming versus EDG coming right up. It's a full arena out there. The IG fans are out in force. The most popular team in the LPL right now, with the most storied veteran squads, I think, in the world. The amount of international and regional success found on this roster over so many years is phenomenal. Multiple world champions, multiple MSI champions, never mind LPL regional champions. A bit of a replay here. What happened in the back corner? Ah, that's where his flash went. Palkia with an early crash down over the wall. Caught Rookie out. Now we go towards bot side. Heal from Mako. Flash from Palkia. Turn around with the Ignite as well. Doesn't get up to everything they're looking for. Palkia now in danger. We'll have a mount up shortly. The passives come roaring out. That will be health pots traded largely in IG's favor. Eats a bit of a Cathian rain there. That will be a bit problematic. Way on vision, it's Glizzy Neferi. They know where they are. Trundle right now has managed to get off a nasty invade. Nabs Gromp, Nabs Blue, leaves way out to dry. Can theoretically now flex back towards that blue buff on the other side and try and fight over there. He's got lane priority from his bot lane. He's going to know now. All right, what is Wei going to do? I think you just have to eviscerate over and then straight over to that blue buff. Is blast coning over. And there's that replay flash to make it happen. I think you could fight blue buff here. Reset's coming on through, though. Ah, this is really good reset timing from Palkia, because what it means is we'll roam through towards the Trundle here. No doubt. Watch where Palkia go, because they will come on over. Palkia actually cancelled the reset. But Arn come on over. Here in inventory. Way around and about. We'll know that Shahozeva doesn't know where the Rel is. Last cone over. There comes Palkia crashing on down. Flash from Angel. Doesn't get as much value as he was hoping for. Still gets the kill onto Mako. This is good from EDG. Take on the blue buff from Wei. So at least gets the buff he was looking for. But the kill goes the way of EDG. And no ward for that push in the blue buff means that Palkia comes out of fog thinking he'd reset. And he very much hadn't. Scuttle Crab secured. TP back in from Angel. May actually put Wei into a tricky spot. He's going to reset here. And try and get towards that top side Scuttle Crab. Mako's already roaming over. Turning into the Neferi to pretend he's a jungler. They've also lane swapped with it. Yeah, waves come crashing in. Shy's got a TP towards his bot side. Pick up the majority of the wave. We'll lose a couple minions. Maybe 2. Yeah, 2 melee's gone. Oh, maybe 3. Oh my days, loses 4 minions. Yeah, that one kind of sucks a bit. Still. We'll earn the Fury that second Scuttle Crab. Now look at ZDZ. The Dark Session comes on down. Has to flash the Tangle Barbs. Everyone is here, though. EDG with a 4-man collapse. No TP from Rookie. No TP from the Shy. Good call of the patch from Way to deny the engagement from Palkia. Ignite comes on down. Delayed reset from ZDZ, though. And we get ourselves a pause. It's the Shy who appears to have caused the trouble. No idea what this one is. Very aggressive music. Having fun with that one. Today of all days, the pause, I know. We've had 2 pauses today. No idea what the issue is. Hopefully it's resolved shortly. We're back in the game. In swift order. Anyone checked in on the stream? I'm right here. Hello. That's just on the music. They've got a weird alert sound. Who will win? Theoretically, Invictus Gaming, but EDG have been pretty up to par in the early game. And some really good back and forth jungle decision making. Issues with Mako. Okay. So it wasn't the Shy, it was Mako who was causing the issue. What do you mean English, please? Grew up in Nottingham. I'm speaking English. Good grief, DK. But onto the riff we go. We're back. Back again. Look at the win rate. First, Yorick for ZDZ this split. Interesting. That's been such a force for EDG in that part. I'm surprised he didn't look towards the Yorick at all. Either way, the Shy has been very happy to run the Aurora into him. Has been a bit of a Shy special, has the Aurora. Very much a flex. Void Seeker wide as on. Valkyrie's out to safety. Wait, clearing his 3rd Raptor camp of the game. Clotted cream, Jay, for the record on Scoves. Not just cream, clotted cream is a requirement. Chow House bot side, ZDZ with the Maiden up. This gets a bit dicey. Way now coming on down. The Shy will need to be very vicious across the bell. The pillar comes on down, trying to go towards the bush here. So let's go between worlds and does so. Back to the other side, getting a decent chunk. ZDZ now not in a great spot as Way goes on forwards. Gets out of the dark possession. Chow House still bonking well. And actually the damage back is brutal. Way's in danger. Does have the flash, doesn't need the proc it. Oh my days. Turnaround damage from Trundle and the Maiden is scary indeed. Shy It's a stick in the lane. Doesn't have a lot of mana is part of the issue here. Twofold Hex. Doesn't quite kill the maiden. And resets will come on through in general. Wei will be able to pick up his health bar here. Off the Crouch reset. Rookie now clearing out some walls. I would have flashed. Oh god, yeah. Same it. At least IG can't pick the Fury again. Yeah, true. We'll see how it looks. So far, IG with good early lanes. Particularly slight leads here for the Kai'Sa off that lane swap. The Rookie for the Aurora. Start the ZDZ. Does get a play in a Demolish proc here. The Shy being forced to reset. And ZDZ starting the TP, so it gets double plates there. Nice for that. Wait. Should be able to bark at the Skull Crab a little bit more. Sausage meat. Love to see a Kiana. I mean, it's a possibility, isn't it? Navi's certainly been willing to pull it out. Look fantastic on it. Tien as well. Wei should pick up this red buff. Does so. Xiao Hao losing some of this priority of allowing Mako to come invade. With the jungler. Proving to be a bit annoying. And ways to be able to start up the grubs, which is valuable here. Giving Yorick grubs would be tricky. Giving Trundle grubs, even from the jungle, not great. Azir is a good grub abuser himself. Aurora not bad as well because of all of her mobility. Give her a bit more potency when she hits the tower. She feels very strong indeed. Grub number 1 secured. I'm not seeing the junglers over here. So will likely be grubs for Dragon being traded. As you can see, the Trundle starting up the Dragon on the other side. Spotted out and pinged out by the shot. Blooming burst onto Arn, who did not enjoy the comment on top of all of that. Wei. Got a Hound's Pursuit. Palkia's going to be left alone under this turret, and you've got a Nico. She can turn into a cannon. She can turn into a dog, I suppose, in this case. Can't quite find the dive, not willing to overforce it. No, back cancelled again. Oh, now this gets interesting. Watch the Corki come on up. Mako, is he going to turn into a cannon? Got the level 6. There's the cannon. Takes the aggro. Crash down, flash away. Palkia in danger. Hound's Pursuit. And blown up. Wei needs to go. Invulnerable. With the call of the pack, and the dive is pulled off successfully. A couple flashes blown. But no matter. As IG make the dive happen and Palkia left alone under that turret is swiftly punished. Nico using that cannon form, increasingly common here in the LPL. It was a trick that felt a little bit niche for the longest time when Nico was meta as a support. Coming back in and there when we are seeing the Nico still. Outside the Shy was under a mild bit of threat, sort of being respectful of that turret. Rookie. Not really been about the mid laner so far this game. They'll note again. Weaver's wall's been up for a bit. And Angel really found an angle out of the wall. Aeon will need to Valkyrie back as the Shy TP'd in. Did not want to get caught in a between worlds combo. Between worlds twofold hex. Weirding twofold hex part 2. Ooh, just about expands to cancel the back. Gonna mean another wave crash. ZDZ is here. Now the Shy. Needs to be a bit wary. Morning Mist goes white. Still got the across the veil. Gets hit by the last rites. Will be able to go across the Dark Procession, but can't get the wave shoved in the way I think he was hoping for. Mako now may be in danger. No. Even with a full tilt, Palkia can't get in range. Go get some sleep. Or get some hot chocolate. Oh yeah, you're staying up for the F1, aren't you, Trinity? Go sort yourself out. ZDZ will get themselves another plate or two here. Ooh, make that 2. Nice chunk. Even without the grubs. Still solid damage there. Aurora with the CS lead, but the plates do disappear in short order. And the Yorick's left alone with them. too much happening right now. Got a couple minutes until our next objectives, namely Dragon into Herald a minute or so after that. Cole about to get cashed in here for Gala, who is very ahead of this Corki. Actually, has 2 games today. We've seen this Kai'Sa Corki matchup. Again, supports have been different. That does change things slightly, but still. Cole cashing, Kraken Slayer done. This Kai'Sa is going to come online really aggressively here. A lot of attention from Xiaohao and crew towards ZDZ in particular to try and get him something over the Shy. Only a couple hundred gold, and the farm lead's still good for the Shy, so despite the plates, isn't exactly huge, but Hayes keeping him in the game. Xiaohao now in danger. Tangle Barbs land. Pop Blossom comes on down, only really onto one, and Mako will die. Palkia just about surviving. Has the dude at the backside. Magnet Storm, shove away. Wei needs to call the pack. ZDZ now getting on over, managed to eviscerate back as Rookie pulls the Emperor's Divine. The flash required from Gala. As EDG just have more members there because the Shy doesn't join. And they get the reset off. I don't think they can. Oh, this gets dicey. Oh, boy. I think Rookie might be dead here. There's a bonk available and things get tricky. ZDZ starts tanking turret. Wave comes crashing. Rookie in danger. Wave throws out the Darking Daggers. Gets a decent heal. Can still look to call the pack. Eviscerates can't do it. Angel in danger. Eats another turret shot. Turret's in dangerous indeed. Trying to get the heal. Not quite up with bottom of the turret. Makes it at least 1 back. Double for Angel. Mako manages to help at least get 1, and the Shy has had 3, I think, waves, 3 topside. Ooh, crash down. Mako's dead. Nice play from Palkia. That's still going to be 4 plates to the Shy. Just before they all fall and 3 grubs. That could be significant. No one's going to get here. This is just first turret to IG. Huh. So, 3 for 1 in terms of the kills, because you got that extra kill into Mako at the end. However, first turret on 4 plates goes the way of IG. Ends up being probably gold-wise slightly more valuable to IG. Just about. I'm not actually sure. Either way, they do get that mark towards feats of strength. Kills have gone EDG's way, so really it is now all about those next 2 objective takes. Have a look at the replay here. So Wei cancels his recall, tries to play this one out. He's got a red buff getting him some regen. Tries to buy some time, gets hit by the last rights. Doesn't have time to get a call the pack down. Angel flashes out. Rookie gets a decent amount of damage down. Can't quite kill Xiaohao. Mako flashed for the heal. It wasn't quite enough. ZDZ is still lost. Dragon was picked up by IG. Palkia has to crash down away. Mako looking for those Tangle Barbs. Can't find it. Angel here versus the Shy. As the Shy trying to clear out the way. Will land a weirding there on the Angel. Goes between worlds. Clears out the way from the 2-fold Hex after into the Electrocute. Who's TPing out. Back to base. Does mean he will not be around for this Herald. 4v5 guaranteed. Weaver's Wall potentially could change that, of course, up in a couple seconds. But with that forced back on Angel, this will be another objective. And therefore, the feats of strength to IG, who have Wei take Dragon, and roam up to help take Herald after. We'll have a full quadrant to scour his way through to keep up in the farm as well. Shy maybe looking to catch out Angel here. Won't do so. Showing off Angel's 100% kill participation right now. That's the Ghost procced from Palkia, who has used that one courtesy of Spellbook. Flash caught out by the Magnet Storm, and the Shy is dead. Stay too long. Weaver's Wall goes from Palkia, gets him into lane, and the Shy dies, and that will surely be turret topside for EDG as a result. Nice play from EDG. Gets them a minor gold lead here. 4-0-2 now for Angel on this Talia. And EDG, the upstarts. The demons from Nirvana. Little ironic, really. Once one of the absolute greats of the LPL have been in dire straits of late. But there were rumors, weren't there, of how good this team was looking in scrims, of how they performed in Nirvana, were categorically the best team down there. Somewhat ironically, or Ironically, somewhat unironically, looking very dangerous. Only lost the one series, I think it was, down there, but very close to an undefeated streak. IG, no strangers to maybe falling behind 1 or 2 kills in the mid game. Tried very aggressively for resources. We come into a mid game that's pretty damn even. Feats of strength to IG, Malfold lead to EDG. We said this should be an IG clean sweep. They look deadly. Very, very dangerous. Top 2 was happily secured by them. Oh, hang on. Interrupt on Palkia. He's not going to flash. I think he might be in danger here. Hound's Pursuit tries to get something there with the mount up and the Shadow Trap, but he's just going to die. Nice pickup. Hound's Pursuit resets. Well, he's not going to take it. This is the one that picks up that kill. I force Angel back off this turret. And Rookie with the Nash's Tooth and 3 grubs should just destroy this turret in very short order indeed. Nice little pick off there between objectives. Away being donated a fair amount of this gold. Resets, Rookie gets it. One of that Thunder Phage. And a Kindle Gem, okay. Well, that's rude VCS trash. Unnecessarily. Goodbye. Nice pickup. Ironic considering the yapping coming from you in chat. There we go. Be gone. Minute till dragon. IG looking to make sure off these resets. They are out in 4. Second items largely coming through here. Rageblade done for Kai'Sa, who's got the Cull Cash in a little while ago. Ryalize and Nashers in for the Azir. Lots of zone control now on a team that is relatively short range. Accepting the Talia. Not quite the Muramana transformation for Arn. Note that. 2 items for Angel, who is very fed himself. The Pillar will deny the charge. It will prevent EDG from being in the river right now. Will get that charge down, actually, on second time of asking. Dragon, though, all the while being rushed down while the Herald was being a distraction. Well secured. Way goes eviscerating over the wall. Dark and Dagger's thrown. Atakan now being started. Hang on. Arn coming along. We get a bit flippy. Where is Angel? Where is Xiaohao's got flash? Could look to get in here. Was a flip down at 4k HP. The Shy's TP'd in, looking for between worlds. Weaver's wall now coming across. It's been a bit of a lead. Rookie goes looking. Gets on to ZDZ. The Shy between worlds forcing Xiao to a difficult position. Pop Blossom. Kai'Sa popping off. ZDZ down. The Shy forcing Xiao to back away. Valkyrie goes in with the magnet. But it's pretty good. But not enough. Seismic Shove is solid. Turns around. A double kill back for Arn. Now it's 2 for 2 into the backline with the call of the pack. And the Hound's Pursuit available for Wei. Arn down low. Well, Valkyrie out. HP bars low. Atakan still aggroed onto IG. Way low. Eviscerating away. Has to flash. Seismic Shove now wide. Angel just wide of the weirding. Threaded volley. Danger at Cathian Rain. Doing a lot of work, but now Gara in a 1v3. Back into the back line with the killer instinct flash on out. He's just better. Looking on top of Angel. Who's 300 now? Looking for Shiny Volley. Gets the trundle. Can't get Angel. But my God, Gala. That's why he's the king of Kai'Sa. In a 1v3. In a 1v3. Just takes down casually nearly the whole team. Rookie starts it off with a nice catch onto ZDZ, who is immediately popped. Shy on the other side, make sure that Xiaohao can't just run at the Atakan. He's forced to back away. Palkia does get in here. It's a decent Magnus Storm set up for a good double-sized shove. And Arm gets value. Then it gets a bit dicier. Wei goes in, trying to finish off Xiao Hao. Can't quite get it. Ends up then a little bit trapped. As he gets hit by the pillar, pulls the back, flashes out, and does stay safe from it. And then watch Gala here. As Angel looks for the shine, flashes out. And Gala, wonderful killer instinct, barrier flash. Xiao Hao, his ankle's broken. And then just gets the auto range for Angel. Sorry, make that Xiao Hao. Angel just about survived as well, but my God, Gala. That's Khan. Picked up now on the reset from Invictus Gaming. There's the swing they were looking for. If you're wondering why we've all been going, man, IG are looking like they might be making worlds, it's plays like this. The clutch from this team is incredible. No CC, no problem, because we can just find our own ways to do the stunts. Raw damage and mobility does it for you. Bit of scouting there from the shapeshifter, Gala. And Gala Azil. More move speed, more attack speed. Phantom Dancer fully completed. He's an item ahead. Gala has permission to glide. Next dragon's a minute and a half. We're going to start seeing resets in the next 20 to 30 seconds or so. And the setup for IG around that one may look to push for this mid lane tier 1. They do have that opportunity to. Gala in particular, with that reset, does not need to leave. Can look to just maintain control of the mid lane. No flash. We'll have barrier. We'll have killer instinct. Worth noting, EDG here won't have a lot of their flashes up either. In fact, none of them will have flash up. Some of them will be shortly up. I'm looking at ZDZ. Maybe within the time frame will be up. There's Gala looking at that turret. Palkia with the Hex Flash threatening. We'll make sure that doesn't quite happen. The Cathian Rain combo. Can't quite land the Void Seeker after Arn with the Gatling gun on the Force Bomb. Has just enough wave clear. But again, with 4 members under this turret, they're not getting wards down. They're not taking control of this river. Way now on a flank angle as EDG see next to nothing. Beyond that soul control ward there, just to the right of the mid lane turret, there is 2 autos off there, something like that. This should be it on the clear in. There we go, turret down, and I have no doubt the Sun Disc will be following. Proper development from Azir. In goes Palkia, it's a good shove! Wei is dead. Palkia traded, but you just lost a smite. Nice engage. Into the backline goes ZDZ though. He is very alone. Oh boy. Yeah, I think Yorick might be dead. Kai'Sa gets a passive off. Brings down ZDZ. Baron's up. And they're saying, yeah, you can take Dragon if you want. How about Baron? How you feel about that one? Angel. Xiao Hao just off vision. Can't land the seismic shove. The bait goes wrong. EDG panic a little bit once they see where IG were threatening. And don't get Dragon. And despite getting the pick onto Wei, they lose tier 1 mid, lose 2, and lose Dragon. Solid work from them. It's a good engagement from Palkia, honestly. Pillar into that. Nice little combo, but a good flash out means that Mako doesn't die. He doesn't go down. Palkia gets traded. And the TP is all well and good, assuming that ZDZ has support coming. But despite a rapid TP, it's matched. And the rest of the team just isn't in the position to follow after the engage doesn't go as cleanly as they were hoping for. And now Baron is a possibility, and you do have a 3-item Kai'Sa, a Liandry's Aurora, and an Azir. Hell, even an Neferi with the Dark Daggers does a lot of monster bleed. You've just got damage out the wazoo. Palkia has that Celestial opposition broken. EDG just making sure they have some control over the Baron. But there's control in the back there for EDG. Got one ward. You see just near IG's tier 1 mid. That's a potential teleport angle. Mako in the guise of Gala stepping on forward. Palkia into that wall. Hex Flash angle. Does go looking for it. I don't know about the Palkia. That's a rookie mistake. We'll go back and trade it onto Mako, actually, courtesy of a good seismic shove. So you know what? 1 for 1 isn't as bad as it could have been. Weaver's wall. Gala now potentially in danger. Seismic shove. Doesn't quite land. Way in danger, but not down. Dark Possession for Rookie, but he just stands and delivers just fine. Shuffles away to get the shield. Shy looking between worlds. Getting a chunk onto the Maiden. Can't kill it, but will burn it. Back towards Baron we go. No engage option here. I don't think Mako is expected to get popped quite that easy, but the Talia lands a seismic shove and you just get blasted by doing that and a false bomb. Xiaohao around. Does have flash. IG maybe need to think about that one again. The health bars aren't great. This could end up being a bit of a bait. Wayne needs to eviscerate. Wayne does so. Good call of the pack. And sure, the seismic shove goes wide. ZDZ hit by the dark. The tangle barbs as he throws down the dark perception. Who's got top tier 2 and Yorick gets the local gold? Yeah, because it's an ability that does it. So yes, you get the local gold on that. Rookie of the split playing against actual Rookie. Unfortunately, Palkia, Rookie's got a few years experience on being Rookie over you. May have won a world championship. When did Rookie start? Was it Season 3, Season 4? 11 or 12 years of experience at this point. Jeez. Baron started. IG onto it. Yorik's not here. Last cone. It's going to be an angle. Still got a flash. Mako dodged the seismic shove. Over the wall goes the Shy between worlds. Angel low. Hit by the weirding. Burn to the backside as the Shy goes to the other side of it. Does go down. But Baron's taken all the while. Xiao tried to flash on him but wasn't quite in time. Distraction successful. Angel low. Call of the pack. And the Hound's Pursuit used by ZDZ. Eviscerates out of the Dark Procession. Palkia goes flashing on in. Doesn't find as much balance as I think he was hoping for. It was a clone all along. Palkia dies. EDG flashing away. Throws out a Dark Procession. But Gala's killer instinct is enough to bring down the Undertaker, who in 1988 was thrown 16 feet off Hell in a Cell through the announcer's table. Got him. Towards the Baron we go. A Mountain Soul will be the prize of it. Drake in the pit. And man, oh man, tier T's go down. The Shy gets quite a lot of damn value there. Sheesh. Xiao flashed in. It was nearly on time, you know. His smite was on cooldown there. I'm putting that out there. W goes wide. Palkia and Gala from Rookie. Immediate flash away. Did the Undertaker use a shovel? Well, I don't know about that. I'm just saying Yorick is an Undertaker. And therefore we went that route as a result. Angel getting hit a bit there. Dark and daggers come on through. Wei gonna pull the pack. Gonna slip out of dodge there just fine. 7-1 and 4 now for Gala. Got a GA on top of everything else. Morellonomicon done for Mako. In the picture-in-picture, Yorick trying to find value elsewhere. ZDZ. She claimed that tier 2. Not bad into the Baron, getting what you can where you can. Realistically, an inhibitor will be under threat shortly. The Shy's been sent back to match that. Got a TP. ZDZ does not. 3-1 shove as Azir shoving through mid. Rookie gets a chunk here. He's got the Sun Disc behind him. Harder to flank now. And that tier 3 just disappears under the force of Rookie's autos. 3 grubs power showing itself here. Inhibitor exposed in mid lane. Top lane turret now under siege as Gala gets to step on forwards. Inhibitor down as well. What do you have, EDG? You need to find something soon. The Shy begins to shove up that bot side, getting it further back. Goes popped by Palkia, looking to switch into something a bit more aggressive. Teller comes on down, but again, you can throw as many Men at Work signs as you like. Unfortunately for you, IG, you're a bit bigger than a pothole. Take a lot more gold to fill in this deficit, this trough you're in. That engaged onto Mako, not bad. They blow that up again. Going 1-for-1 as your support is not good enough. Angel in threat as Wei finds them. Congratulations, you found Mako. Is that really the best you could do with the flash engage? As Angel goes golden, denies the house pursuit. Xiao low between worlds to Shy. Shotguns another in the face. And EDG are blown apart under their own Nexus turret. Rookie goes golden. And EDG, oh, you may have been the big fish in Nevada. Welcome to the gods amongst Ascend. Invictus Gaming take them to task in game 1. Credit to EDG where it is due. Credit where it is due. They actually played a pretty good early game. They managed to trade back and forth. Some of those good early jungle plans were solid. And then it all just started falling apart a little bit in the mid game. That fight around the Atachan where IG just clutched it better, picked their moments better. You had 4 carries, maybe Mako even as well at points on the Nico, right? Was always going to be tricky to know exactly when you were safe. And the Kai'Sa glides, that one fight goes well. And the game just falls that bit too far apart. I think for Palkia in particular, as the game went on, alongside Xiao, they just couldn't find the picks they needed. They got Mako a few times, great, but going 1-for-1 as Rel into Nico? Is that really what you want when on the rest of the team is like, cool, I've burned all of my cooldowns to kill the Nico, and not the Kai'Sa, and not the Aurora, and not the Azir, and not this Neferi, who then get to re-engage later with so much of that threat down. Wasn't exactly that much CC on the side of EDG either. Once the Unraveled Earth is down, what's really threatening you? Dota 2, the International, greater than LoL. I mean, the International's a great tournament. I'm not going to take it away from you. It's a great bit of esports. If you're an esports enjoyer, the International's wonderful. I don't think they necessarily need to be mutually exclusive. Who even gets MVP at this point? I don't really like IG, I like Mako. Fair enough. He's a cool player. He's been playing for a very long time. Kai'Sa and Azir, no flash reach, you have the tools to punish it. It's hard. I mean, okay, to go back to that point, because obviously there's that engage where Palkia goes looking, double flash out from Rookie and from Gala. You go, okay, Kai'Sa, Azir, no flash, we can punish this. And then you realize, hang on, even if I just kill Azir, there's still 3 other carries. There's GA on Kai'Sa, ult on Kai'Sa, dash on Kai'Sa. Azir's got his own tools with the Empress Divide, with that shuffle away. It's not easy to get them at the best of times. And your damage was already quite limited. And if you're going all in on a relatively short-range comp into a lot of damage, it was going to be quite tricky, to say the least. There's the damage graphs. Rookie and Gala leading the way. No surprises there. Yeah. Here will come the highlights. Who even gets MVP this game? It's Gala, surely. Like, that Kai'Sa was too clean. Like, who even is it? It's like, oh, no, I've answered my own question. It's gotta be Gala, right? Mecha. What did Mecha say? Look, regardless of type of tomorrow, they all pop if you squeeze hard enough. Alright, Lord Denethor. How do you feel about Boromir over here? Do you have an issue with a man named Faramir? Oh. He's running some ads at some point soon as well. Fun fact for Marco. We did that one, didn't we? Already done all those. Yeah, I'm avoiding the Nico conversation. That's probably fair. Here's our MVP, and a shock to everyone, it's Gala. Wow, who could have foreseen this? Gala MVP, 84% KP, good damage percentage, 10, 1, and 6. You're about to watch a highlight reel from the gods. Guys, I'm going to turn the camera off briefly and let you watch this. I'm going to put the ads on, get myself another cup of tea, get myself locked in, and open the door, because it's getting bloody hot in here.
好久不见啊。
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，自由自在，灵感随行。
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜游戏台式机，游戏主机低至8折抢。
激动。
感觉现在第3赛段打完之后，感觉大家也在一直持续的进步吧。然后，感觉我们就是一支打团比较厉害的队伍吧。我觉得第3赛段可能打 BLG 第一次对战 BLG 的时候印象比较深刻吧，因为其实我们赢了2把都是靠我们的团战赢下来的吧。然后，就说明我们其实在朝着我们这个方向就是一直在进步吧，然后也做得越来越好。现在到了1整年中最关键的2个月吧，然后，必须要抓住这次机会吧，然后希望跟队友们越打越好吧，然后一起冲更好的成绩吧。想跟队友说的话就没什么特别多的吧，就是我一直觉得大家都是最厉害的选手，然后，包括丹教练也是，然后给了我们很多的帮助嘛，然后其实我们也一直在按照他说的一直在进步嘛，然后也非常谢谢他一直在帮助我们。
Alright, I'm back. I've got tea brewing in the kitchen. Well, on to game 7 of the day. At least 2 more to go. Oh, baby. Coke the drink. Just how? What's going on? Oh, are we back on cocaine and Coca-Cola? I mean, that's a pseudo fun fact, but it's a very scary one, folks. Why are we talking about this? Huh? Huh? Why do we talk about anything, Sam? It's because this chat is in false multiplayer is stupid. I mean, yes, that's true. We have cultivated an exquisite combination of tomfoolery here in chat. Big Pilkers, that's the one. Pilky Gaming, one earlier today. Hijinks and shenanigans, indeed. Do you think the core of BLG needs to be split up after this year, or do they need a new coach to push them in the right direction? I think at this point the core looks like it just isn't on the same philosophical page anymore. I realistically think you'd need a new jungle support, and for probably some of the other egos to be kind of tempered so that people actually follow calls. So the minute they're not, and it's a mess. My suspicion, my gut feeling is BLG breaks up at the end of this year. And it'll be a full rebuild. It's my honest thinking, Hogan. Because I think you can change all the junglers you want. It won't change the philosophical discrepancies we are seeing and the issues we are seeing in mid game. Again, they were world finalists as of last year, but I think they still think they're that good. When at the minute they're not. Well, into draft we go. Game number 2 of this series between EDG and IG, our second best of 5 of the day. Our first one went to Silver Scrapes. This one, it feels more likely that IG will be showing EDG exactly how high the peaks they are trying to climb are. What's that Chinese proverb? I had eyes but could not see Mount Tai. Sometimes the mountains are just bigger than you think they are. Big fish in small ponds. So, EDG on blue, Pantheon, Rumble, Gwen. Double AP hard carries top, plus the Pantheon down, especially because the Trundle's out. Don't really have the easy counters. Still getting rid of Xiao Hao's specialties in the Wukong and the Jarvan. Smart, I think. What's your final ban here, Varus? feel like I'm missing something that's on the ban table a lot right now. What am I forgetting here? Nymaera. Nymaera is exactly it. Hoppy's banned instead. Is Arn comfortable enough to blind pick Nymaera into IG? It's a gauntlet. I feel like Gala and Mako may just Zyra, can't it, though? There's the Shins out. We're just first picking that. AD skirmishes are a little thin on the ground right now. Neferi, Trundle, Pantheon, Jarvan, Wukong, Poppy, all off the board, and a Xin Zhao picked. Where are we going to at this point? That's 5, yeah, that's 7. That's saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from the Trundle, 7 from the Neferi, and Neferi's down as well. So, Vi is up. Could look to that. And Wei was always a Vi. Enjoy it. Nymaera locked in. Zed. Sejuani, Vi, all fun. A little bit early to be locking a Zed, I fear. But the Nymaera is traded for the Xin Zhao. You can see EDG having to make a hard decision there. And the Wei Vi is locked. Orianna for the Xin Zhao. Decent enough combo. Audacious Charge makes for a decent enough ball carrier. Of course, Crescent Guard can kind of be a little bit of anti-synergy, much the same way that Gragas Cask can be. Varus, again, down in priority, but still very potent. Gives you some fighting power for that bot lane. Can theoretically go on hit here if you need to trade with the Nymaera. Rookie has been absolutely spamming Annie this split. Largely quite successfully. Very good utility with it. Has been excellent at setting up his team for success and donating some of his resources to the likes of a hyper carry. Nymaera certainly counts as that, I feel, at the minute. So the Annie is indeed secured. Second phase of bans. Supports on both sides, perhaps worth pinching. The Shy is likely going to end up here with counter pick for top lane as well. Unless he wants to blind something like Renekton, maybe. A few of those still up and available if he wants to force that support counter pick, which could be valuable here, especially because Palkia has that rookie. He's one of those members you could potentially put the pressure on. See if they crack on a stage like this. Big best of 5. You're already down a game. Didn't have the easiest time on your rel. EDG deciding they want to focus Shy's blind pick pool. And Bessa off the board as somewhat expected. Yorick's down. Would have been another one of those potential carry options. Just feel like Renekton value is relatively high here now. Could theoretically Sion, could Ornn. It's 2 of those top lane tanks as well. Cassante, I suppose, as well. The Shy could go for a Nidalee here. It's not good, but he could. It's not break glass in case of emergency at this point. Just debating the Alistar here. He takes it away from the Orianna Cowball combo. One of the OG Orianna ball carriers. Mako's Alistar also his most played, his most successful over his career as well. He has been one of the world great Alistars for a long, long time. Good front line as well. Can join the Vi on the dives. Good follow up on Annie CC. Good setup for Annie CC. Braum makes some sense at this point. Into a number of divers can be pretty good for that. Sion for similar reasons. Crescent Guard does a lot of value. If you go on hit Varus as well. Quite a lot of tools to try and keep him alive. Of course, the Alistar better into Braum than some melees off virtue of being able to press R and counteract that passive quite quickly. And there is the Scion. EDG, big front to back now. Double carries in the Orianna and the Varus looking to be DPS checks. A lot more dive and pick from IG. And Red 5 standing by. Locke follows to counter pick position. That's a hover of a Fiora. Go on. Aatrox is fine here. Probably a more stable matchup into the Scion. ZDZ did hover the Fiora last game, and you just wondered, didn't you? But no. Alas, no Fiora this time. Aatrox probably more stable. You have got a lot of people you need to be a bit of an anti-tank bruiser into. Can definitely be a little bit more consistent DPS when you have got quite a bursty mid-jungle. Good into the Scion. Can mess with the Braum, can mess with the Shins out. I'm fine with the Aatrox here. Good flanking angle as well in the Shy. Obviously, one of the great Aatroxes. G2 out there crying somewhere in their sleep for the thoughts of that champion. Their socials follow me. That might not be a great clip to send them, or they may never work with me again. But hey, you're the guys who got Aatroxed multiple times, so what can I say? Game 2 drafts getting locked in there. I'll up the volume. Music. Alright, folks. Damn, they just let Gala get Yunara after the Kai'Sa game? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Annie Vine. Not Annie Wukong, but it will do just fine. Single target CC 4 days. Much more AoE front to back. Scion, Shinzao, Braum. Looking to keep an Orianna and a Varus up and running as long as possible. Make sure that CC pit chain is broken somewhere along the line. If it is not, life gets hard for EDG. Can you keep the Varus up? Can you keep the Orianna up? Success or failure will determine this one. We'll let the Gyos go. Good God, they got the music wrong. Fortunately, we got Gyos to restore our eardrums.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
你单薄的身体是这里唯一的笑。
全军出击！
Oh, doesn't look like I missed too much while I went to go pick up. My T. And Kennen and GP'd. Ah, the G2 conversation. Yeah. Yeah. True enough, that. I left you unsupervised. I mean, Mac was in chat. Angel Orianna, one of his most famous champions, back when he was on Suning in particular. Wonfong Jin, Angel Orianna, SOFM, Style of Me. On the Rengar, tank Rengar. And Amber, it's true. Let's be honest, how supervised do you feel even when Sam Innie is here? That's very true. I'm not responsible. way. Looking for a bit of a follow-up there to get the ward down. Just Skull Crab's coming. Gets that ward. To get a hold of that. Ah, this is the replay. Ah, had a look to get onto Annie, huh? Didn't really find all that much. Good sidestep with the Molten Shield. Rookie is just fine. ZDZ, ow, eating some nasty trades early on here from the Shy. Angel nearly out of mana. Rookie is certainly not. Good timing there. Slam Protect times out, I think. Quite sure the shield tagged that or not. Mako getting a free pass to level 2 without much trading is a bit of a surprising. Yes, however, we have seen a lot of Alice to start with the headbutt. Just keep the headbutting the AD carry away. Doing a decent job of that there. I think some Winter Spikes also went wide as he went dancing, but I didn't see too much of it. I'll note going the Hail of Blades. So gets a little bit of those auto attacks down, but it's still going to be going for that poke variety. Looking to stack up to max blight stacks as quick as possible. Basically what this allows you to do is then you're getting dived. Rapidly auto a few times in Q. That will see Rage Nash build in this draft. Yeah, agreed. Early cull from Gala. Yes, Tavares gone towards that tier early. Wind Spike just goes wide. Nice step, Gala. Landing the Arc of Judgment, actually. Going to force a flash and a heal. As Mako went looking for the headbutt. Heal back. Much better trade from IG. Good stuff from them. That Arc of Judgment. Scary. Rookie with the early level 6. Trades on to Angel. Well. Skinless Annie. Second Skull Grab going the way of Wei. Shy. I just said the Shy didn't go anywhere further than that. Chow Hao is around. World Ender available. Now I'm going to look at it. Roar of the Slayer goes wide. The Shy's got the World Ender. Gets out of the ultimate. Very nice. Infernal Chain still to work with. Gets hit by the wind, becomes lightning, but just gets to slide away. Doesn't even need to blow his flash. Smooth stuff from the Shy, who plays it cool, calm, and collected. And ZDZ misses everything. Is also nearly out of mana here. So lacking a lot of trading tools. A lot happened so far in this game, outside of just good laning from IG. Weighs up a lot of CS right now. The Shy's got a call, Gala's got a call. Laning is just happening. Gloves being started by EDG. EDG are around here. Rookie with Tibbers available. Gets the stun onto Palku. Misses the Glacial Fissure. Maybe look to come back in and fight this. The second grub would be nice. Decimated Smash, gonna be charged. Taken by Xiao. How do they want to play for the second? They won't have a smite available here. Wave will. There's the shockwave. Lands on a couple. Doesn't lead to all that much more yet. Palkia now in danger. Headbutted. Pulverized. Damage back onto Wei, who does get the cease and desist but goes down. As, of course, does ZDZ. Gala trading with Arn. They trade life for life. As Annie also traded to the zombie. Aatrox, though, rolling. Trying to get to value. Pulverized and effort back. Gets the double knock up. But there is a Pulverized back around as a shy with a Deathbringer stance. Gets another one. Angel now in danger. Needs to get a bit more value. Mako goes looking. And a flash force from Angel. 2 grubs to IG. Just about the team fight win. 4 for 3, I believe, in the end. Let's have a look again. It got dicey. Not far. This is the shockwave on a couple. It's decent. And then it gets real scary. It's actually headbutt, flash, pulverized. Very clean from Mako. Wait, no, he's going down to get as much damage as he can with the cease and desist. Gar looks to try and get onto Arn. And needs an auto, but the arrow after ensures it to 1-for-1. The problem is, the Shy is just a hell of a lot scarier than anything on the enemy team right now, especially when Mako's there to add the CC required, so Xiaohao can't keep altering the 3 Talon strikes. And IG get away with 2 grubs, get away with the extra kill. And come out the better of that one. Shy in particular, pop the 2-0-1, Arc of Judgment lands, remember Arn does have to flash there. Just came off cooldown. Transcending themselves. Was Gala. Hey Gio, good to see you. Teleporting him. Gains a corruption, doesn't have cleanse. I think Gala might be in danger here. Oh, the head of arrow just goes wide. Last auto! And the piercing arrow, nicely done. Hiding in the bush. Had the chains of corruption. Gala can't outplay it. Control ward value very high there. Want to go clear it out. Arm was having none of it. Nice pickup there. Necessary. IG were beginning to get the better of this early game. Some key kills in some key locations. Dragon in 20 seconds, IG in the river. Arm won't have his ultimate for this. Yunara will. What issue is that going to be? I think we Xiaohao on the other side of the map, realistically, they're not fighting for it anyway. Angel, Reminder has no flash. Oh boy, this Orianna could be having not a lot of fun here. Mako got the ult, uses it early, cease and desist. Not going to make a massive amount of difference with the shockwave. And the kill easily granted. Mako with the heal, just about okay. But EDG now coming on down. Winter's Play, oh my god, nearly catches out Mako, who's likely going to get traded here. Will do his best to buy time. Into the mid lane comes ZDZ. The Shy's going to get a lot of time here, but another plate goes the way of Gala. And the Shy's just going to get donated a lot of plates here. No teleport for ZDZ or Angel. Dragon might go the way EDG here. They burned a lot. And Wei's on a decent flank. In comes the Shy with the TP. Just went back to base. Chains of Corruption goes wide. Arn, remember, no teleport. We'll use the Ghost Blade to buy some time. The Shy looking for the Dark-Hidden Blade. Trying to buy some time is Xiaohao with the Crescent Guard. I don't think that's enough. The Arc of Ruin forces the cleanse. Palkia dead. As is Arn, a double to Gala. Who uses that flash so aggressively. Gets himself both bot lane members. That'll be more plates. The TP, I don't know about this one. Angel, are you sure? Actually, it's the Scion. I take it back. Maybe a little bit safer than that Orianna, who didn't have the TP. I do apologize. Even said that before we got into the play. But hey, short-term memory things. Dragon also picked up by IG. Mark towards feet strength secured. 2,000 or so gold in the lead. First turret will secure the upgraded boots. And here's that TP, and EDG try to punish Rookie. And Rookie sees them, backs away. They miss everything. And then they realize they are up a creek in Spot Lane River with no paddle. And the Shy, even through the exhaust, gets enough CC on, just can't move fast enough. Flash for that last auto is all Gala needs to finish up what his top laner started. The Shy nearly cashed in that cult. Same with Gala, actually. And certainly that gold lead will spike by another 1,000 or so. Maybe more like 800. Forget exactly how much Hull gives you on the cash in. A few hundred. Hot side turret under siege briefly. Not really to any significant avail. Wei coming over to contest this one. EDG are on it first, but IG with the collapse. Gala looking to find a way through that mid bush. Can't. Rookie on a flank, spotted. Shockwave is wide! Oh dear, doesn't matter. Rookie's still dead, but now Palkia trying to buy space on the other side. His damage goes down onto Wei, who does get ignited. Trying to find a way over the wall with the Vault Breaker and does so. Palkia now in danger though, because Gala has transcended himself. Heal required. Herald secured. Rookie on that flank angle got jumped on. Just about brought low before IG could get involved. ZDZ now in danger. Maybe forced to ult out here. Gets pulled back actually on the wrong side of the Shy. Soul Furnace shield will be enough to keep him alive and won't be forced to burn a flash or an ultimate. Into the enemy jungle we go though. EDG having their red buff forward order. Wait, here with Mako. Secured by IG. Shy gonna get this turret bot side, and that will be first turret of the game. And feats of strength going the way from Victor's Gaming on in danger. Oh my days. As the Hail of Arrows back, but has like no mana. It's gonna be forced to reset. And I think that might mean a mid lane turret going against EDG. Xiao Hao around is enough to keep that turret safe. Hang on. Rocket Bell into turnaround though from Angel, who forces his own flash off Rookie. Was think he was gonna have a bit more damage there and didn't. Shintao's coming. Rookie got a shield, gets another stun. Oh, an Angel flash for that. He's getting timid. Oh, it's turned back into 1-for-1. Mid lane, we're looking again. Hang on, you know it's just picked up on. Gala now in danger, flashes away. Does not quite get hit until ZDZ flash forward for the Soul Furnace. Proc, but the Shy is now here. Palkia in danger. Gets pulled back. No, just out of range of the Infernal Chains, but now ZDZ in danger. Does have the ult. Will use it to get away. It's a mess. What is that, 2 for 2? Both mids, both AD carries traded. The problem is, the health bars are a lot lower. Interrupt on Palkia. Throws up the door. Just about survives. And that mid lane turret will still fall. Palkia burns the flash. Herald charge top side. Turret goes down in top side as well, courtesy of that Herald use. 35 seconds on Dragon. We come back to live again, and no flashes for EDG. I'll have a look mid lane here. Ah, Mako just jumps on Arn, right? Yes. Pepper. Cease and desist. Still got the pulverize, tries to burn all the things, doesn't keep him alive. Gala then in danger, has to try and flash away from the wind spike. Flash from ZDZ secures it. Every summoner under the planet used here, it feels like. Who's got flash? Mako and the Shy. Those are the two people with flash. Those are actually quite scary people with flashes. EDG have none. None at all. They're on the dragon first, but they have to be so wary. On an Angel in particular at serious risk here. Darking Blade Part 1. Firing on through. Down to 8,000 HP. 20% of the dragon's HP bar gone. Turret secured by minions. Overcome IG from the wrong side of the map. Rookie looking. Has got a blast code. Let's charge up the stun. Mako gets hit. Still turn around though. Makes it well unbreakable. And there's Rookie and the Shy. The world is ending for Edward Gaming. The shockwave is good. The knockup is better. Maybe they can turn it around, but the problem is all the damage is being run down. All of the combos in the world mean nothing if there is no follow-up. And EDG get annihilated in the river. Aced for none. Exceptional. Exceptional. We said, look, there is no flash on anyone but the Shy and Mako. Guess who just used the flash? The Shy and Mako. Rookie on a great flank angle. They know he's around because they're trying to ward it off. But Mako with the flash headbutt pulverize. The Shy to follow. As Rookie sets it up with a stun. Arn is dead before he can do damn well anything. This combo is fantastic. If Arn is alive, if Angel gets to do anything, the Shy flashing in means the Orianna is run down in the 1v2. And there is just not enough in the tank to secure anything off. However many people were knocked up there. The bouncy castle was cool, but for IG, it was just a time at the fair. For EDG, it was a drop into a 6-foot hole. And IG makes sure to shovel over the dirt. That shallow grave. 4 minutes till Soul for IG, who are now at Soul Point. Up. Near enough, 7,000 gold. Atakan, a possibility. IG certainly clearing out the vision here and daring EDG to come back and fight it. I will note now, though, that the flash discrepancy will be going back in EDG's favour. Shy and Mako will be down theirs, while the rest of the game's flashes are largely coming up now. Here's the Shy and Mako just getting shouted out there. Yeah, there you go. Good game from both of them so far. Atakan being warded out this time by EDG. Just aware that IQ around. Mako stood on vision. Rookie is not. Is now. As the ward goes down. Shove up through mid. Gala could theoretically join. Atakan is started by Edward Gaming. EDG feeling the need to flip. Gala was on mid tier 1. Angel to the side, down to 10,000 HP. Mako's around. It's not switched over to something like a smite. Wave also here. The Shy up the top lane. Rookie gets a stun. The headbutt pulverize onto ZDZ. Way is around. Gala now around. Made that rotation. IG bought enough time. EDG now caught between IG. As the wave being cleared by the Shy. Back to Atakan. Still aggroed. Still at 7,000 HP. Mako on vision. EDG really want this, and I don't know about it. CDC slowed by the Arc of Judgment, turning into an Arc of Ruin as the Transcending happens, and the Scion is being mashed by Gala. The Shy on the backside gets on top of Angel. ZDZ survives for a second or two as the redemption comes on down, but the Shy on a 1v4 season is into the backside. On the shockwave again means so very little. Finally, wave falls, but I don't know about the rest of the players. The zombie tries to do some work. Xiaohao audaciously charges, but is to his own death. Top jungle dead. Wei also down. IG with the man advantage turned back onto Atakan, and EDG don't want to risk the contest, smite or no. Atakan is Invictus Gaming's. Or maybe not. They do cancel the resets. On 20% HP is coming up. They're TPing in. Gala, I don't know about this. You need to back off that. Still aggro, still here. IG TP back in. There's Rookie with full HP. There's Mako with full HP. TP back again. This one from Angel. TP from the Shy. ZDZ looks to get stunned up by the Incinerate. Knocked around. Infernal Chains pulled back down half HP. Gala transcending himself again. Dodges the Winter Spike. Has a shield. The Shy on a flank angle. Redemption coming on down. He's a bit deep. Can Umbral dash over the wall and does so. It has been non-stop action at Akan. It's been the elephant's graveyard of the LPL. Everyone comes here to die. It started again. Third start of the Atakan. IG looking around to Angel. Disintegrate of the one Rookie though. Low. Crescent Gun. Shockwave. Gets Rookie. Mako just about tries to everyone on the Shy. The backside of one. Just about knocked up by the decimated backside divide. Begins to free fire back on the Shy. Brigade showing some healing. Here comes the season descended on. Falls. Punched in the face. It's a haymaker from Way. KO! Ding, ding, ding! Gala still trading as ZDZ is a zombie. Unfortunately for him. Cranberry say what's in his head? Well, it was brains. And they've just been smashed onto the floor. Palkia falls again and again. IG come out with more. Angel survives. The one person who's supposed to be in the afterlife is somehow still on the mortal plane. Irony, perhaps. It's been so damn long that Soul has spawned. Rookie looked for Angel. Got punished by ZDZ. At the beginning, it looked scary. Mako just about surviving because of the redemption. And the Shy in a 1v4. By so much time, Gala doing his best to get as much work done as he can. Triumphant Vor heal was so huge. Glacial Fissure stopped Gala autoing for a second or two. Finally bring down Mako. ZDZ zombie was a bit of a nightmare. Soul secured by IG in that replay. Guess where we are, folks? Oh yes, Atakan. Buckle in, folks. We go for a fourth start on Atakan. And this time EDG have had enough of it. They're giving it up. Soul and Atakan for IG, who fought tooth and nail for it. It's theirs for the taking. Baron possibly now next on the menu. Way. Potentially back away here. Vault breaker away from the Whimper comes Lightning. Sion gets a turret in the bot side. They get a turret in mid as well. Getting bounties where they can. That probably has to be a way back in. Can you get that critical shutdown on the Shy? Someone like Angel. Someone like Arn. Just get that extra bit of gold to get them to a third item. A half item after that, even if you can manage it. Because you are looking at a Death Dance on this Aatrox. You are looking at an Infinity Edge and now a Vamp Scepter for Gala. Those are some miserable numbers to be dealing with. Gala and the Shy are so strong. And killing them has been the work of ages. Gala's died a few times, but he has not traded his life particularly easily. Went 1-for-1 with Arn a couple times. Once by that Grubs fight, and then the second time Arn caught him with a Chains of Corruption. That was just the one for a good kill from Arn. But outside of that, in most team fights, Gala been something of an eel. The Shy sees Arn and says, I am a lot faster than you. And the long arm and the fist attached to it of the law slams into Varus. Puts him in a cell for 35 seconds. Wearing black and white. Those prisoner's garments aren't coming off for a little bit yet. Inmate will allow Baron to go down as EDG face down, Soul, Atakan, and now Baron. And the scrappy fights, the close fights, have once again in the mid-game broken in Invictus Gaming's favor. They are just so stylish in those moments, so confident, composed in those knife fight 50-50 scenarios. They just trust themselves to be clutch, and on the whole, they damn well have been. Players like the Shy, we've been doing it for you. 5-0 test, trying to TP out into an Aatrox CDZ. Oh, not like that. Flash is away now. Where are you running, my brother? Where are you going? Knuckles would like a word. Speaking of, There they are in the form of a bye. 6, 2, and 7. 2.5 minutes until Elder. ZDZ gets the turret, trades his life for it, and the flash, and the teleport. I don't think you need to try and teleport out there. That was a bit bold into an Aatrox. We've got a lot of cooldown reduction at this point. Towards the turret we look. Member down. No front line. Inhibitor crumbles the massed firepower Invictus Gaming. EDG must find a way to weather the storm. 2 inhibitors would feel pretty damn dangerous. Can you get to an Elder flip? Will you be allowed to get there? It was a way back in, that might be it. Into a shutdown or two. Alas, I fear for EDG, they'll not be allowed to. The Shy went flashing for Darkin Blade, and the Ghost was just enough to keep Arn out of range. CDC goes looking, backside goes Xiaohao, but Garda flashes away, gets himself a big shield. Turning around, the Crescent Guard is buying time for Xiaohao, but that's all it is, time, and it runs short. The Sams are empty in this hourglass, and this ain't Prince of Persia. It's League of Legends, and Invictus Gaming have been playing it to the best of their abilities all split long. EDG, the best of Nirvana, meet the most ridiculous of Ascend. A smirk on the Shy's face. Series point in EDG. Climbed this far up the mountain and have met perhaps a peak they can't scale. Hello folks, good to see you all. Glad to have you in here. Thanks for coming and joining us as ever here on Nymaera's channel. Alex has just left to go towards the LEC, where he will be casting KC versus G2 tonight. Should be a phenomenal series, so please do make sure you go check in on that one when you get the chance. Oh, but alas, I'm still here to bring you some LPL. We're in our second best of 5 of the day. It was a messy first series. BLG reverse swept to spare their blushes and move forwards in the upper bracket in our first series. And IG, looking at Edward Gaming, by far the best team in Group Nirvana, and have met IG and not really been quite able to match up in the mid game around those Atacans in particular. Those close run fights, those skirmishes have just generally gone IG's way by a kill, a little bit more. And it has just worked out so well for him. If you have not as yet, please do make sure to follow, to like, to subscribe. If you are on Twitch, it is September. You get cheaper subscriptions, especially if you're gifting. Consider that an opportunity to help support the channel. It is much appreciated to those who do. And I appreciate you all who come and help us out on that one. Hey, Lion Man, good to see you. And for those who don't use Twitch or don't want to subscribe on there, you can also use the Ko-fi link. Please do come and donate that way as well if you want to do that as a way that is channel agnostic. What am I? Am I just bad? I am bad. There we go. There's the Ko-fi link. They qualify for the win versus BLG. Yes, I believe so. I believe so. 2 best of 5 wins should get you there. There's the Ko-fi link. And of course, the other thing you can do is have a look at League Mastery, which is a really cool... where art thou? Nowadays there's so much in here. New program, new website, new platform that has been put together by Hedon, LEC coach, to help teach everyone how to be better at League of Legends, be that from learning about champions from One Tricks, be that from learning from LEC coaches on how to be systematic, and intentional in how you improve at the game, to learning about casting from myself and Nymaera, which would be pretty damn awesome. So please do come and give that a look if that is something that you would like to do. Put the exclamation mark League Mastery into chat for all of your edification. Not a cast. There we go. Come look after us with that one as well, for those of you who are interested in doing that one. Second goes by points, and IG will be second if they win against BLG according to maths. Okay, there you go then. So yeah, if they can beat BLG, their points would be good enough to make sure they go, so they may end up second, which would be really awesome for them. They had a decent spring. And at third, I believe, didn't they? Lost out to BLG, actually, in that lower place finals. To have that BLG AL finals that came up against us. IG took WE out in 4th place. Managed to climb their way to third. So we're third in it. A 3rd place finish in spring, plus that would be pretty solid. More than enough points to get them going towards Worlds. Oh, Sam, good to use that one. Can't use AT Twitch at the minute. That's fine. Good to see you, Banana Slapper, as ever. Oh, did I run ads? I did. Wonderful. Well done, me. And I need to go get myself some more tea. It'll be a Red Bull blunt, mate. Oh, it's why the BLG, they have minimum 150 points. AL and BLG can both pass that, yeah. That's okay. So, Mabi, you're saying it's not a guarantee if they beat BLG. There's still more to go, is it? Depends on AL winning it all. Ah, yes, true. It's not guaranteed. Okay. So not quite the case. Okay. Still, they're in a fairly good position here, nonetheless, is what I would say. Enjoy the formation lap. Trinity, glad to have you in here for a bit. Let's hope EDG take a game off now so IG have something to review and learn from. I mean, the problem is a little bit in those early games, like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have died here. Maybe we should have moved over a bit faster. They've actually managed to get decent laning leads from, like, CS and topside in particular, and then kind of end up even as EDG managed to trade out for a dive or something and trade for some objectives. So maybe giving up a little less on the cross maps might be something they need to look at here a bit. Even if the early game, I think, has been less volatile from IG than it has been in some other series. They've not had to come back from crazy deficits this series. Right, 2 people told me to get hydrated. So I'm going to get hydrated. Let me turn that off. Turn this one over here. The Shy with the MVP on the Aatrox. Oh. Now do it yourself. Something to drink.
是暗夜的猎手，更是夜拍的高手。OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马，更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
奥方电竞椅职业战队的选择，连续6年，中国电竞椅销量第1。奥方 G7 专业人体工学电竞椅，22项调节，提供腰颈肩全方位支撑。上官方旗舰店搜奥方 G7。
今晚碾压局，你的车
就这样了吗？或者说，开局吗？
开就开。
我觉得就是这次常规赛里印象最深刻的比赛就是打 Formula 和 AL 吧，因为就是前期就是做的太差嘛，然后导致根本就还不了手，然后后面教练也给我们讲了很多复盘，然后要怎么去做，我觉得就是很重要。这次季后赛的话，就是自己决心肯定希望能跟队伍走到最后嘛，然后我们问题的话，就是我觉得是我自己前中期要做得更好吧，然后大家在中后期做的是比较好的，然后我只需要把前中期稳住就行。首先就是很感谢教练组吧，然后丹教练给我的帮助特别多吧，然后也开阔了我很多那个游戏里的那种视野嘛，然后队友的话也都非常的好吧，然后也给了我很大的帮助，不管是游戏里的经验还是生活的帮助嘛，我觉得都很好，然后就是希望我们能一起夺得一个好的成绩。
Alright, I return it. Hydration secured. Compliment and a fun fact for Vasu. What's a good fun fact? What do I think of good fun facts? Oh no, I'm a bit. Oh, I need to think about that. What is a good fun fact? And what's the score? Yeah, 2-0 for Invictus Gaming currently, yes. They are on series point here in EDG. Kind of fallen in quite similar ways both times. Basically, mid-game skirmish around the Atacama, proving a bit much. Draft we go. Compliment Vasu's a little easier. Vasu, always a pleasure to see you. You are a very kind, very generous friend who makes time for a lot of people. I think that kind soul of yours, something you should cherish. I know we certainly do in the community, so much love, my friends. Also, great DM. Vasu is in fact running a D&D campaign that I'm involved with, and that's quite good fun. Now to think of fun facts, which could probably wait until after draft. Pantheon Rumble banned by EDG. Fair enough. Don't want to give those. It'll be a Gwen ban as well at this point. It's what they went for last time. Unless they're happy to give the Gwen up and try and blind pick it. Bold. ZDZ has largely been second best to the Shy. Then it's a Sivir. Do you ban the Gwen, IG, or do you give it up? This will depend on whether the Shy has something into this. Man, I don't envy EDG's position. So many things left up. Yeah, it'd be tricky on that front. Out comes the Rise. That means Gwen is still up. They've double banned, triple banned Xiaohao. They're just making sure that he doesn't get his preferred AD skirmishing jungles. Interesting strategy that's largely been paying off because Gala's been better than Arn on the whole. ZDZ has been second best to the Shy, so they have not had to ban out them so much. It's not really been about Angel or Rookie. Quite telling in its own right. Let's lock in the Zyra Khan. And dare Arn and Palkia to pick something into it. Gwen getting through. There's a change. Hey Majdo, good to see you. Senna for Arn and the Nautilus. Okay. Lots of roots now bot side. Scaling very much in play here between the Rise and the Senna. Do you just lock the Gwen now? Chair is slowly spinning. Back we go. Alright, summarize this. Just copying bits of Karzel's message. EDG looking good so far? Yeah, I kind of like the angle for the draft. TF locked in for Rookie. Saw a scout attempted earlier and not quite make it work. Already got the Khan. Your pick is decent. We'll force Mikhail's and Cleanses probably. Quite annoying. It's a global to match the Rise. And there goes the Gwen and the Jack spam. Now focusing top lane. Vasu, for the record, is a TF main. Up in Master Tier Plus. To wit, he just put in chat, oh god, TF pick does not bode well. So when a TF main is saying that, can't stand Roa TF or RFC TF. It's good setup. And it's good in pro play because you are coordinated enough to make the setup work. It does mean your damage as a champion is quite low, so you do need other people to actually do the damage. Like, I see the concept, but I've basically seen it a lot of times, but basically the ult leads to nothing, and then TF is like not doing anything. He's a stun bot that isn't leading to kills, isn't roaming around the map. Basically, if you're a TF without prio to play around, your ult does nothing, and then why do you pick the TF? But you have got the Shine Guard who've been playing really well. If you do the TF, Zed loves it because you get huge setup now to make sure this Zed can maraud around and will have backup wherever he may go. I think I prefer the Zed here. Much more threat onto the Rise in the center. Xiaohao thinking about a Viego of his own. Got a lot of pick CC to theoretically get that Viego rolling. A lot of quite squishy members here. Realm Warp and Dawning Shadows double global. I've hated the Viego. Instead they'll go Renekton and Sylas. So, Sylas jungle is a thing right now. Has been given some significant changes. It will not be the AD variant because that got nerfed immediately. However, you have got significant additional damage to monsters, so Sylas jungle significantly better than it was. What ults have you got to steal? TF ult is a great ult to steal. Deathmark is fine. Deathmark's not bad. Of course, you don't get a shadow to work with, but hey, access to key targets can be valuable, but it's the quickness and the TF ult, I think, that will be the most valuable here by a fairly significant margin. And the Jace is a shy special. Burst is high. We've got, like, no tanks here, basically, anywhere. Nautilus, kind of. Renekton's a bruiser. Sylas a bruiser. Rise a bruiser. Will be probably Roa TF. But it's a very, very squishy team comp from IG and a pseudo-squishy team comp from EDG. I think if EDG get to 20 minutes and IG are not significantly ahead, I get worried for them. Very worried for them. But IG just don't love frontline. They like mobility. They like target access. They love damage. They love quad carry comps. They've got a quad carry comp. It is who they are as a team, for better or worse. Who needs engage when you just have target access and damage? It's very on brand. See whether it works here. Get ready to head onto the rifts. We switch our cameras off. Lock in for what could be the final time today.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
EDG with some solid gyos, but no one really matches the volume and number of IG fans right now in the LPL. Had a Morgana jungle earlier today. H1 piloting that one well. EDG, interestingly, actually favored in the mid game, which I wasn't expecting with the Rise in the center statistically there. But again, you have got the Nautilus and the Renekton. Sylas, when he snowballs, often does through that point in the game. IG favored a bit later, but then again, I can sort of see it in the sense of the TF, the Jace, Just so much damage. May just end up outscaling a little bit there because the range from EDG is, with the exception of the Senna, quite short. And you will have to play into the feathers. The chase, Wei will find Xiao Hao here. Level 2 again, clears real fast. All the while fighting to get into the lane. Gala ends up chunked. No one's blown any summons except from Palkia. Maker will now trade as well to ensure they get towards that wave a bit earlier. Wei pulling on over. Lands onto this. Does have Smite. Xiao Hao really wants it, but I don't know whether he wins. It's level 2. V level 1, and he's taken aggro. So much damage coming on down. Does get that level 2 now, but the Conqueror stacked from Wei a lot earlier. Xiao gets out, having nabbed a camp. Lost a lot of HP to do it. A lot of HP to do it. Wei's going to start it up. Sees that Silas isn't coming in. Single camp steal. Not necessarily what Xiao Hao was looking for, but hey. Let's get to go back to his own camp. He's going to be a little low getting through his own jungle now. And I think Zed, probably what they will do. Just again, they clear real fast. Will be look to get onto his Raptors. Red, Krugs, reset, come back bot side. We're going to go for the Scuttle Crab down there. With at least a long sword. See whether he wants to invade onto Xiao Hao here. It's a possibility. Wait, that extra camp to his name right now, whereas Xiao Hao very much does not. Doesn't necessarily know where Xiao Hao is. And again, Xiao's basically got wrapped into his own topside jungle because it was a real world where the Zed comes and invades him. Real world. Doesn't happen. Wei kind of aware of Xiao Hao's potential shenanigans as well, so he's kind of gone Raptors to Krugs and then both to the red. Does have that ward down here. Scuttle Crab already up because of all the skirmishing, so the Silas should get a hold of that one, and the Zed's not going to be able to contest. In the end, you know, not awful from this Zed. On the Silas, rather. Mid lane, rookie, low. Angel getting a good trade there with the overloads and the Rune Prison. Is there ever any justification for running Conqueror over Lethal Tempo for Xayah? Yes, when you need the sustain. Is the honest answer. If you want the healing, Conqueror is still really good value. And I think this game, when you've got a lot of bruises coming at you, being able to potentially survive a Silas or a Renekton jumping on top of your head can be really valuable. Lethal Tempo is still excellent, don't get me wrong. But especially if you're not going to get to a Vamp Scepter until a bit later, Conqueror gives you some healing still. Where comes bot side. Can look to spot out what's going on. We'll see the red buff there. Oh, Xiao Hao does not get to back. This might well be. Attempt to steal on this one. Wei gonna hold on to a smite. Normally you smite early as the Zed because you get your passive rolling. The smite does get it. Wei can get over the wall here if required. Doesn't have the shadow to necessarily fear. Flash away from that. Can look the shadow over. Does do so. Flash from Wei. But over comes Mako! Oh, beautiful! Healing is good, but not enough with the Kingslayer. And Mako is there to save the day. Good play for both supports. But Mako's just a little bit better. Topside ZDZ eating a lot of damage from the Shy. Youch. We'll be able to TP back. The Shy will get this wave crashed in. Will he look for a play? He is going to look for a play. He'll only get the single auto and said, yeah, okay, TPing back in straight away. Fine. Happy enough for a first reset. Mako is actually probably dead here. We'll build a grand entrance. Battle dance. Out to safety. Fine. Actually, now Arm's on, like, no mana, by the way. We'll need to reset shortly. Mako's still sticking around. That's enough healing to potentially threaten Palkia. No flash, but does have a heal. Both supports have heal, for that matter. The mana discrepancy ends up being the difference maker. Therefore, the damage did go down onto Mako. He's got enough to help get this wave shoved. Here we go again, back to this replay. Wei wins the smite fight. Good chunk here. Then flash from Wei because he's never going to be able to get close enough there to get the shadow over. Flash for the auto is good to get the staggering blows. Wei follows, try and get the kill. And Mako, flash grand entrance. It's superb. Really nicely done. Rookie gets a gold card. Actually onto Angel, who did not enjoy that grand entrance. Forces the heal. Turnaround damage with the shurikens is good. Mako will give it a damage. There's a heal after. Flash for the gold card on top of Xiao Hao. Won't really lead to all that much. Can't quite get the follow-up. A little bit over-eager there from Rookie. There was a Ruby Crystal and Null Magic Mantle in inventory. Maybe if Zed had ult, you could have done that. It was a little bit far, have to admit. Rookie probably didn't need to blow that summoner. Though I appreciate the intent. Mindset is good there. Oh, good sidestep, but hang on. Speaking of mindset, stun lands onto Palkia. Can't get too much more than the heal. They're fast enough to retreat. But again, it will be resets. Xiao Hao around meant that they weren't really going to be able to get too much more there. This will be level 6 on this wave for Gala. And for Mako, for that matter. Again, dodging the last embrace. Again, IG, at least in the early stages, very good laning. Up a lot of CS in key locations, slight gold leads wherever you care to look. The Zed, notoriously a fast clearer, is, well, you guessed it, clearing really fast. Grub started by EDG, but IG are going to come over and contest. Watch the Shy here, flashing on in for a thundering smash. Can't find the interrupt, and they'll Realm Warp out. But that means Grubs will be going the way of IG. Wow, that was aggro. Do you think the Shy will ever use T1 Jace? I think that one might sting a little, so probably not. You just missed the... I saw that, Shy. We're looking for ZDC. Step on forwards here. It's got steel caps and a lot of damage. Knocked into the wall. Grand entrance available, as is the quickness. There's that grand entrance. Won't find too much more of the dice back. ZDC left it halfway around. So is Xiao Hao. Reset from Powder Kid. This is going to spot that one up. Flash! Oh, way! Who needs an ult? When you can just murder him with a shuriken to the face. Xiao Hao got to do nothing there. Dominus now on top of the Shuriken. Remember, did burn the flash, so need to be a little bit wary. But it's going to be fine for now. Mako now coming on up. Does have Gleaming Quill. Mako and Wei here, turning around. But remember, there's still a death mark available. Dawning Shadow comes on forward. Palkia, I think, is in quite a lot of danger here. As actually, I fear, is going to be Wei. Good combo. As Angel TP's in, Mako gets hooked up. Didn't respect the TP. And Wei did not get to press the R button. An EDG strike back. 2 kills for them now. 1 for the Renekton, 1 for the Rise. Where's Rookie? Bot side, I guess. Didn't want to match. The Shy with no mana. I don't actually know what he can do here. So you have to give this wave up, get some range for the XP. Just out of range of the overload. Really great plays from IG, and then they are swiftly turned around there. Got a little bit greedy, not respecting Palkia. This is just very good from Wei. Watch this. Down at half HP. Flash. Shadow. Q. And then this one looked like it was playable, but they turn on to Wei, and they go, okay, this looks pretty good. Half HP, we still do this. But they don't know the TP's coming. And then Wei does not get to press R. Staggering blows into flash. Empowered W from ZDZ. That's a solid 2 seconds of CC. Flash the hook. Good play for Palkia. Help set up another. Did EDG pick Stylus after Zed? Yes, they did. I'm pretty sure. The last pick was the Jace. For a bit of damage there. Can't find everything as Arn throws down the Curse of the Black Mist, and the last embrace will drag Wei's health bar down a little bit. Not on the best soul count here, actually. Need about 30 or so. Still, it does tend to scale up as Senna gets going. Still not the 113 we saw from Leave get the other day, which was unbelievable. Other day, probably other month at this point. Good chunk. ZDZ gets a bit of healing. Palkia is coming. Shy gets hit. Needs to be a bit aware of Thundering Blow back onto ZDZ. Gets knocked up, but overcomes Mako. Look at the battle. That's it! Dodge gets the knock up! Oh, it's beautiful. Where's Mako with another wonderful save? Body blocking Vestic out of ZDZ slides on through. Dawning Shadow's there. Dice out, but in comes the death mark. Needs another auto or two. Should have it. And Wei makes it a 2-for-1. Dawning Shadow blown as well. Gala's here in the bot lane with a couple grubs to ensure that plates will be going the way of the Xayah potentially, as I suspect is this dragon. Kill secured for IG first, so they get towards that feat of warfare, towards the full feats of strength. They've gotten the first set of objectives with the grubs. We'll start up a dragon here to claim the seconds. Palkia will spell out Mako, TP behind. They've done this a lot. Mako's got flash, got cleanse, got ult. ZDZ may need to look for something here. There's the Featherstorm. Not the best ever. Gala may need to flash, may need to cleanse. In comes Rookie, flashing for more. There's that TP in from Rookie. Damage hood onto ZDZ, who gets a lot of healing. Will not get Gala. Valiant effort, not enough. Rookie doing a fair amount of work at the front end of the shower. Has to rocket belt out of the grand entrance. Hook back onto Wei. Gold card down. First assist for Rookie of the game. Arms roam down now. A bit faster with that curse of the Black Mist. They'll hold on to the turret at least. Scarlet gets to reset. Got himself another cull in inventory, by the way. He's got a cull every game so far. Hasn't felt threatened in lane by Arn at all. And the Shy, it looked like he was done for. But the knockaway on ZDZ bought enough time as Mako with the heal, battle dance, quickness, grand entrance. Excellent stuff. Xiaohao tries to get the hijacked Jace Q to get the kill, but again, it's body blocked well. Wei comes in, finishes off ZDZ. Deathmark does its work. Three kills now for Wei, who's 1,300 gold ahead. Mako is going to be fine. Sees the ward is there, but it's well defended by Arn, who has been playing a fairly good center game in terms of not being at too much threat and getting some good Dawning Shadows off as a kind of orbital strike from the mid lane. It's got the static shiv now, so wave clear a little bit easier for them. The Shine gets jumped on. Stride Breaker comes on down, will slow the Shy down. Still going to have a Thundering Blow away. Uses it. Redemption keeps him back towards health. DZ actually now eating a pretty ugly trade. Does have the Dominus, would rather not use it here. For what amounts to standard trading. There's the Dominus. Palkia going to be body blocked off, but I think the Shy is largely okay with this. There's the Dawning Shadow. In comes the Death Mark, and they blow up ZDZ. The Dominus is a little bit ugly there. Angel's TP'd in, but so is Rookie. Look for something more. He's got himself a gold card. Still waiting on that one. Realm Warp coming. They'll know it's here. Death Charge comes on through, as Rookie may well need to flash here. Yet to burn it. Still going to go down. Holds on for as long as he can. Finally flashed out. Grand entrance to Mako. Stolen. Hijacked Destiny Gates. Can't find where they're looking as he goes back towards blue buff. Decides to go back towards farming, and no one dies aside from ZDZ. Nice idea from EDG. You see the thought process. A lot of success from Angel teleporting for lanes. Doesn't this time. Wei here with Mako. Reminder, Wei still has... So he still has that death mark. Doesn't. Has got an Eclipse and a Phage. There's quite a lot of work here. Palkia needs to be a bit wary, but Arn now coming up. Mako will be able to battle dance out to safety. As Wei provides a target to escape. Herald's here. Arn and Palkia are as well. Jace roaming over. Destiny Gate from Rookie to spot out exactly where people are. Gets him towards this top lane. Gala now in danger. Does have Featherstorm. Will be forced to use it. There's a Stride Breaker. Flash for the hook. Buying time. Gala exhausted. Crystal Featherfall doesn't get the opportunity. Exhaust is enough to ensure that kill onto Gala. Turret taken by IG bot side though. At least ensure they get the feats of strength. Mid lane turret under siege now by EDG. Should be able to pick this one up. Trying to use the shadow to clear out the wave and get a bit of poke. Will not be able to do so. So the mid lane turret has responded too well for EDG. Problem is they are still down. 3,500 gold. Mostly in the jungle and mid. Actually, bot side as well with the Carls crashing in. Oh, now in danger. Wei gets hooked, but in goes Mako looking for the quickness. Can't quite find it. It's on. Switching up with the flash to get out the dangerous. Wei backing away, getting the quickness on down. Is Xiaohao. Lots of damage from him as the Shy is deep. Looking to get on top of Xiaohao. Can't quite get the kills. There's so much healing, and they've just blown up 2 members. CDZ sliding on forward. Will have the slice. Has got the stride breaker. Good healing. Conqueror damage is good as Wei needs to get over the wall. Flash on over from ZDZ. Flash away from Wei. Get out to safety. 2 more kills for EDG, evening up the kill score. Good for Xiaohao to get involved there. Was falling behind in the jungle very significantly. A little bit far there from Wei. Couldn't really threaten on. And they end up just going a bit too deep. IG give up a significant portion of their lead. We'll have a look again. They tried to jump on Arn here. And Palkia is off vision around the corner. Flash away means that Arm with that Curse of the Black Mist is fast enough with the flash on top of it to get out to safety. Wei leaves and Palkia gets to jump on forwards. Xiaohao's there with the hijack quickness and the Shy goes, well, I'm not getting out. Can I get some damage back on a Xiaohao? And the answer is not enough. Hey, Atlas, good to see it. Conqueror value is pretty damn good. Yep. It is a good lead for IG. Again, I will call out that Rise and Senna scaling is pretty damn nasty this game. Of course, you still have got to deal with all of the just raw damage that will come with time. Wei already at 2 items on this Zed is pretty damn terrifying. Herald started. He started a couple times. Gala rookie Wei leading the way, but Arn doing just fine here on the Senna. It's okay. Wei will solo down this dragon. Rookie going to start split pushing again. You've got Grubs, a Jace, and a TF. Good Grub users here. Zed as well. No slouch. He's given an opportunity to order a turret once or twice. Quite slippery. Mako gonna get jumped on here. In comes the Abscond and the Abduct. Death charge can battle dance out to safety. Maybe as to do so. Hit with the last embrace. Rooted up. Will still have another opportunity to hop back away and does so. Times it well. Gets out safety. But that means everyone came over. It gives Gala a lot of free time on this mid lane turret. Arn should just about clear this up. TP behind ZDZ. Now going to threaten. The quickness comes on down on top of Arn. Just about in range. Turret falls. Mako battle dancing out. ZDZ on top of Gala, who does get the cleanse on down. Hit, though, by that last embrace. Battle Herald used. In they go. Just way too deep. Rookie now spin off as a Battle Herald. Will charge across Rookie, and he dies as well. It still keeps going. Where is he driving? Hook goes wide. Palkia. Actually, really clutch Battle Herald there. Gets a shove onto this tier 2. Tier 1 did fall there for the side of IG. They lose a couple members trying to get a punish onto Arn and can't do so. This will be the tier 2 falling and 2 kills. Really nice move from EDG. Rookie ended up horribly split off from his team there unexpectedly. At least the Shy gets value top side. So there is that. And 1 reverse sweep today. So Gala got a lot of free time on that tier 1 because they went running after Wei in the jungle. Then Mako goes cool. Right, I'm going to threaten ZDZ, so he has to backstep down, get the top of Arn, and then battle dances out. And they try to turn onto ZDZ, but Wei gets hit. And I think he just needs to keep on ZDZ. How does he go back in? Right, yeah, just gets dragged back too far. They get hit by the Battle Herald. And the Battle Herald is excellent. Another knock-up. Drives around a bit more. Oh, excellent driving skills. Senna at 2 items now. 64 stacks is fine at 20 minutes. Not fantastic, but fine. Hijack quickness. Xiaohao back in this game now. Was a long way out of it. Was evened up in the CS. It's a heading gold. 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. Much more threatening than he was at danger of being 5-10 minutes ago. Gold lead. Only 1,000 now. Atakan started. Xiaohao with that hijack quickness again. Keep your eyes on it. Watch ZDC on the flank as well with the stride breaker. Wei struggled in these team fights the last few times. Has been picked up by Palkia and ZDZ pretty consistently. Damage coming back on down. Atakan being started, but Gala eats so much damage! Just about surviving. Featherstorm is good. They've blown up the jungler. Oh, they couldn't get a hold of him. Gala buys time. They lose the Shy. Now his back is good. Gold card flashed away. Zway flashes in. Brings down Rise. Needs to find his way back out. Gets the Conqueror stack though. Huge damage. Another kill. Onto Valkyrie. Away gets out. Gets the Deathmark back around again. He just dipped through all the shadows. Gold card. It should be a red one. Out for the game. Ace for Invictus Gaming and Anakan. 3 games in a row. How do they keep on doing it? How do they keep on doing it? They thought they had Gala. He was so damn low. And Xiaohao does not survive. And with him down, the Atakan becomes dicey. You see it here. They get the root to Palkia and then they turn around. They get the knock up on Gala. They think they have it. But just before it lands, Gala goes up in the air and Mako, with an exceptional quickness, means when Xiaohao goes in, he's immediately charmed. Jace goes down, thinking it's a bit ugly, but then Wei gets to flash Shadow to follow up the gold card and then starts dancing through the fight. Deathmark, switch to another Shadow. Rookie continuing to throw gold card after gold card arm flashes, but not before that card is flying. You can run, but you can't hide from the referee, Dady. As ever, one of the most entertaining coaches to watch in esports. The reactions are phenomenal. Invictus Gaming with agency, with target access, are such sublime team fighters. We need CC when you can just dance your way through them all. Rookie. Slightly in danger there as Way hit by that last embrace. Dragon spawning in 10 seconds to be soul point for IG. They're now back up, 4,000 gold. Good battle dance away from Mako. Way on a flank angle. Xiaohao's been chunked out somewhere along the way. Dragon started. EDG on vision, courtesy of the Destiny Gate. Angel trying to ward off one. ZDZ, a known flanker now. Exhaust comes on down. Dragon secured. Way looking for potentially something. Gala hit by the depth charge. Now flashed on. Goes up into the sky. A wonderful cleanse. ZDZ! It's just ZZZ! Thrown down to Sleek. There is no Zenless. There's no zone. There is sure as hell no zeros, but the health bars. They lose another 2 though. It's actually good turnaround from the Silas and from the Rise. Way in danger. Gets a good double rash, but they just can't survive. 3 dead. And wait. IG lose 4. Baron's in 40 seconds. I thought ZDZ has gone too deep, but I think IG did too. And they survive. This time the Zhonya's gets broken. Can they run at Baron? The death time is long enough. No, I don't think they are. I'll have a look again. Because it starts with Gala getting jumped on, and it's a bait. It's all a bait. Has the cleanse, is so ready for it. Doesn't ult. That depth charge gets to turn around. You think this looks great. Xiaohao's also solo, but he survives for so damn long. Kingslayer value, Conqueror value. The hook onto Jace. There you go. That's what turns it around. Xiaohao gets to go golden, get more healing. Wei looks to finish off a load of people. He's caught in the middle of 4. Can't quite get enough damage onto Arn, who's in that curse of the Black Mist. Needs to get inside it to get damage and can't. The Realm Warp after gets a hold of Rookie. Really clutch from Xiaohao, who was very bloody lucky to survive there. Back to 9 stacks on the Dark Seal. It looked a bit over there. Only 1,000 gold ahead of IG, but still on soul point. Hook onto Mako, but can still look to get out here with Battle Dance. Will be fine. IG, don't get me wrong, are in the lead. Got a really good position in this game in terms of objectives. Atakan giving them a lot of value. Soul point is giving them a lot of value. Map control is there. But EDG are fighting back. They've got 3 items on Sen, who's now on 89 souls. That 100 breakpoint is very close indeed when her range starts to become orbital cannon-wise. ZDZ under danger. Rookie just gold-carded a turret. Target champions only is a toggle, my friend. ZDZ just about survives. Dawning Shadow burned as well alongside the Dominus. Xiaohao actually might look at Mako here. He's got a quickness hijack, won't use it. Yeah, the solo laners for Invictus Gaming being collapsed on here. I think they need to TP out. He's out. Okay, double TP away. But now they're actually towards this Baron. Can they start it up? Everyone's just gone over there. Oh, EDG It was all a ruse. Double TP out. The TPing back in themselves. Here we go. Rookie a little low, but not low enough as get Angel speeding his way forwards. Redemption comes on down, spots it outway. Shadowed over the wall, can look to get back out. Baron will start to reset, but now EDG in the pit. They want to take the opportunity. Wade's got himself a blast, can get back in. Palkia flashing on forward, step charges of a rookie. Flash from Angel, Rune Prison, but they've got a Palkia. EDG got them all. A Scarlet begins to unleash. Shock blast on the back end. Feather Storm, flash over from Gala. Birds of a feather get melted by Gala. Together, a triple kill for him. They aced them, but for on. And Baron is IG's. And the double teleport out into the Baron bait. And IG push and pull and push and tear EDG apart at the seams. This is after the reset, where EDG take the opportunity on the leash. The hook lands onto the Rakan, not the most valuable target. Quickness comes on down, and they blast a couple. The Rune Prison looked like he was going to kill off Rookie, but Mako again with some exceptional saving plays. Gala, great flash to re-angle the feather. Xiaohao goes golden, but again, what do you do here? The damage is so extreme. Arn in danger, death mark. And Arn, he's just a bounty, isn't he? That assassin finds their mark. Three and a half items for Gala. 3 items for Rookie. Invictus Gaming marching the minions down mid lane. Baron empowered. 20 seconds still on Arn. That's your Senna. With 96 stacks, you need her. Unfortunately, they don't have that. Tier 2 falls from topside. Another wave comes in. Inhibitor mid lane down. Victus Gaming have just been so clutch in the team fights that matter. EDG have fought valiantly. They really have. I wonder how deep a run through a lower bracket they will make. It will have to be that last gasp effort. Xiaohao with the hijack quickness, but he can only hit a few low-end gears. Scarlet goes up with the Feather Storm, and ZDZ is a handback once more. Rookie flashing for the goal. Not quite in range on. Stunned. Lichbane prot. QSS. Damage onto Arn is good. Flash on the shy for the skies. Turning around, but he's actually pretty tanky at the point. Just blows up Palkia. Dawning Shadow, not required, but Piercing Darts at least gets one back with a little bit of agency from Angel. Realm Walk forward, won't quite buy much to the Nexus, so it's full. Another set of Shurikens come flying with the Living Shadows comes on down into the background of Arn. And a Shock Blast blasts the head off one. Angel clears up 2, but Invictus Gaming not denied. 3-0. Another step forwards on the road to Worlds for Invictus Gaming. BLG their next opponents, and I tell you now, you look at BLG earlier today and Invictus Gaming are smiling gleefully. EDG, yes, a 0-3. Yes, a 0-3. But I think let's give credit where it is due for a team that, for the majority of this year, looked lost, looked like a shadow of the glory of EDG of past. It was a slight improvement on the Doom squad of a year or two ago, but it is still not a world championship team, an elite team in the LPL. This split, they make changes, and suddenly they are on an incredible run of form. They smash Nirvana, and people begin to ask exactly how far can they make a run through playoffs. They're 0-3 by IG today, but I do want to make it clear that EDG did actually fight quite well, did find some good angles. It wasn't enough. They'll need to have a look at how they were setting up around those Atacans in particular, because I think IG ended up really outplaying them there when it mattered. But let's be real, that was competitive at points. They managed to push IG back, managed to claw back gold leads, even if IG were getting them in the early game. It wasn't like EDG didn't have their own ideas, didn't have their own punches, some cool early invades and that kind of thing. A little bit of review to be done around Atacans, a little bit of review to be done around what's happening in the early game. Can we maybe get a bit more early resources going towards our squads to make that a bit better? Either way, not quite enough. We're back again tomorrow, folks. Another double best of 5 day. That'll be our other set of upper bracket best of 5. So let me remind myself who that is. That's AL versus Weibo Gaming and Top Esports versus NIP. will be what it is. Fan vote must be going to Mako at least. Well deserved. It was an incredible Rakan game. Some of those saves under the tier 1 bot to save Wave in the jungle when he flashes over into the Dragon Pit. Saving Rookie at the end there with the quickness. Saving Gala with the quickness as Xiaohao absconds into the quickness as he's waiting there in front of him. Could not ask for a better defensive Rakan game. It's him for sure. For sure. I will leave you here with some last little things. If you've not subscribed already, please do so to the Twitch, to YouTube. If you've got that extra bit of cash, remember, Prime subs are a thing. It's September as well, so cheaper subs, so please do consider that one as well. I still owe you a fun fact, Vasu. What's a fun fact? Fun fact, I'll stream for a couple hours after this before LEC. There's your fun fact. Boom. So it's all right. You can come hang with me for a bit, Twitch chat. YouTube viewers, you're welcome to come watch me on YouTube. You're welcome to come watch me on Twitch. Come do that. There you go. That's the worst fun fact I've given you of my life, but there we go. I'll go do a bit of something on stream. I don't know whether it'll be Genshin or Helldivers. We might try Helldivers again. It was pretty janky in terms of some of the camera stuff, so we might just have to deal with a little bit of the juttery camera, but we'll do what we can. I've been really enjoying playing it, so we might do that one. Thank you, Carl. It's a pleasure to be here anyway. Play PoE 2. I actually need to download PoE 2. It's on the list. I owe you guys a few games, to be honest. I think off-season, there are 2 games I absolutely owe you. One of them is Disco Elysium. One of them is Final Fantasy 14, or possibly WoW, depending on one of those. But probably Final Fantasy 14. I owe you both them. So I am aware that they have been owed for a year or so. So that is going to happen. It's just not really found the time. But I think off-season, those will be our games of choice. We'll probably play a bit of League. We'll probably play a bit of Genshin. But I'll try and get in at least a couple days a week of some RPG play for you guys, some MMO play. Because I did say I'd do that in the off-season. But yes. Rest of the spiel while we're at it. Hello, Simi. Good to see you as well. Last of the spiel. Number 1, if you aren't a Twitch user or want to donate another way, Ko-fi is a link we have. You can donate that way. That is channel agnostics. If you do want to throw a tip towards it, is much appreciated. And lastly, of course, as well, we do have League Mastery, which is damn cool. In fact, let me pull that up right now. Here is League Mastery. It's really awesome. It's a new website that is basically a platform to learn more about how to be cool at League, which I think is pretty awesome. So if you want to be better at climbing, just learning holistic ways to get better at the game, there's Heedon, a coach of the LEC who's running this one. Can definitely help you on that front. We've got a load of one tricks teaching you their champions on there. Watley, for example, is teaching all his Tom Kench tricks, and Watley is a really cool guy in general. What inspiration he is in terms of managing with some really severe disabilities, having managed to get brain damage last year, and still being an elite level player despite some very challenging changes to his life. And a really lovely dude as well, very funny. On top of that, of course, there's our little course. Myself and Alex have put together a casting course for those of you who are interested in broadcast work, in casting. Some really useful information up there for you in terms of how the hell do you go about casting, what is Riot looking for and appealing to casters for in terms of their systems and review and all those things. We can definitely help out with that. It's really, really awesome. So do keep your eyes on that one as well. So do go look at the League Mastery links for those of you that care. But thank you very much, guys. I'll turn off the camera. And I will go set up my PC for a stream. I'll leave you with the highlights briefly. We'll see who the MVP is, and then I'll send you all over to me. Wow, Mako's MVP. What a shock, everyone. What a shock. Okay, folks. Let's go say hello to me. I am going to turn off YouTube. Thank you very much, guys, for coming and saying hello. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you all tomorrow for another 2 best of 5s. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your time. For the Twitch viewers, come tune in at me. If you are on YouTube and want to watch a bit of something before LPL, I'll be on for a couple hours playing Helldivers. Until then, though, not LPL, until LEC. Rather, until then, have a wonderful rest of your day, and we'll see you all around. Bye-bye to Alex's YouTube. Bye-bye to Onivia's YouTube.